You know, YouTube is evil. Okay. So I
Mm-hmm.
hit the button to go live. Like, I want everyone to understand this.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's got to understand how evil YouTube is. I
No, we have
have,
to get to the video. What are you
well,
doing?
hold on. I have the window open that has like, it says viewer activity and it has the super chats that people have already donated. And the second I click go live, it just wipes them all away. It just says, nope, you
Do you
don't get
know?
to see them anymore
You
because
know
they were before
why?
the stream. I'm like, what the fuck, YouTube?
You know
Why do you do this
why?
to me?
Being
Why?
on time is white supremacy. We're doing our part here. We don't want to be white
Oh,
supremacists. Come on, of course.
okay.
Yeah.
No, that's true. That's a good
Yeah.
point. So
You got to be
YouTube,
5 minutes late these days, guys. It's just job interviews. Just let them know. Listen, hey, I wanted to be here on time, but white supremacy.
so that's a very interesting thing. That means that YouTube is promoting white supremacy by wiping
Like,
away the super chats. Terrible.
oh, because they no, that's to make you later. Don't you see? YouTube is actually
Oh, so they're punishing. Wait, no,
yeah.
no, because they're punishing us for not being. I don't know what it's. I don't know what it is. Whatever. Hey
Shouldn't you say hey now? Yeah,
now!
exactly.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here on the Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite Adam Friended. And today we will be, at some point, joined by Literature Devil.
Who's
And
late?
also,
Who's not a white supremacist?
who's a person of shadow, just like myself. And today we will be watching 2 or 3 different videos that are all so terrible, awful, miserable videos all about the tragedy that occurred in Atlanta this week.
The terrible tragedy. Oh my God. So our campaign is doing great. Supervillains Anonymous. We just clicked over to $39,000. Oh my God. 684 backers. You guys have been amazingly generous. And I just want to throw in a quick update and let's get into the video. What do you say, Sitch?
Okay, let's get into the video.
This is truly horrifying. 8 people dead, 6 of them Asian women. And soon we'll learn all about them and who they were in life. But all we know right now is that.
Now, I know this is like your standard. I know it's like your like he has a standard backdrop and everything. But is it weird when you talk about a mass shooting to have like your
Emmys in there?
in the background? I don't know. It's a little weird.
Like you should maybe have like some flag draped coffins back there or something. Something to somber the mood. Why are we watching? This is a comedy show. Why did you pick this video?
It just seems a little strange to me. Okay, that's your backdrop. Well, though, I don't know. Look, he's got Tanashi coats in the background too. If you see there, so
oh, he does. Oh, good catch.
So he's very conscious.
Good catch.
Yes.
They are dead, and a 21-year-old white man with a gun killed them. And what's been sad about the story is not just the loss of life, but all of the auxiliary things that have been happening around the story. You know?
True, it is very sad when people try to politicize a mass tragedy for their own political narrative. I agree completely.
Yeah,
with that.
100%.
I'm sure that's what his point is completely and nothing else.
All the people racializing this tragedy when race had absolutely nothing to do with it. Isn't it terrible? That's what he's doing, isn't it? I mean, wait a second here. I thought I'm confused now, Sitch. He comes out and he says he comes out and he says he's against all these ancillary things going on, but yet he's participating in these ancillary things. Sitch, can you explain this to me?
I believe it's called being a fucking hypocrite.
Oh, okay.
No, it's one of those things where it's like, my politics are just reality and they're not actually politics.
This is what Isaac taught me. This is what Isaac was saying on me trying to red pill my longtime friend stream. He told me, yes, Adam, you've fallen for the propaganda. Now you're a crazy right winger. I'm like, I don't know. I do a show once a week with Sitch. We talk for 40 minutes and everyone says, these two are lefties. I don't know. They're not calling you a right winger.
Hey,
Hello.
Oh, what's going on? Oh, you got another hey now in there.
Yes.
Hello, everyone.
I thought we were having a wicked laugh competition.
It's going to be difficult for me to jump between this account and my other account, but I think we'll be able to do it.
Yeah, this is the first time that there's been a public appearance of me and Literature Devil at the same time to unequivocally prove that we are not the same person. That is right.
As far as they know.
That's
Can
true.
you guys do a thing? Can you guys say like? Bot, so. Can you guys do? Can we like count? You guys can count at the same time, like 1, 2, 3. So we know that like both of you, like no magic is going on in this stream, right? You're not changing your voice up, Sitch?
I have an AI bot that has a better voice than me.
Look at that laugh! Oh my god! It's so.
Anyways,
you have anything? You have anything you want to say about this Lit Dev before we continue on here?
You click the link to get into Watch Together as well too.
Oh yeah.
Let's see here.
Literature Devil, more like late devil.
Yeah, pretty much.
For shame.
Yeah. I arrived precisely what I mean to. Yeah, but I've been hearing about your whole talk with Isaac and everything, and I've been watching the whole thing. I just been hearing the aftermath because I usually know how those things go. It's usually no, deny. What evidence? Evidence? What is this? You want evidence? I can't give you. I can't accept your evidence. It destroys my narrative. That's how it usually goes. But I like this one that you did, one of the latest ones. We brought in an actual conservative, not like a straw man or one of those crazies that they use as straw men, but like an actual conservative. And then it's like, oh, this guy's a real person and everything.
Yeah,
and he starts to change his mind. That's why I really dislike this whole weirdo progressive thing, because it's they always emphasize segregation and everything. I mean, you can't do that. You can't. You're a white guy. You can't eat tacos.
Oh my god.
You're a white guy.
So
you can't
guilty.
eat Chinese food. And then they think it's like respecting other cultures when it's not respecting other cultures. It's just plain segregation, but put under different lights. And the whole thing about the whole why anti-segregation is so good, by coming together so good, is because when you have a prejudice, it's usually because it's usually out of ignorance. Usually,
right?
Because that sort of prejudice is just like a generality. You might have had a really bad experience with one person from that category or group, and then from that point on, it just paints your entire perspective of that entire category that the person might happen to have been a part of. And then you for example, I think I forgot who mentioned it, but it's just the idea that you put like a guy who's like this ethno-state white supremacist guy, and you put him in a room with your average black man, and they're locked there together. Yeah, there might be tension at first, but then after a while being together, and they find out they're each other's a human being more or less. I don't know about how crazy the white supremacist guy would be in this scenario, but maybe they both like football. Who knows?
Right.
Maybe they both like the same kind of beer, and that's a good one. That's a good foundation for. That's a good foundation for.
I love beer.
That's what's the guy's name, Adam, that goes around and he like befriends white nationalists?
Tim Pool.
No, the black guy.
I got you though. I got to laugh at you. That's all I care about. Tim Pool loves that guy, but I can't remember his name. Someone will throw it in the chat.
Yeah, but yeah, that's exactly what he does. He goes around and kind of befriends KKK guys, or he used to.
Until they canceled him for being friends with all these KKK
Daryl Davis.
Daryl Davis. That's it. Yeah, Daryl Davis.
And and he shows these racist people that basically, hey, look, I'm a human being. We have a lot in common. What your thoughts and feelings about black people are, as you said, Literature Devil, are based on ignorance and just not being around black people and understanding them, and just saying, hey, they're just a human being like me.
So are you saying Isaac's prejudice against conservatives is based on ignorance, Literature Devil? It sounds like that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, if you think that all evil, then all HWs are evil. I mean, come on, that goes without saying. But I mean,
yeah, but that's just factually correct.
This is factually correct. It's
Except for
facts.
Isaac. Isaac is totally an SJW. But I think of SJWs as something different, though, because they're these people that have kind of been created out of a sustained propaganda campaign to turn them into just complete crazy people. Like if we lived in the world that SJWs think we live in, I would probably be the same.
It would be terrifying. Everything would be so racist.
It would be
and fascist.
terrifying.
Yes.
Yeah.
But is Isaac really an SJW, or is he a liberal who doesn't understand what SJWism is even about?
I think he's technically just an uninformed voter. I think that's...
Well, I did like that last conversation because especially because it boosts my narrative. That all you have to do is put these people in the room together. Is put these people who hate each other in the room together, and eventually they might eventually find some common ground.
Oh yeah,
people are people, and I like that scenario.
There is some people that
this Saturday.
I didn't know he's out of town this week. So.
Oh, okay.
But there are some people in the comments and in the chat that are saying the guy that I brought on, Drew Welty, who's actually been on this show, we argued objective morality with him. He's a Christian conservative. They are arguing that Drew is not a conservative because he sat down with an SJW and had a productive conversation. And Drew's response to these people is great because he's saying, if you think that you can sit down and beat someone into submission and they're going to change their mind, you have no idea how human nature works.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I brought Drew in. Drew's a psychology major. He's got a master's in psychology, and I think he's working on a PhD, or he's working on his master's now. So, but you can check it out. It's on my channel. It's pretty interesting. We should. Are you technically a conservative? Maybe we should bring you in, Lit Dev.
I have no idea what these definitions anymore.
Yeah, I know. I feel you. People tell me I'm a liberal, so.
You're a dirty libtard.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I think the thing is now I'm supposed to come in here and disavow the hosts of the stream, and then talk about how Nazis are bad or something.
Oh yeah.
I'm not a part of the Adam and Stitch show. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not part of the Stitch and Adam show.
Too late,
Nazis
man.
are evil.
Too late. We're already conscripting you. You're forced to use
do you disavow Zack Snyder? That's the real question.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I guess.
Okay, there you go.
I disavow any director that comes out with a 2-hour movie that's boring as hell. Or actually, it's a 4-hour movie.
It's a
right?
4-hour movie.
Oh my god,
I've
even
seen
worse.
I just
boring
watched it.
as hell. If a movie's 4 hours long, it has to be cram packed with good shit. Like you have to be like, oh my god, I can't believe this is so amazing. The first 20 minutes is boring as hell.
Yes.
Yeah, I would have to admit I was excited to hear that it was 4 hours long because usually under those circumstances, they use the extra time for to a good extent. Usually okay. So when you want to extend a scene, it's usually to pad out tension or to put in some supplementary material that helps explain things. For example, pad out tension, where you have like the old Western scenario where it's just the Mexican standoff. And they're all about to fire the gun.
Whoa, racist.
Yeah, racist. Disavow.
disavow. The person of color standoff.
Latinx
standoff.
Latinx standoff. Exactly. Latinx, something like that. Whatever it is now. Whatever the terminology is for the last 5 minutes or so. They have the standoff, and the longer it goes on, they couldn't shoot at each other already. But the longer it takes for them to shoot each other, the more anticipation builds up, and it's perfect. And so usually when you have a longer runtime, it's full of those instances where we're going to use this runtime for anticipation, more added scenes, things of that nature. However, this is the Snyder Cut. Seems in a lot of instances anyway, they just extended the runtime just to extend the runtime.
Well, I think they didn't want to edit it. They didn't want to pay to edit it down. So.
Well, to me, it felt very egotistical because there's lots of like these scenes with these really slow shots, and like Mahler had a good tweet where he sort of compared the scene where the security guard finds out that Lex Luthor escaped from prison, and in the theatrical release, it's like a minute long, and you just get all the information you need. The guard comes in, finds out Lex Luthor isn't there, okay, but then in the Zack Snyder cut, it's like the very slow, like. The guard slowly walks up to the door, Like even the prisoner like turns like 10 seconds slower in this cut. Like every single shot, it's just like, and the music's like bah, 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 bah. Like, oh my God, it's just so over the top.
And that would have been fine if it were like in the beginning of the movie or something like that. And Lex Luthor was maybe the main villain or something. But no, it's the very end of the movie. Like, okay, all we need to do is have the information given to us. We don't need to just build up anticipation. It doesn't matter what happens. It's at the end of the movie. Not only the end of the movie. It's like one of those. It's part of the 10 different endings, the Lord of the Rings endings. This thing has been tacked on with.
Right.
So yeah, the pacing is really bad. Is that what you're saying? Sounds
the pacing is awful.
It's crazy. It's insane.
Well, okay.
I don't know what they
I mean,
doing.
The first 5 minutes of the movie is Superman dying, and he's so powerful that his death rattle sends out a sonic wave that goes across the planet, and you see every single person in fucking existence reacting to the Superman dying sound. Like, watching this, like, what is, like, this is insane. Like, on one hand, it's boring, but on the other hand, it's like, well, it's interesting because it's such a weird decision. Like, I can't imagine, like, writing on the script, like, Superman's death rattle creates a sonic wave that goes across the world, and every single character reacts to it. And this is the framing device I'm using for the next, like, 10 scenes.
This is the Jesus thing of the whole Superman character inside his verse is a little overboard. I got it. I understand. He's supposed to be Jesus in some respect, or most respects anyway.
And that was so weird too, because there's like the scene, like everyone in Justice League has such. I know this is a huge tangent from the video, but everyone in Justice League has this huge reverence for Superman, and I'm like, I saw Superman, and I saw Batman versus Superman. Superman's kind of like an asshole in these movies. He's just
definitely.
like, yeah, he's just like a really strong dude. So it's really more like, oh, we just need a guy who can punch things really well. But they all act like as if he is some sort of mythical Jesus character. And this would only work if Superman really was this hyper inspirational, all might type of character that everyone looked up to in the previous movies. And they utterly failed at establishing any of this.
Well, they certainly did. But my favorite part of the whole thing, and I couldn't believe it when they explained it in the movie, but the whole thing in the beginning where Darkseid got his entire army kicked and got beat up by an axe, and then he had to retreat because that's how they introduced Thanos in this Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yes,
they beat him up.
God.
They introduced him as being easily beaten up by people. Yeah, that's how you introduce your main villain, him bleeding and screaming and have to being dragged away by his minions.
Yeah, because you didn't get this part. This is so baffling. They introduce the main bad guy, who's not the main bad guy for this movie, but supposed to be, Darkseid, who's supposed to be the main bad guy for the DC Cinematic Universe, the Thanos equivalent. They introduce his character by showing him getting beaten up by a bunch of cave people 1,000 years ago and getting an axe in the chest and then being dragged away and fleeing from Earth. That's the introduction to the bad guy we're supposed to be afraid of for the rest of the fucking series.
Right. Wow.
And then he just forgets about Earth. He's like, oh, where'd that thing go?
It's just
but that's the revenge moment. Then he's like, the cave people here beat me up, and now I want to get even with their ancestors.
It's not even revenge because he apparently forgot Earth is where he got his ass kicked.
What?
To be reminded.
Oh my God! So like the beat up scene is totally useless. Then it's not even. It's not even plot related.
Just kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet. It's kind of like a Darkseid just forgot about Earth. He almost died.
God. Zack Snyder makes a lot of really bizarre creative decisions.
After Sucker Punch, I lost all faith in Zack Snyder.
Yes.
So I think someone on his team was pushing him in the right direction, and whoever that person is obviously gone now.
Well, I think Sucker Punch, that was the first thing that it was entirely his own creation, right?
Right, which was awful. That's
right.
what.
So, but
that's what made me think, oh my God! Once he takes the reins, like it's bad.
Well, he can be, maybe he's a fine visual director, but when it comes to writing a story, he just doesn't understand. Yeah.
Excellent visual director. Yeah, he definitely really understands the visual stuff.
He's really good when he has Frank Miller to copy off of.
Yes, who's a great storyteller.
Yeah.
Yes.
He has a good story to work off of. He does really well.
Sin City was so much better than 300.
Sin City was amazing.
Have you read Sin City, the comic book?
No.
Yes.
It's good. I recommend it. Highly recommend it.
Right there on my shelf.
Wow, look at you. Anyway.
Also, where's the Watch Together link?
It's in your Twitter DMs.
Oh.
Yeah. Hustle. Hurry it
See,
up.
it's right above the
Catch
Zoom
up.
one. It's just
Oh,
like a little.
that's it. Okay, I thought it was
Yeah.
the same link. There you go.
It's I can see it gets lost in the. Anyways,
So it sounds like you have a heavy
Snyder.
endorsement for the Snyder cut. Sounds like you're very pleased with it. You made it
Just very
2 hours.
pleased.
I made it 20 minutes.
I'm
You're
gonna
like
go in
halfway
liking it.
through.
I can always say, but it's contrary to popular belief. I'm a liker of things. I like most things. And I was hoping to like the Snyder cut, but it's just too drawn out, kind of boring in most parts.
Well,
Also, Willem Dafoe kind of broke everything because Willem Dafoe with long hair and he's a mermaid person. That looks kind of strange. Willem Dafoe, don't make Willem Dafoe a mermaid person. Make him anything else except for a mermaid person.
was he in the Josh Whedon version? I'd have to watch it again because I feel like there's so much weird stuff I'm seeing this and I'm like, I can't remember if this was even in the theatrical release.
I don't remember that either.
But
I never saw the
anyways,
theatrical release.
let's get back to the video.
Let's continue.
Like one of the first things that's been the most frustrating for me is seeing the shooters say, "Oh, it wasn't racism, it was sex addiction." First of all, you, man. You killed 6 Asian people.
Why is that? Wait,
Oh my
what
God.
a weird twist of words. He says it's frustrating to me that the shooter admits
It's giving the wrong motivation.
What?
It's frustrating to me that the shooter's motivation isn't the motivation that I would like it to be.
What?
So frustrating. So frustrating when reality doesn't comport to my deeply held beliefs.
Yeah, why do you care? Like, all these people got killed. Like, that's the tragedy. And then you're like, I'm just so frustrated. He said something that didn't align with the political narrative I wanted. Like, what the hell is wrong with you?
This guy
does
has
that
no
matter?
incentive to lie. Like, what is he trying? Like, why?
Yes.
He's going away forever if not getting the electric chair. What is the incentive not to tell the truth?
He wants to put I don't know, he wants to just kick out the narrative from underneath him. That's the last straw, his last laugh. I did it out of for some other reason than you wanted me to. Take that, media.
There you go. There you go. No,
All
see,
part of his evil plan.
the shooter's like, look, guys, I might have brutally murdered, 6 innocent people, but I'm not a racist. What do you think? I'm a monster? Come on.
Oh my
I feel like
God.
it kind of reminds me of that the whole thing with the Joker, that one instance with the Joker. Like, whoa, he's teamed up with Red Hood. He's like, whoa, you're an actual Nazi? Hold on. I might be crazy, but I'm an American lunatic, not a Nazi.
Right. Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Has any more motivation come out? I'm curious if he was a frequent visitor of any of the people he killed.
There was so the New York Times and the Washington Post both reported that his roommate said that he frequently battled with sex addiction, and he would talk to his roommate is a key witness, I guess, in his motivations, and he would actually tell his roommate to like take his computer away so that he couldn't look at porn. He had a flip phone, so he couldn't look at porn on his phone, and he actually did all these things to not look at porn, and yet he would still go to these massage places. And he says that he went to at least 2 of the 3 that he ended up going to kill people. And apparently he was claiming he was getting sex there.
Right.
So it's
sad story
and then also
all around.
Yeah, and he was part of some church, some Baptist church that was very like anti-sex before marriage. And he had gone to some sort of rehab for sex addiction. So there's like every piece of evidence we have points to the fact that this was actually this guy's motivation. But Trevor Noah doesn't care. He doesn't give a fuck about what is true. Doesn't care.
Right. Even accuses the guy of lying here. He basically saying, listen, you're a mass murderer and now you're lying to us about it.
No, your motivation is not your actual motivation. Your motivation is going to be what I want you to be motivated by. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
whatever's going to get us
Submit.
elected in 2024.
Kneel before Zod.
It's like, has there been a pattern of mass shooters lying about their motivations? Because it seems like whenever a mass shooter is caught, because usually they kill themselves. So either when they find their manifesto, it's either like completely insane or it explains pretty clearly what their intention was. Or if they're caught, they're usually like, yeah, I did it because of X. Like the guy who shot at the church shooting. He was like, yeah, I'm
Yes.
just racist. Like,
Yeah, totally.
he just hated black people.
Dylan Roof.
Dylan Roof, yeah.
Which
Then
was
they accepted
a
that one.
totally disgusting situation. I mean, he sat with those people for like 40 minutes or something praying.
Very
before he-
crazy,
yeah.
yes.
So I don't understand changing the narrative like this just for your own political gain. How is that helpful? Like, don't you want to know why these people do these things so we can maybe prevent it in the future?
Well, I mean,
Exactly.
their favorite political vehicle is racism these days, so they're going to twist everything into racism in any way they can, or homophobia, one of those things.
Yes.
Specifically, you went there. If there's anyone who's racist, it's a mother who kills 6 Asian women. Your murders speak louder than your words.
So
See, yeah, it's all about the actions now.
yeah. Well, it's interesting because I remember when I first saw this video, I was looking up an article about the shooter, and it was an AP article. And the next story it was recommending me to read said, 4 people, including 7-year-old child, killed. And I was like, oh my God, this is crazy. And I click on the link, and like these 4 people were killed over a stimulus check, some sort of fight over a stimulus check. And everyone who was killed was black. But the guy who killed them was also black. And I'm like, well, under Trevor Noah's logic, he killed 4 black people. Therefore, this guy is
Therefore he's
racist. Like, what is this stupid logic? Like, oh, he killed. And because he also shot and killed non-Asian people too.
Yes.
And so
yeah.
This is all just, I get to determine your intentions based on your actions. It's almost like I'm going to apply systemic racism to individual people, even though that would be completely contradictory to the definition of systemic racism, applying to systems and not to people.
Yeah, this is
It's the same logic here as those people who, those instances where you don't like a character, like how people said they didn't like Rey from Star Wars and suddenly they were sexist. It's kind of like that. Like just because you are critiquing or you are damaging or seem to be assaulting, in this case, actual murder of people who are not of your color, not of your race or whatever, and it's assumed that because you killed these people that are from another cultural background, it must be because you don't like their cultural background or their ethnicity. But it's not always the case. It happens to be that weren't they all weren't a lot of, or majority of them, at least the Asians who were killed in this instance, weren't they like massage people, like exclusively massage people in this particular incident?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, because it's so they link together the Asian thing, but they don't link together the fact that they all work the same
massage
job
thing. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
And
Well,
that,
I think they
that
were
he
trying to
went
link that
there on
together now.
purpose. Yeah, I don't know. It's just,
Well,
it's just so
this
stupid.
is the like, it's easy to point to this and say that what Trevor Noah here is doing is mind rot, and this is basically my contention with the parasitic mind theme here, because what he's doing, like, these ideas are not infecting him in a way that's bad for him. They're actually very useful for him, because the people that adopt these ideas, this idea is basically gives them an electoral advantage in the next election. That's the whole reason that they stick on this narrative. The whole reason why they change reality around us so that they can enforce this narrative is so that you will vote a specific way in the next election. So these ideas are actually helping Trevor Noah and the social justice team, the Democrat team, however you want to look at it. So it's very difficult for me to say these are bad ideas for them when they're literally making them win at the polls. And I would argue they made them win in the last election.
So yeah, under the Gad-Sad metaphor or analogy, which you have such problems with, Trevor Noah would be the parasite, not the idea.
Yes, exactly.
And society would be the animal, not the person.
Yeah, he's definitely he is stoking racial tension, which I think is completely evil for society, for his own political advantage. How elitist is that?
Yeah, very. And also, what Trevor Noah is doing is literally racist, because if the shooter wasn't white, he wouldn't jump to the conclusion that the shooter was doing this because of race. He's only doing it because the shooter's white. That's it.
He's white, therefore he must be racist.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Which is racism, and racism is
racist,
evil.
6 Asians were killed. And In a way, what makes it even more painful is that we saw it coming. We see these things happening.
This is such a weird statement. We saw this coming. We saw that a random person, like sex-crazed person, was going to just randomly shoot up massage parlors that were supposedly offering sexual, sex acts. Like, who saw this coming? What is he talking about?
Yeah, everyone saw this coming. I mean, yeah, come on, Noah. Also, I hate it whenever they do this. Like, I'm so outraged. What makes me so disgusted? Well, from a normal person, I would say, okay, well, yeah, you're probably disgusted by this because it's a disgusting act. But when it comes from one of these elitist progressive types, we just talked about this. He's doing this for political gain. He's doing this. He's hyping it up more than. The racism and hyping up the racism specifically, because he knows not because it's wrong in his eyes, or because it's politically advantageous for him to do so. That part is disgusting to me. So it comes off as hollow and almost immoral to me.
Do you think he's a believer though? Because I think he believes.
Yeah, I think
he
believes this.
He's like a zombie brain. Seriously, I mean
the idiot type.
Yeah, the parasite analogy is useful if you think of these ideas like giving groups some sort of advantage over everybody else. Yeah, they're feeding off of other people. They're feeding off of other people's ignorance. This feeds into the uninformed voter.
Isn't there literally a zombie parasite that makes ants into zombies or something?
Yeah,
it's a little I forget what it's like, a plant or a fungus or something like that. They based that for Last of Us. That's where they based the zombies from Last of Us from.
So there's your parasite example, Adam. It's turning people into zombies like Trevor Noah.
He only sees race. That's all he can see. Everything must be filtered through this race filter.
It's sad because with Trevor Noah, it makes sense that he would have this warped perception because he grew up in South Africa during apartheid, and he's mixed race, and I don't remember who was white and who was black, but his parents were illegally married because they were white-black couple. And so he had to live this weird childhood where he had to pretend like his black parent wasn't really his parent, but was just a friend, because it was illegal for them to be married. So it's like he has all this history of why he would view the world that way. But then the problem is, then he comes over to America, and you're going to keep that same racialized frame and act like America's the same country as South Africa is completely insane and beyond what you should be doing. And I mean, this is like when they announced Trevor Noah was going to be taking over Jon Stewart's position. Everyone was like, who is taking over Jon Stewart's position? Some guy we've never fucking heard of. Like, it was such a weird choice in the first place. And now that I even think about it, it does seem pretty stupid that if you're going to have a show that's based around commentating on American politics, that you're going to have someone who literally spent most of their life not in fucking America, or at least their formative years. I don't know when he moved to America.
And a weird decision, considering you had to follow up the legend that was Jon Stewart.
Yes.
I really enjoyed Jon Stewart. He was pretty good.
Yes. But this is the most inappropriate choice ever. Right. Why is he even commenting on this stuff?
Because because we could have stopped this, Adam.
We could have stopped this.
Okay, could have stopped.
Yeah, anyone could have seen this coming. Some guy shooting up Asian massage parlors. Yeah, it happens all the time.
Well, maybe you know someone from the future. Give him the benefit of the doubt, Dev. Come on, you don't know.
What was it? Wasn't there a movie about that where someone could see the future and see future crimes, and so they go around arresting people?
Yeah,
Minority Report. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. Yeah, exactly.
He's a precog right here.
Look, Trevor Noah's right. We could have stopped this. Why is the government not investing in pre-crime, pre-cog technology? And I'll tell you why. It's because they don't care about minorities. That's
totally.
Why.
It's race. It's all racism.
With SJWs, I don't think it would be the precognition stuff. I think it would be more like the world of equilibrium, where you have these guys who can sense emotion.
Ooh.
the grammaton clerics.
Ooh. The grammaton cleric.
Now that guy right there in the crowd, yeah, he's doing wrong think right now. Arrest this guy.
I love that movie.
It's a good movie, and it's very relevant.
Good? No, amazing.
Okay. Sorry. It's an amazing movie. it's very relevant to the whole woke thing because in Equilibrium, it's very much copying sort of the communist, like everyone's telling on each other. Like parents are afraid that their children is going to tell the government on them if they have wrong think. And it's so funny because it's literally the world that's being crafted by all the woke cancel culture, is that all these people, even in their own communities, they're so terrified of voicing their opinions or saying anything outside of the accepted norm because, they could, make just one tiny misstep. They could say one wrong thing by accident. Oh, you're the bigot. You're canceled.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to go through that movie and see if you could trade the word feelings out for racism. Like everyone in that movie is just looking for racism everywhere. I think you had a racism. I think it was a racism, Dad. He looks at a puppy. He looks at a puppy and he's like, I feel racist.
It's racism going on over there. And they make you take pills to suppress your racism.
Yeah, there you go.
People have been warning. People in the Asian community have been tweeting. They've been saying, please help us. We're getting punched in the street.
Aren't they saying help us? Isn't it like blacks that are punching them? I'm a little confused here.
Well, that's what's even crazier about this whole thing is that, so he's saying that we should have known about this because for the last couple of weeks, there's been reporting on anti-Asian hate crime, which is, first of all, the real narrative here, the real reason that Trevor Noah is pushing this and that the reason media is pushing this as a race crime is because finally people have been starting to talk about the rash of anti-Asian hate crimes that seem to be going on in certain cities in America. But the problem is that these crimes have been committed often by young black males.
Yeah, black on Asian hate crimes is what I mean. Right. I'm just a humble caveman here.
Now, but some of it is just mugging, so you don't know if it's racially motivated. But some of it, they're not muggings; they're just randomly attacking people and then running away. So the assumption is that there's some racialized element there.
That's interesting because I've heard about the hate crime part. Haven't heard about much about the people who are doing the victimizing in that scenario.
Right. And so people have been pointing, like when the newspaper started reporting about this, all this anti-Asian hate crimes have been going on, and then they start trying to tie it to white supremacy. People are going, oh, wait a minute. How is it fucking white supremacy that's responsible for these crimes when it's not even white people that are being the perpetrators of these crimes? Mm-hmm. And so for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, there's been this back and forth narrative between the mainstream media trying to blame white supremacy and people pushing back and saying it's not white supremacy. And then finally, as if it's a godsend by woke Jesus, a crazy white man comes and horrifyingly murders a bunch of Asian people. So all the woke people get to say, see, we told you it was white supremacy. You should have just listened. You should have listened. We could have prevented this.
That's why he's so angry that it's not about racism. It was just about this guy's personal problems with sex addiction, addiction, it seems. And that's why it seems like he's so angry to me. Like that's what's fueling his rage. Like, how dare this not be an act of racism? How dare you? How dare you?
Yeah. And terrible.
Even if this was an act of racism, if the situation was changed, it was an act of racism, what could anyone have done to prevent it?
Oh, yeah, you couldn't have seen this coming. Like, what the hell?
More guns.
Yeah, well, I don't understand. Because, like, if say 2 weeks ago when the stories started coming out about the anti-Asian hate crimes, and say all those crimes were perpetrated by white people, okay? And so people start saying, oh, there's a real problem in our country with white people attacking Asians. Okay, how does that magically prevent this exact situation from happening now?
In Thomas Sowell in the book, I'm going to mess it up, White Liberals and Black Rednecks, talks about market-dominant minorities coming in predominantly like Asian and Korean, and them being totally resented by the populations of black, because they obviously come in low-income neighborhoods that are predominantly black, and then they start a business and are hugely successful, like within a generation, and it totally chaps all the people who've been, living in those environments for generations. So he points out this is probably the origin of the hatred between these, which might be a good. I mean, when I was seeing those muggings / the black on Asian hate crimes, I immediately remembered this section of the book and thought, okay, well, that's probably what's going on there. but the media is not prepared to to enlighten us with this narrative, correct?
No.
Obviously, this completely goes against their narrative because they want to say, and the reason Thomas Sowell brings it up in the book is he wants to say, listen, just because you're living in a bad neighborhood doesn't mean that you can't succeed, right? These people come over and succeed all the time. They do.
Or we're not prepared to have, or our media is not prepared to have that conversation.
No, they aren't really.
Whatsoever.
Yeah, no, it doesn't help them in the next election. It really doesn't. Yeah.
And we've talked about this on the stream many times, and it's not, it would be racist to equate this to Black culture, because it's not. It's a function of poor culture. Is that poor culture? Any culture that has to do with lower income is going to be self-defeating, and it's going to have an aspect. Like, all cultures are self-perpetuating. And so if you have a culture based around something that's not great, like being poor, then anyone in a poor community is going to often, not always, but is often going to look at people who are striving to do better and look at them resentfully.
With resentment, yeah.
Right, because then it reflects poorly on you, because it's saying, well, if they're succeeding and you're not, it must mean that it's your fault that you're not succeeding.
Well,
their whole fault.
The mainstream narrative is that there's this thing called white supremacy. It's out there. It's oppressing you. There's no way in hell you can get ahead. So, give up. So when you see these people come over and go, oh, wow, they're just totally getting ahead. Well, I guess this could play into that narrative, because now they're able to use that mainstream leftist narrative to say, okay, obviously they're Chinese or Korean, so therefore the white supremacy is not holding them back in the way that it's holding us back, and the resentment gets even worse.
Right.
Hold on. Exactly. What, I could have sworn I heard recently that they're trying to just declare that Asian people were just white people. They're in the same category.
Yes.
And they also want to do the same thing with Cubans specifically, because they voted overwhelmingly for Trump. Like they wanted to lump Cubans in as white. They wanted to take away their protective status, is what they said.
Yeah.
It's so funny because you have all these critical race theorists and woke academic types who they'll say, like, whiteness is evil. And then when you push back on that, you say, wow, that's super racist. I can't believe you say that. They say, oh, no. When I say whiteness is evil, I'm not talking about white people. I'm talking about a system of oppression, blah, 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 blah. They give the bullshit explanation. But then, as you just said, whenever there's some ethnic minority that's not falling in line with their dogma, they want to suddenly brandish them with the white brush.
Suddenly and all of a sudden, you're white.
Yeah, it's like, oh, so you do mean that white is evil, and it is some like category you can just throw on people.
Like, unless you fit this category, this is the most monstrous of all. Like, unless they fit the category that they have set the standard of, unless you fit the stereotype, then you are white. They revoked your minority card or something, or whatever they want to issue you.
Yes, unless you follow our dogma like a lemming, you're an evil white person. Or you're, an Uncle Tom or something.
Do you care if people are racist against you, Sitch? Because I really don't give a fuck, to be honest with you.
I mean, what do you mean? Like, if someone personally came up to me and was like, "Hey, you Jew," I'd be like, "Whoa, what the fuck?"
On Twitter and stuff, there's like kill all white people and all this stuff that they do. Like, there's a lot of racism towards white people these days.
No, it does bother. Well,
that affects me not at all. Like, I don't even care.
It doesn't bother me because I'm personally afraid some person's going to come and kill me because I'm white. Yeah. It bothers me because that is based. I see that as being a factor that's destroying our society. This perpetual obsession with race, this perpetual obsession with it's okay to be racist against white people, is destroying our society and will breed more white nationalist, more racist, and just make everything worse. So it does bother me a lot on that level.
You switched it a bit because that's not necessarily what I'm asking. Yes,
no, I know
that drives me. It drives me insane that racism is completely done in the open and nobody says, "Hey, by the way, isn't that racist what you're doing there?"
Yes,
that bothers the shit out of me. But the fact that it's targeted at me, I don't really care either way, because it's like, it's just the racism itself is evil enough. The racism towards white people just doesn't make a difference.
Okay, I mean, even on like an objective level, even if you take the emotion and the morality out of it, I mean, racism by itself is just kind of like an old it's an old instinct that we have from like our old days, I guess, when we were in tribes. That these people are different from us, therefore they must be dangerous or an enemy. Like all of a sudden, it's just a prejudice. But in the society that we live in these days, where we have kind of integrated and we kind of mixed together and everything, it's kind of a detriment, because if you're going to cast off a whole bunch of people based on this superficial elements, then you're really kind of putting a damper on maximum efficiency. So you can, if you just want to work with, for example, white people or something like that, and you're going to go all of a sudden just write off these maybe Hispanics or Black people or Asians who can meet the standard that you need. For example, if like you're trying to build a business and you only work with white people, but there's like a person over here who happens to be Black or Asian, who holds better skills than the white people you have access to currently, but you're going to write them off, even though they might be perfect or the best or even the only right answer because of superficial elements. So in today's society, the integrated society, the world society, it really, really holds you back, and it can really, really hurt you in the future.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Yeah.
Derek Drummond for $5 says, was Mao racist against the Chinese, according to Trevor Noah?
I guess
That's a good question.
Yes, I guess
question.
under
He
his
killed
standards,
tens of millions of them, right?
He would be, yeah.
I thought it was accidental though. It wasn't all genocide. Correct?
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
they died in a famine because he prescribed policies that were just ridiculous. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Did Mao do what was it, the Yersenkoism? No, not Yersenkoism. What was they thought like, we should use
there was
communism.
a bit of that. Yeah, for growing crops and stuff like that, and it totally failed. Yeah.
We believe that plants operate according to communism, and that the seeds will operate communally instead of trying to kill each other for nutrients. Yeah, that didn't work out too well. Sandy now for $5 says, I lived in Atlanta, and he did not do this in the massively Asian area nearby called Buford Highway. An obvious target if this was an anti-Asian and not an anti-spa.
Oh, I got you. So he went to the Asian spa in the white neighborhood because that's where he always went. Well, obviously he didn't go to the hood.
Right.
Hilarious.
Written on our doors. We're getting people coming up to us just saying, thanks for COVID, thanks for spoiling the world, thanks. We've seen this happening. And while
who's seen this happening? Are you guys seeing this happen?
He's so outraged. It feels so disingenuous. He just took it. He took the aspect that he wanted to run with and ran with it, and now he's getting on his soapbox to start saber rattling on something on an aspect that might not even been a factor in the murders.
There's a lot of Asians in my neighborhood, and I don't see anyone getting in their face and saying, you started COVID, or like walking away from them, or for shying away or leering at them.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm sure
maybe
it's
just me.
I'm sure it happens. I don't think it's like a widespread, 10% of all Asians have had someone come up to them and say, thanks for COVID, and then they coughed in their face. I don't think it's a widespread issue.
It would be on social media like crazy if that was happening. Are you kidding me? You'd get so many woke points for pointing that out.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
It would be ever present. This is just a myth, a theory.
Yep. Well, also,
he looked at me funny. He must think I started COVID.
Right.
No, I thought you were cute. Sorry.
We're fighting for it. Many people have been like, oh, stop being so woke and so dramatic. Kung flu, come on, ha 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 ha. It's just a joke. Yeah, it's a joke.
Okay, if the shooter killed a bunch of Asian people and said this is for starting the Kung flu, like the China virus, and you said, oh, okay, but that didn't happen. I don't think has any Asian person been killed in America, and the killer has said it was because of COVID. Has that happened at all?
Not to my knowledge, yeah.
No, not to my knowledge.
But
either.
it would be front page news.
Everywhere. Yeah, exactly.
The New York Times would have like an 8-page story on it.
It is interesting that you have the host of a comedy show who's saying, how dare these people make jokes like the Kung flu?
Yeah.
It's weird that all these comedians are coming out and saying, how dare people make jokes? It's strange. And I don't know, this is what the biggest detriment of social justice, when someone's brain has been infected by it. is that even if they were once skilled people, like I could see this happen with writers and comedians all across the board, and as soon as they become these SJW weirdos, even if they're right wing, like they could, there is such a thing, by the way, as right wing SJW. It's just from the different values. But at the moment that this sort of mentality infects one's brain, their work instantly degrades into meaningless goop. It's disgusting. It becomes almost completely without meaning, because then all of a sudden they can't. Remember when Jordan Peterson had the discussion with what's her name? I can't remember. Kathy Newman. And then they go over that discussion with like how can you say these things, and you might insult people. And he goes, well, you can't have a meaningful conversation unless you want to risk being offensive, because if you don't risk being offensive, it's a matter then you're not really saying anything. You're tipping on so many toes, you're tipping on so many eggshells that you can't really say anything of value at the very end of the day. And so that's kind of, I guess, is where it comes from. The HW mentality is don't offend anybody, or don't offend the people that you don't want to offend. And when you're in the arena of social justice, especially the progressive types, anyone could be offended by anything. So you really can't do that. You really can't say anything of value anymore. And that means you can't produce any art of value. You can't make any jokes of value. It must be this milquetoast, bland nothing, so that nobody in the world has any possibility or availability to get offended in any capacity, unless they're white or something.
This is a jab at Trump that he's making here. There's a bunch of articles about the. I didn't know this. Trump addressed at a rally, said "Kung flu." So
he's been popping up everywhere. It's like all of a sudden he's here.
I don't know that I support the President Trump making Kung flu jokes. If a comedian wants to make it, that's something completely different. But
I prefer raise your fists. I prefer raise your fists. Commie cough. I like that one.
Trump addresses. There's an article on the Daily Beast. Trump addresses Kung flu remarks. Says Asian Americans agree 100% with him using Chinese virus. Obviously, it's the Daily Beast, which is awful. But
Cullivar for $20. Thank you very much, Cullivar. Says Trevor Noah is a Tao in disguise. The cross correlations between the Tao greater good and SJWs is very scary. There you go.
Also, does Trevor Noah do the show from home?
Yeah, I think they have to. Yeah,
that must be so easy now, because he doesn't have to do anything that he used to do, that he had to do at a studio or whatever. I guess he just wakes up and basically all these guys are just YouTubers now, aren't they? With a higher budget.
Basically, yeah. Is the Washington Post liberal or
very
conservative?
It's
very
super
liberal?
left. It's not even liberal.
Okay.
It's like woke progressive.
There's a headline with Kung flu, Trump sparks backlash over racist language, and a rallying cry for his supporters. Man, this stuff worked during the election. This racist narrative completely worked.
Right.
I don't know why you think we're not going to get more of it.
Right.
I think, uninformed voters see conservatives now as 100% racist.
Tony96049 for $5 says, I live in Atlanta. That massage parlor was a brothel. Don't ask me how I know. Just ask yourself what was the Guatemalan man was doing there.
Don't ask any questions, okay?
I don't know.
I just know. I just know stuff.
Yeah. There you go.
I went for the articles, okay?
Yeah. I went to there for the massages. Exactly.
That has come the most tense times in human history. You knew that something like this could happen. If you just apply your mind, you know that it's going to happen. This guy didn't go and kill these women by mistake. It wasn't.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
He knew what.
Wait a minute. So if you just apply your mind, you knew it was going to. So Trevor Noah, you knew this was going to happen then, unless you just you didn't apply your mind. You knew this was going. Why didn't you say anything, Trevor Noah? Why didn't you say anything? Okay, with great power comes great responsibility. If you knew this was going to happen, maybe you should have said something or done something instead of drinking, I don't know, your 10th bottle of champagne that day on your private island. Okay.
Trevor Noah is Cassandra. Okay. He's there. He's trying to warn us, saying, no, a guy's going to shoot up a bunch of massage parlors and say it's not racist, even though it is racist because you called it the China flu.
Exactly.
It's happening.
Trevor Noah knows exactly what's going to happen after it's already happened, apparently.
Yes. Yes.
He's practically an accomplice. Did they find a MAGA hat in his car or anything? I'm curious.
Or video games. I got to condemn those video games too. The video games.
How crazy would it be if they find out that this guy voted like for Biden?
For Biden, yeah, I was gonna say
It'd be instantly buried. What was the political affiliation? We have no idea.
This story will never be seen again. Yeah, this guy wasn't following politics. Are you kidding? He could barely. He could barely stop thinking about the Tatas.
Yeah,
this guy was following lots of. He was following a lot of OnlyFans accounts. He wasn't really following politics.
You have a guy who has such a problem with his weird porn addiction that he can't have internet access, that he can't have a smartphone, that he's living with a roommate who he's like, you need to, take my internet away from me. He's having suicidal thoughts, all based around this sex addiction. So this guy's like a nuts, and he's got some huge problems. Okay. And so if you want to say, yeah, maybe, and I don't, and I think he actually did go to an actual rehab facility. And if you want to say, yes, we could have prevented this, and that America or certain states need to have better funding to follow up people who go to these centers to make sure that they are not a danger to themselves or the rest of society. Okay, make that fucking argument, Trevor Noah. Don't make the argument that people making jokes about the Kung flu is what created the situation.
Yeah.
What he was doing. And it's so frustrating to see this keep happening in America over and over again. America sees things coming. It knows something is going to happen, but it does nothing.
My God, this person. What the hell? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have paused so soon, but it's just driving me insane. What does he think? We're all fucking mind readers here?
Yeah, like this is insane.
How could you see this coming? Like how? This is so random.
It's so brave and so easy after a horrible tragedy to say, I saw this coming.
Well, I guess we could. I guess we could. If we should have known, we should have made massage parlors illegal. That's how we stop this.
Yeah, just make it illegal. Just abolish it.
Let's ban pornography. I guess.
No. Let's just have armed guards.
Sitch is like, no, don't bet. No.
First of all,
Sitch, I hear you loud and clear over there.
No, let's have armed guards outside of all massage parlors because we knew that this was going to happen.
Oh my
State-funded, taxpayer armed guards out of just massage parlors.
Yes.
They're all safe now.
There you go.
This is so ridiculous. This is so off the deep end.
To stop it, but then is all in on saying, oh, so tragic, who could have predicted this tragedy? Anyone who was looking at it could. Why?
I have an idea. Why don't you just ban? I have an idea. Let's ban guns. Remember how well that worked when we banned alcohol? Alcohol. No one drank alcohol anymore, and there was definitely no Al Capone out there. Definitely not. He was a right-wing conspiracy theory. That's what Al Capone was.
On Friday, me and Adam were on iHypocrites stream with Annika Skywalker, and they said something which blew me away, which is that not only are guns and knives illegal in the UK, but pepper spray is also illegal. So you have literally, I don't know if tasers are also legal, but it seems like you have almost no way of defending yourself in the UK if you have to walk home through a bad area at night or something. You're just totally fucked, basically.
It's like, someone committed violence. Well, everyone has to give up their knives now. Everyone has to give up their guns now. No defenses for the people. Because I think there was a comic book. I think someone made a comic where it's like the bad guys are saying, we can't rob this place. Robbing is illegal. We can't use guns. Guns are illegal, guys. We're about to rob this place, but have you seen the gun laws? We can't use guns here. It's illegal.
Mm-hmm.
Dang.
Possession of a stun gun is illegal in the UK. Wow, Jesus.
What?
There you go.
You got nothing.
And the more I hear from the UK, the more I'm really, really glad that we just broke away from those people.
Yeah.
In our own country.
I know.
Kind of fell apart,
that,
didn't it?
Your country's fucked.
It kind of fell apart after we left, huh?
Yep.
We were basically all they had going for them.
Yeah, when we sent people to America, they sent their best. Okay?
They sent their brightest, their best. Yes.
They sent all the people who said, don't tell me what to do. And
pretty much, yeah.
They all, generations of don't tell me what to do have been coming here ever since. We got quite the gene pool of libertarians.
I looked up what was actually a legal form of self-defense that you could buy in the UK. And it was like a spray bottle that looks like pepper spray, but all it does is actually just paint. It just dies.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And all it does is it just marks them, and it's like a very hard to get off paint that marks them, so they can be identified later. Like, oh, it's great after
they
being
beat assaulted. Wouldn't they just make them angrier? They're assaulting you anyway, and they're gonna spray them with paint.
They just match the paint to your dead corpse. It's great.
Yeah, exactly.
They can wrap up your murder.
After you've been beaten up or mugged or raped or murdered, it's okay because the police just have to go door to door and look to see if you have paint on you that matches the one that's on the corpse.
Paint never washes off. It's permanent.
Yes.
So they'll eventually find the guy.
Why are people interested in solving the symptoms instead of the cause? America does this time and time again. A country that wants to fight the symptoms.
That's why I fucking hate this stupid shit. If Trevor Noah actually gave a crap about solving the cause, then you'd have to try to actually care about figuring out what the cause is.
That's bad for the next election. The cause is the election. You got to understand. That's how this parasite works. The cause is the next election. The next election is all that matters. Kamala Harris, 2024. That's all he's thinking. Kamala Harris, 2024.
Maybe.
No, for a guy who has spent most of his time outside of America, has he listened to people who actually, I don't know, went around the world? Because I know I listened to some of these Marines, and especially true if you listen to your boy Zach. He talks about how there's actually a lot of actual racism out there in the world, and that America isn't so racist when compared to everything else.
Try France. They're the racist motherfuckers on the planet.
Yeah, all these other countries you go over, they're pretty either xenophobic or racist or something like that. It's just normal over there. It's not like a taboo. It's just part of the culture.
French supremacy.
Well, that's what's hilarious when, like, America is one of the most ethnically diverse countries in the world. And then they always try to get around this because they're like, oh, well, no, technically it's not because, this random European country has like 10 different flavors of white people. So it's more ethnically diverse. You're like, okay, thanks.
Symptoms and not the underlying cause those symptoms to take effect.
Those underlying systems is not racism. It's Trump. Trump is the root of all evil.
I'm just trying to let him get a whole sentence out. Everyone always gives us a hard time in the comments for pausing too much.
Well, it's hard because every word
every sentence
is so stupid.
I know it's triggering.
Pauses like EFAP pauses after every word.
I know.
Wrong.
Let's let him get his
point out. Every word you just
out.
said is wrong.
Let's let him get his point out. I have a feeling it's going to be. It's like let the triggering compound in you guys. Okay, I know. It's like trigger. Just let the trigger reverberate. Okay, watch what happens.
So invested in solving the symptoms instead of the cause. America does this time and time again. A country that wants to fight the symptoms and not the underlying conditions that cause those symptoms to take effect. Racism, misogyny, gun violence, mental illness. And honestly, this incident might have been all of those things combined, because it doesn't have to be one thing on its own. America is a rich tapestry of mass shooting motivations. But whatever you do, please don't tell me that this thing had nothing to do with race.
Don't they? He's saying that it may be all of those things combined, but that's the thing about like a strategy, right? If a tiger is coming from you, it might be a good idea to get into a tree. But if a pterodactyl is coming for you, getting into a tree might be a very bad decision. Like you might want to get into a hole. Like you have to find out, the challenge of the problem that you're dealing with. So just to say, it could have been all these things. All these things, we would fight misogyny and we would fight racism in completely different ways. This just makes absolutely no sense to me.
And I like what Trevor Noah actually also said here, where he says like it could be a combination of things. So even if the guy said it wasn't racism, even though we know he says exactly what motivated him, he could still say Trevor Noah could still make the argument that he's saying that's this, but it could also be racism. So even though the guy is stating something different, secretly, it could also be racism.
They're going to say that this is systemic racism because of the outcome. This is their new thing. They're like, it doesn't matter what the motivations were at all. If the outcome is a certain way, where a certain race or people of color or whatever are the ones that are impacted by whatever the situation is, then you have to you basically by definition call it systemic racism. So right
Right.
now they're eagerly looking for the systemic racism here. I believe, and if you guys want to throw some predictions on the table, they're always fun. That they're eventually going to come to the conclusion that, you know, the majority of people running massage parlors are Asian. That's a form of systemic racism because this is like I don't know, our system only allows him to run massage parlors because of racist stereotypes or something to that effect.
Yeah, minorities
And
have
therefore,
have no consciousness.
Yeah.
Even if the shooter says that, he thinks it had to do with his sex addiction. You can't disconnect this violence from the racial stereotypes that people attach to Asian women. This guy blamed a specific race of people for his problems and then murdered them because of it.
No, he blamed he blamed. He didn't even blame them. This wasn't. I don't even know. It doesn't even seem like he was blaming them. It seems like he was a crazy person who's like, I must remove all temptations from my life because I can't control myself. So that's why he tried to kill these people or did.
Well,
kill these people.
he probably
He's not
figured
blaming them.
Well, he probably figured he would be incarcerated, and that would remove the temptation. So
Well, that's true too.
the
That's
twisted
definitely
mind
true,
of a
too.
psychopath.
Yeah.
So
Stereotypes that people attach to.
Oh, and I was gonna say it's funny that there was this article that was also making this point about how like, oh, this is really racist because it has to do with sexual stereotypes about Asian women, and yet the article in one paragraph says, oh, there's this stereotype that Asian women are submissive sexual lotus flowers and that they're also overly domineering dragon mothers. And I'm like, wait a minute.
yeah, those are
Those don't go
contradictory.
together.
Yeah.
How can there be a
how can there be a stereotype of two exact opposite things existing in the same ethnic group of people? I'm very confused here.
To Asian women. This guy blamed a specific race of people for his problems and then murdered them because of it. If that's not
That's
racism,
not what he said,
then the
though.
word has no meaning.
It doesn't matter what he said. Okay. You bigot.
You bigot. You Nazi bigot. Okay. So we know better of what his motivations were than he does.
Right.
Okay. He even though he thought it was for one reason, we know, and we're going to force it to be the other reason. The reason we
Yes.
want.
Yes.
This is why they have things like lies,
Kamala
damn lies, and
2024.
statistics. Lies, damn lies, and statistics. This is where it comes from.
It does, definitely.
Yeah.
But this is
can twist
propaganda.
anything.
This is full
Right.
propaganda. This is like Democratic Party propaganda now.
Well, he doesn't. I think he really believes this, though. I don't think this is like him.
No, it's mind rot. Yeah, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
He believes
this
it.
is maybe Gad Sad is right. This is the parasite, the zombie parasite, the zombie fungus has infected his brain and turned it to mush.
No. Hold on a second. This is where I disagree with Godsod because you can't
know you
say. Well, you can't say that like the parasite literally feeds off of you. Its gain is at your expense. This stuff is making him into Superman. He has his own TV show. What are you
Yeah, but
talking about? This stuff is
if it-
great for him.
Yeah, but
Trevor Noah's rating.
it's melting his brain at the same time.
Well, it's destroying society. Like,
Yeah.
but it's doing great. That's the whole idea behind a parasite. The parasite comes in and says, I'm gonna fuck shit up, but I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win while I fuck shit up. That's exactly what Trevor Noah is doing. He's like, yeah, I'm fucking shit up, but I'm doing great. And it's even
Yeah, but
even
Adam-
better if you can do it with your brain completely off. Because then
if
anyone can do it.
If the zombie fungus takes over an ant
Mhm.
and it basically kills the ant, but then that ant becomes the best ant or the most popular ant in the ant colony, who really won in that situation?
Well, it would kill it would be at the expense of the colony, but for
No,
the
but what
ant.
if it's not? What if it's? Well, I mean, yeah, but I'm saying that you could say that the virus takes over the ant. The ant becomes the most successful and most popular ant in the ant colony. Therefore, that ant is able to say propagate or something, and thus spread the virus further.
As far as I've seen, the very first symptom of the virus.
Why would you call it a virus?
Is the lack
though?
of
You
sense
call
of
it
humor.
a tool.
Well, it's a fungus.
Hold on.
I don't know what I'm
There's
talking
a
about.
there's
like, in
a
real
there's
life.
a difference between a virus and a parasite. Okay.
Right.
Like the
I know,
virus
I know.
conflates the thing because things spread virally that aren't necessary. Like that's
Yes.
pattern of spreading as opposed to a relationship. A parasite is a relationship between a host and a parasite.
Right. Sure.
So where the host loses at the parasite's the parasite gains at the host's expense. That's the whole idea behind the dynamic of a parasite. But all I'm saying is,
I know what you're saying.
In God-Sod's framework, the ideas entering Trevor Noah's mind that have turned him into this NPC for wokeness are actually helping him, like turning him into someone that is very useful to the cause. So therefore, you couldn't really conceptualize them as a parasite because they're good for him. They're good for his progeny, for his career, for his everything. That's the thing about wokeness. That's what's scary about wokeness, is the fact that you have to look at the people who are using wokeness as a tool, like it's a very, very effective tool. You need to fight against that tool. I don't think conceptualizing it as a parasite is helpful.
Yeah, but
you see it as a tool.
Helpful.
You see it as a tool, Lit Dev, right?
Definitely. Definitely a tool.
Consulting one of your other tabs. You're worried that Trevor Noah is going to actually get porn banned within.
You gotta download it real quick.
I mean, we have infinite of that in hell. You know,
That's
so
true. That's true.
I'm only worried about America, because I know if they pull porn from America, the whole world is just going to go crazy.
The thing that's informative is you really only have certain groups that can speak out against certain things. So the group that is equipped to speak out against what actually happened in the shooting situation are the conservatives, because the conservatives are the ones out there saying porn is bad for society. The liberals. The liberals love porn to death. The liberals view pornography as the empowerment of women, so they're not even equipped to deal with this story at all. Like, what are they going to say about it?
I completely disagree with you. 100%.
Well, good.
Well, this came up
A-Team reigns supreme. Just
this
remember
came
whatever you say, just before you say anything, just remember, A-Team reigns supreme. Okay.
Best class is best class.
You can't say that without a super chat. That's illegal.
You just said A-Team reigns supreme without.
No, we're the underdogs.
Oh,
we're allowed to do this.
So you can be racist against S-Class, but S-Class can't be racist against A-Team. Is that
exactly? You've got it.
But this is
critical A-Team theory.
Yeah, this came up on the stream on Hypocrite stream on Friday. Is that the reason that I think you're completely wrong about this. Is it's not. The question is it the porn that created the situation, or is it the fact that he believed in this religious idea that the porn was evil, and that's why
you're right. Nobody's equipped to address this situation.
Yes.
No wonder everybody wants to co-opt it.
Right.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
That's what I'm just saying. Like, that's why you can't limit the conversation to.
But I'm not wrong though. My argument is correct. But you're saying the fact that there was a religious component to this also makes it so that the conservatives can't speak about it, because they would be forced to take a position that, sometimes religious belief can lead to bad outcomes as well.
I'm saying in a situation like this, it's probably impossible to detangle detangle it and say, okay, what caused him to do this? Is it because he had a porn addiction and he wanted to? And he was well, obviously, okay. We know that he was crazy, right? Normal person doesn't just do this, even if they have a porn addiction. So putting the craziness aside,
this isn't good problem solving. It seems very logical to me.
Wait, no, but putting aside the craziness, okay, the fact that a normal person, even a person with a porn addiction, even a person who's very religious, is not going to do a mass shooting. Okay? Putting all that aside,
totally,
you can't really. I think it's almost impossible to detangle to figure out, was it the porn addiction that caused him to do this, or was it the fact that he was addicted to porn and thought that was evil because of the religion? I don't think you can figure out which one of those is the factor.
That is a tough nut to crack, definitely. Yes, because Because if he wasn't religious and he was just a porn addict, would it still have led to the same place?
Right, and I could very easily seeing it could.
Yeah. Yes, I could as well. I mean, the whole idea behind religion is that it keeps you from becoming a porn addict, theoretically. Right. Yeah.
And did he, and I don't know, because I don't know if this has come out yet. Was he born super religious, or did he turn to religion because of the porn addiction? There's way too many. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there could be a million different factors in terms of this. So
wouldn't it be nice if Trevor Noah was digging into this, like, and trying to understand the situation?
You mean give us facts and information instead of just moral grandstanding? Whoa, hold on.
Do actual journalism, you know?
You would think he has far more.
I think you're asking way too much of this guy.
I am.
It seems like he has far more resources at his disposal than us to figure this stuff out. I mean, I seem to see 2 Emmys sitting on his shelf there, so it seems like he could dig in a little bit for. I would like to know. I think it would be entertaining. I think it would be interesting to know the real motivations of this. This
usually people would. The more Emmys someone has, I assume they have more resources than I do. They have 2 or more Emmys.
True.
It would not only satisfy my curiosity, I think it could also be helpful in preventing something like this from happening again.
Of course.
Yeah, which he supposedly, Trevor Noah is saying that we should have seen this coming from a mile away. How would we know that without the details?
At the very least, he could let somebody know. I mean, give a heads up. Hey, some guy is going to come shoot up your place soon. Maybe you should leave or move or close up shop and go somewhere else.
Yeah,
but he didn't. He just kind of, under his own assertions, he apparently knew this was going to happen, said absolutely nothing, and just let the murders be carried out so he could grandstand and use it for his own political cause. And that sounds pretty terrible, Trevor Noah. Well, sounds like a bad thing to do.
When you had that video of the black teenager pushing, or not teenager, but a young adult pushing that elderly Asian person to the ground, they died. Was Trevor Noah commenting that we should have foreseen this? That we knew that this was happening in America and could have stopped this?
I assume no, because the person who assaulted the elderly Asian man was probably misunderstood or sympathetic in some way. Right, or had what's the usual thing? Oh yeah, they got like straight A's in school and stuff like that. That's the usual thing that comes out about these people.
Sure, yes.
These assaulters and these robbers and everything. Like no matter what their background is, they're always good people, and they always have straight A's in school, and they always helped out at like the local soup kitchen or whatever.
Did we do the insane Trevor Noah video about the guy that was shot at the Wendy's, or did we just talk about him in that video?
I'm not sure. Yeah,
there was, if you remember, the guy who
I think we did it. I think we actually did it.
There was the guy at the Wendy's who he passed out in the car.
Passed out drunk in the Wendy's drive-thru.
In the drive-thru, blocking the drive-thru. So they call the police, and the police show up, and they're kind of having like a fine conversation with the guy for like 20 minutes. But then they go to arrest him because he's driving drunk. He freaks out and he starts like beating the crap out of the cops. He steals one of their tasers and he tries to tase him, and the cops shoot him. And after all this, Trevor Noah has this screed where he goes on, I can't believe they shot this poor man. Like, why did they have to shoot this man? I'm like, what? Are you insane? Are you fucking insane, Trevor Noah?
Yeah. Usually you just see the headline, police shoot unarmed man or something like that. They never look past the headline into what actually happened. Because I've met a lot of cops, and cops by and large are not these monsters they want to make them out to be. No, usually when something like that happens, because I had a cop come to talk to my school on several occasions since I was a kid, and just for them to draw a gun required a lot of paperwork and a lot of thought.
Yeah, so, they're like, I don't want to take my gun out. Are you kidding me?
There's a lot
I'll be working all afternoon.
Exactly. So if they can not pull their gun out, they'd rather do that than having to pull their gun out, maybe get into a tense situation, and then at best case scenario, they have to do they're drowning in paperwork for the next week.
What about a desk pop though? Those are acceptable. You know what a desk pop is?
I don't think so. It sounds familiar.
What movie? That's the movie with Mark Wahlberg and I can't remember it. Oh, it's a hilarious movie. Hey, we got a $20 super chat. Yeah, the other guys. That's it. Yeah. The other guys. Oh my God.
With Will Ferrell.
Well, Will Ferrell. Yeah, where he convinces him to pull out his gun and shoot it in the office. He totally peer pressures him into doing it. Yeah, it's called a desk pop. Everyone does it. A desk pop.
I was looking over how many mass shootings there had been this year so far.
This is what Sitch does in his downtime. He's like, let me just mass shootings this year. What a depressing life, Sitch.
Well, because you say, well, this one got so much publicity, and you're like, okay, well, there are a bunch of other ones where people don't get publicity. It's kind of interesting. And there was actually one in Florida in February where 3 cops were killed and 3 other cops were injured, all trying to serve an arrest warrant on one person in their house.
Wow.
And there was no publicity about that.
Was he white? He must have been white.
The shooter was white, yes.
Yeah, there you go. That's why no publicity. Yeah, obviously.
Right. I don't know if all the cops were white because I'm not racist and I didn't look into that because I don't care.
I guess assume they were all white because they weren't.
It would be a story then.
Out of racism.
Well, they might have been confused. They might have been like, I'm so, the cop was black, but he is wearing a blue uniform.
That's true.
I'm so confused here. I don't, what?
Mine's just pop like a balloon. It'd be crazy. Like, he's black, but he was also a cop. What do we go with? So that 2-button situation. Which one do we do? Is it racism or is it he killed a cop? Which one is
Are we moving towards a segregated society? It seems like pragmatically you're forced to. I mean, we have sex segregation. That's kind of the norm. Like, obviously, you don't have the male cops do like the vagina check for drugs. You call in the female officer to do that kind of stuff. So, I mean, that's a sex segregation, right?
Yes.
Read that $20
I kind of like
chat.
that.
We got a $20 super chat that you've been very rude.
Allard K for $19.99.
Lots of energy here. I like high energy.
A-Team reigns supreme.
Oh my God.
There you go.
I think I saw that one. It's just it's a whole $20 super chat. This is say A-Team reigns supreme.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, I love it when you guys do that. I'm totally torn though whether I should read A-Team reigns supreme or if it's better to have like the high energy or to make Sitch read it in his like it's very.
Well, you just do both. See, you do both. You get the best.
His very
of both
depressed
worlds.
voice. It's good either way.
David Gorlo for $4.99 says, "Don't forget how Trevor Noah admitted in his book that he and his friends terrorized an entire school of chosen people, and he feels no remorse." Is that true?
What?
Trevor Noah
really
terrorized of like a Jewish school or something? Like,
don't let Twitter know about that.
I didn't hear about that at all. That's crazy. Send me a link on that. I'm curious as to what the follow-up for that is.
Oh no.
J-Mac for $50. Thank you so much, J-Mac. Wow.
Yeah, you find that book, by the way, and you find the section. Don't tweet it out. So I definitely won't retweet it or anything like that.
J-Mac says, love Literature Devil. He's always a treat on EFAP. Do you guys think race relations will continue to get worse, or are normies starting to see the insanity enough to actually do something?
Well, thanks. Appreciate that. But I think they will try to make it worse. But normie people, by and large in America, people aren't racist to this horrendous extent that the media wants to paint them out to be. Normal people just accept one another in America, at least. So it's just these weird progressives and these weird like far right people who just don't like other races. They're just kind of prejudiced against other people based on skin color alone. So those people, and unfortunately, a lot of these people tend to be in positions of power. So it seems like the whole world has gone mad. But it's kind of like the people who can control the narrative, people who can control what we see, painted that way. But the average person on the street, I don't think so. I don't think they're these racist monsters.
There was
I think normies are going to put a stop to this. I think normies are starting to see the insanity. That's my 2 cents.
That's my prediction as well. That's where I would go with.
Just because if they don't see it in their normal everyday lives, they're like, what are these people talking about?
I think it even extends beyond normies. There was someone wanted us to cover a 4-hour Destiny stream for today, and which we're not going to do. The only thing that was actually to me very interesting about the stream was that Destiny was in it, Vosh, and a bunch of other lefties and leftists were in the stream, and all of them but one was basically saying that leftism is becoming terrible and cancel culture is out of control and terrible. And they don't really. And even these people, even Vosh said that he doesn't trust the left to accurately pick out who fascists are and cancel them.
Oh my God.
So,
we're winning.
know.
Vosh
I
said
know.
this. Holy shit.
It's so, I'm like, this is so funny because it's like, yeah, they're starting to wake up to the fact that they're out of control.
You
So,
can't tell who's who exactly. Well,
Yeah.
not only that, the incentive structure is not to know who's who, because you're going to get head pats either way, even if it's a false positive.
I think the wokeism really maps onto equilibrium and communism very well in terms of that a lot of people gain status by destroying and tearing down the status of other people.
Yes.
That seems to be
totally.
that seems to be the primary way for people to gain status in the woke sphere.
Yes.
So they're constantly like on the prowl, like gotta find, like, let me look at the person who's doing the wrong thing. And so whenever anyone starts to climb the hierarchy, they elevate themselves in the woke hierarchy, they put a larger and larger target on their back to be clawed down by someone else.
Totally.
Oh, it's kind of like this documentary I saw on samurais, or the samurai society in that's era in Japan.
They did the same thing?
They kind of did. Or you had to you brought back a head from a battle, and you brought back the head from an enemy that you slain, and you presented to your lord, and your lord would reward you in however manner he saw fit. And it depends on the head you bring back. So you bring like the head of a soldier, like you might get some, I don't know, some small reward. But you brought back the head of a general, you might get you might go from a low tier person to a samurai class person.
Wow.
Depending on what you did. And it all depends on what kind of head you bring back and how many you bring back. In fact, it was so dependent on that, according to this documentary I saw, that samurai from the soldiers from the same army would kill each other to steal each other's heads that they collected, so they could bring it back. And that reminds me that now that you put it that way, yeah, it reminds me of that. Like I want to tear this guy down. No, I want to tear this guy down. His head is mine.
So there you go. See, I just thought it was ridiculous in Lord of the Rings: Shadows of Mordor that the orcs would level up by killing the main character, but now I see it's based on history. So
based on history, historical fact. It's an awesome game, by the way. I really like that game. I don't even like the story or whatever. I just like
story's terrible, but yeah, the game's great.
I really like killing the orcs. I like that. What's it called? The Nemesis thing?
System. Yes.
Yeah, that's incredibly fun.
It's sad that the story was so bad, and it could have been fixed. So, and this is a total tangent, but I just want to say that the Shadow of War games could have been so easily fixed storyline wise, because all the drama in those games is awful, but all the comedy is actually hilarious, which is weird because you would never think of a Lord of the Rings game as being funny. And it's actually set up to be the perfect buddy cop movie. All they had to do was make Talion the main character. Instead of making him a dark, broody, edgy, serious guy, make him sort of the cowardly comedic character who just wants to escape, who's stuck with the very ultra serious ghost of Celebrimbor stuck inside of him, who's making him do all this stuff.
Lord of the Rings buddy cop movie. That would
have been amazing. Could you imagine?
That'd be pretty good, yeah.
Yes. Lord of the Rings buddy cop movie. I'm telling you.
It'd be fantastic, actually.
Other Guys was a buddy cop movie. I love buddy cop movies.
Other Guys is hilarious.
I'm game. I'm game. Anything buddy cop, I'm totally game.
Best scene in that movie is when
Other Guys.
Who's the good cops? It's The Rock, and who was the second like super cop?
When they play the Little River Band, when they talk about the Prius being the vagina on wheels.
No, remember there's like The Rock and some other cop who are like the super cops.
Oh yeah, they are.
Is it Terry Crews? I forget.
No, I think it's who's the guy from Pulp Fiction? Come on, he's huge.
Oh, is it Samuel Jackson?
Samuel Jackson, yeah. Samuel Jackson.
Yeah.
The Rock.
When they're on the roof and they're chasing the guy.
Let's
and
jump!
We can jump into that bush. And then they jump, and it's like the 10-second slow motion scene of them falling.
Oh my God,
and then it just cuts to them both being dead. And they're like, what do you think? What did they think they were doing? What was their plan exactly?
Come on, you felt that way. Come on, we're invincible. It's such a good trope to make fun of that. We are invincible in so many movies. Yeah.
Yes.
And as if the violence, as if the trauma isn't enough, the part that breaks my brain, and I think so many people get affected by this as well, because it feels like you're crazy when you're watching it, is where you see the police officer come out and almost trying to humanize the shooter more than...
Oh my God, throwing the police under the bus.
I know.
Going by the playbook.
Do you understand how law enforcement works? like convictions are all about motive. You
Try to understand
imbecile.
why he did it. And trying to understand why people do crimes is a pretty important thing in preventing future crimes. Like, what are the factors that are going to result in certain crimes? That's why they get like the whole thing where if you get this neighborhood, it probably might be in this economical structure or whatever it is with these sort of scenarios going on over there. You might get these crimes going on. You might get the
isn't motivation totally essential in between like manslaughter, murder one, whether or not it was premeditated, like what the motivation was, all separated. Like all of that fucking shit.
And
crime
even
of passion,
more so
premeditation.
With a hate crime, the difference between a hate crime, I mean, the way something can be ascribed to be a hate crime is literally if the motive was racial. That's the entire thing. You had to figure out if the motive was racial or not. This
is so crazy. And why? Like, do you think the cop wants to come out and start a race riot in his town where he's the one that has to like go out and clean up?
No, he's not Trevor Noah. Of course, he doesn't want to start a race riot. He doesn't even work for the media.
Yeah, this is crazy. The media is literally at odds with law enforcement now. I have no doubt that if this was the least bit racially motivated, law enforcement would be on top of it.
Well, of course they're opposed. The police don't want race riots. The media wants race riots.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Their wants and needs are completely opposed to each other.
Yeah, wow.
No, so what he's referring to specifically, it's really gross, is that there was a press conference about this.
Yeah, I remember. I saw the press conference.
Yeah, and it's funny because you have like the black mayor who the cop works for. So he's so racist. He's fine working for a black mayor. And there was some other like police chief who was black. And they only pick on this guy because he's the white guy. So if he says anything that slightly seems to be problematic, he gets in trouble. And they totally take out of context what he said, because the line that Trevor Noah is so focused on is that the cop said, the police captain said, he was talking about the shooter. He was pretty much fed up and kind of at the end of his rope. Yesterday was a really bad day for him, and this is what he did. And so they're like, oh my God, how did he say that? He's like defending the shooter. He's humanizing the shooter. But no, actually, if you watch a little bit further, if you watch 10 to 20 seconds before he says that, you'll see that the context is he's explaining what the people that interrogated the shooter told him the shooter's motivation was. So he didn't come up with the idea and say, oh, this poor shooter was at the end of his rope. He's saying, this is what the people that interrogated him told me. They told me that he said he was at the end of the rope and that yesterday was a bad day for him.
Actually,
so it's basically like quotes.
I just assumed that was the case. That's why he said that, because he was asked or trying to explain what he knew about the shooter and what his motivations were. Not that he just came out and tried to defend the guy. That's what cops usually do when asked questions about this stuff, because it was a media hit. Then of course he's going to be asked questions about the stuff, and of course he's going to probably try to explain things from what they know. So that's why I assumed why he said that, because he's trying to explain the motivation to somebody.
Right.
The reporter asked the question, though. I think he was answering a question. The reporter was like, "Is this a hate crime? Are they after Asian people now?"
The reporters kept asking, is this racially motivated? What were the motivations here? And all the police and the mayor, they're all trying to be very cautious with how they explain this.
They don't want to race riot.
Right. And so this captain is just reporting what he was told by the investigators. Right. And it's so funny that they're saying that he's some sort of racist bigot who doesn't care about the victims, because the same police captain, the reporters kept asking them, were the massage parlors actually, involved in sexual activities or anything illegal? And he kept saying, we don't know anything at this time, but we're not going to victim blame. Okay. So the same guy he said it like 3 times, says, we're not going to victim blame. We're not going to victim blame. So this is the guy they're saying is racist against Asians.
Wow. Well, plus he frequented the parlors quite often. So no, we don't. That's a joke, guys. I made a joke. Okay. That was a joke. We don't know that.
I personally knew all these women. They're all good women.
We don't know that the police captain wasn't frequenting. I mean, we don't know that he was, but we don't know that he wasn't.
Cullivar for another $20. Cullivar.
I thought we stopped doing $20 super
always
chats.
Gives us so much money. Thank you, guys. Cullivar says, Adam, it doesn't matter what you say, only what you do. Do you know the only time it does matter what you say? When you say, S-class is best class. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, my God.
Bam.
Perfect.
Bob Obb for $10 thank you, Bob, says the entire racism story never made sense from the start. If you know anything about the white supremacist literature, yes, there is such a thing. White supremacists consider Asians to be honorary whites.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
I don't know. Wait. That's like a backhanded compliment if I ever heard
it.
Wait,
hold on. Wait. So that's in the actual white supremacist literature that Asians are complimentary white. That's the same thing that progressives say. Asians are white.
Well, it's like the joke. Is it woke or is it racist? You can't tell.
I guess same thing. Yeah. We would like to welcome you into the white supremacist network. How about fuck off, maybe? How about no?
Actually, from I remember from what Mark Waid said during the whole debacle between when your boy Zach was suing Mark Waid, apparently white supremacy is a spectrum. So
of course,
there's different
Oh
shades.
my god!
It's actually kind of. It actually is kind of funny because, you know, all these woke people and the Antifa people, they're so terrified of the white supremacist, white nationalist uprising, and yet white supremacy and white nationalism is so horribly unpopular in America.
Totally.
That they have to open their doors to people like Nick Fuentes, who would not even be considered white, 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. That's how unpopular they are. They have to broaden their racial diversity just to get more people on board.
Sad. Very sad.
The people who got shot. He was at the end of his rope. It was a bad day for him. For him? Yo, yesterday was a bad day for him? No, yesterday was a bad day for all the people who lost their lives. It's a bad day.
So he's basically saying it was a good day for him? I'm confused.
I'm pretty sure it was a bad day for him, like objectively speaking. It was a pretty bad day.
I think it was a bad day for everyone, right? I mean, tragic situation.
Yeah, it was a bad day for the victims. I'm pretty sure it was a bad day for him too. Especially as you know what the circumstances are.
Trevor Noah.
Horrible day for the couple, the random couple that was just in the massage parlor.
Trevor Noah is just being very disgusting, just saying, how dare he use this language. It sounds like when I hear this out of context clip that he's showing all this sympathy to the shooter and none to the victims, because I watched a 5-second clip before going on my national show and broadcasting my idiotic, ignorant, racist, stupid talking point to the world.
Yeah.
Great. Good job, Trevor. Way to go.
It's always interesting who police try and find the humanity in. Like, I can guarantee you, if a black person or brown person went on a mass killing spree in a white neighborhood, not would a police officer go on TV and say, well, he was kind of at the end of his rope and this is what he did.
Give me examples of where that exact scenario occurred and they didn't support the guy. They knew the same exact thing. They just reported on what they knew and the facts and the circumstances around it.
Well, Trevor also, he was this big advocate of that if the people on the Capitol riot were black, that the Capitol riot police officers would have just mowed them all down with guns and never let them enter the Capitol building.
Pretty sure that's what would happen. Pretty sure that wouldn't have been the case. Like, you can't have like these people who work for the government just mowing down unarmed civilians just because. You can't. That's not good. That's not how things are supposed to be working.
No.
Mowing
no matter
down.
who it was. No matter who it was. I mean, black, white, whatever. You can't have these federal officers is mowing down civilians. It wouldn't. That's not how it would work.
And it's even stupider because if he actually gave a crap to research any of this, you'd see that a lot of the reason that the Capitol Hill police were so underprepared for the riot was because of how bad it looked when they cleared the church. When Trump wanted to go to the church and wave the Bible there. They got so much backlash from the press, which I think was rightfully so. But that the military and that the Capitol Hill police were very cautious that they didn't want that incident to happen again. So it's literally the exact opposite of what Trevor Noah thinks.
Yeah, and this whole thing about this narrative of them always wanting to completely demonize people. Now, I saw the records of the videotapings of the interrogation of, like, I think was his name, Nicholas Cruz, the one who did the Parkland shooting. Mm-hmm. The cops didn't treat him like this monster. They actually brought him in. They tried to be very personable with him as soon as they brought him in.
My God. Is this the guy who these stupid idiots on Twitter like, oh, these cops sympathize with the white supremacists. They even brought him Burger King. Oh.
Yeah. They stuff like that. And
I thought that was the other guy.
It might have been. I know Nicholas Cruz, they brought him in. I saw the tapes. The guy who interrogated him was mostly very nice. Yeah, he's stern. Yeah, he's like, you did this, okay? But we just... He held him accountable, but he didn't treat him like this horrific monster. And the reason for that is it's the same reason why we have
they want to trick him into fucking condemning themselves.
Yeah, that's usually where the interrogation goes. They try to be your friend and everything. But we
Right.
also see this historically with the Germany, because what happened with Germany is that we demonized them for World War I. Like we just heaped all the responsibility on World War I on Germany, and that put them in such an antagonistic state that we ended up with Hitler and everything. That put them in such a state that it's created the
Right.
circumstances for one of the most evil regimes to ever take place on the earth.
Well, right.
Demonizing people is not the way to get them on your side. Demonizing people is not the way to stop this from happening. Especially if you're demonizing in generalities, a whole populace of people, like Trevor Noah was trying to say, white people are responsible for this. Like these racist white people are trying to kill these trying to fear monger, and it's creating this antagonism between entire groups of people based on this rhetoric.
It's interesting because that ties back again to sort of like the communist view of the world. Because part of the reason, when Germany was split between the Allied powers and the commies, the Allied powers were like, "Oh, we should rebuild Germany, make it better, give these people a better way of life, so that there isn't a repeat of Hitler." They don't have the economic circumstances that led to World War II again. But the commies were like, "Fuck these people. We're gonna suck all the resources out of their country and then punish them and make their lives suck." That was literally their attitude.
Yeah, pretty much was. Yeah.
But yeah, Adam, you're right. It was Dylan Roof was the one.
Yeah, I looked it up.
complaining.
Cops bought
Yeah.
Burger King for Dylan Roof following his arrest. Like my thing is, do you want to get information that's going to lead to a conviction and this guy's going to go away for a million years? Or do you want them to like beat him up on the way in and he doesn't say anything and lawyers up? Like, what do you want?
Exactly.
What do you want?
Oddly enough, I've said it before, and this is odd coming from what movie I'm going to cite, was that the Hateful Eight movie, where Oswaldo, where his name is.
Hateful Eight was great.
I like the movie, but he has a really good speech, a little breakdown of justice and what's the difference between mob justice and systematic justice. The justice system is that the mob justice is basically what SJWs are, the cancel culture. I feel you are guilty, therefore you are guilty, and therefore we're going to just hang you or whatever, or kill you or stone you to death or whatever it is. And it's usually what you saw in like this primitive old world dark age kind of justice, the witch trial thing that they make fun of in Monty Python. You look like a witch, therefore you are a witch, therefore we're going to kill you. As opposed to the justice system, which might result in the same thing, your death, but it's going to go through a different process and the most important element of that is the dispassion, objectivity.
Yeah.
That's how you get to the truth.
Right. And as you said, Adam, the entire point of these people when they interview these mass shooters, and they're not gonna like it's like Twitter people are so dumb that they watch 24 and they think like this is how the police interrogate. Like Jack Bauer comes in and he like throws the chair. He's like, "Where did you put the bomb?"
They don't even interrogate like that in 24. It's just the show is called 24 because they're under time constraints.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like no, and these are the same people that again are the ones that are criticizing the treatment of the suspected terrorist in Abu Ghraib and in Cuba and all this other stuff, but they get so bent out of shape because I guess they don't understand how police interrogations work. Whereas you said it's exactly true, Adam. They're trying to get a confession from these people just to make the trial as easy as possible. They try to get as much information as possible. So they're like, "Sure, you're hungry. We'll give you some food. We're going to totally play the nice cop with you.
Good cop, bad cop. Yeah.
Totally going to play the good cop with you. And then they're going to screw you over." And you can watch any video. That's a police interrogation or that's about someone explaining to you during a police interrogation. They all say the same thing. They say, the cops are always going to pretend to be your good guys.
Yeah.
Don't say anything to them. Just request your lawyer because this is what they do. They always try to pretend.
We do it on our show with our guests. That's what we're just warming Literature Devil up right now to hit him with the whammy.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly. It's like here. It's like, oh, you don't need an attorney. Here, have a hamburger.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're just having a discussion.
Let me read you your rights real quick here. We'll get this. No big deal. You'll
it's
be
just a
home.
formality. You're not really under any suspicion. You're an attorney here.
Yeah, kid. Everything's fine here. Yeah.
So it's almost as if demonizing the guy right off the bat will antagonize him and polarize him so much that he'll just shut up and not give you anything.
Right.
But treating him like a person or human being will open him up to something deeper, so you can get into his mind, see what else is ticking under there.
You see, they only do this with white people because the cops are racist. So
well, these
like
woke people, so many of these woke people are just so sadistic. Like you see them responding on Twitter and you think this person's like a psychopath.
These are deranged people.
You would think they would like the fact that the cops are totally fucking with them, like completely lying to them, pulling the wool over their eyes, just so they can get the story out of them to fucking destroy their lives. Like,
yeah, but that goes against their narrative that all cops are racist. So,
oh, I guess you're right.
That's what's more important to them.
I mean, I'm looking at this picture of this cop behind Dylan Roof, and it looks like she, like if she could kill him with her stare.
I just want to know that point out that look, I paused it. It's the this is the perfect screenshot.
I was about to say, I was about to point out that's it.
What do you
I don't know
mean?
what meme that would be, but it looks like a meme picture.
No, yeah, he's Raycon sunglass or Raycon Raycon headphones is what you need to Photoshop in his hands there. Raycon headphones.
That's just the perfect face right there.
Capitalism is evil. By the way, buy this product from use my code. Okay,
That's right.
Buy this product from me.
Nothing says racism like Raycon Raycon headphones.
Capitalism is evil, comrade. Thank you for the $20 super chat.
Would a police officer go on TV and say, well, he was kind of at the end of his rope and this is what he did? They barely have patience for black protesters who are not killing anybody.
Oh my God. Did he really just say that?
What's the example he would use for that?
Well, there's like half a dozen people have been killed. What's he talking about in protests?
Well, he's also this is so dumb. He's confusing the police in the act of trying to arrest someone for committing a crime or prevent someone from committing a crime to once the police have arrested someone and them investigating the crime.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, obviously the police, when they're arresting you, are going to, if you're trying to like evade capture or you're resisting, obviously they're going to be a lot more violent with you than they are after. Like, this is the stupidest comparison.
Yeah.
And the frustrating is that it did not have to happen. It does not have to happen. From the top to the bottom, the politicians who are going to cry now and say, oh, we're so sorry. Yeah, but when it's happening, when politicians are out there saying Kung Flu and all of these, what are we doing?
If only
when did this come out?
Donald Trump hadn't said China virus, Adam. If only he hadn't said China virus, this wouldn't have happened.
So is the argument really that there's apparently some guy out there saying, oh, the president said China virus. I got to go kill everyone.
I did not. First of all, the Kung Flu comments came out in June of 2020. I didn't even hear about them. I just found out because I looked it up on this show. So he's going all the way back to June of 2020 and saying that was what inspired this mass shooter.
Yes.
Donald Trump said Kung Flu.
He said Kung Flu once, and therefore that equals mass murder.
Yes.
Well, it looked like he responded to the Kung Flu statement and said, "Get fucked! I'm going to say Kung Flu as much as I want." Typical Trump fashion, right? But he did get
I like it a lot.
Kicked out of office for that kind of zany stuff.
Is there like a time limit where like this expires, or is it just forever? If someone kills an Asian person 5 years from now, is it still because Trump said something?
It will always
it's
be
all
Trump.
Political.
It will always be Trump. It will never be just. It will just always be Trump. Like it could be 1,000 years from now, and it'll be Trump. It'll be Trump's fault.
Are we going to show the clip of Biden falling down the stairs? Because it is hilarious.
I mean the one where
where Trump
watch
that?
Is hitting golf balls.
The Trump hitting golf balls is hilarious too. I thought it was funny that Trump's kid shared that on Twitter. Eric Trump shared the meme.
He's always sharing this stuff.
So he's like just a full on troll. I thought he was trying to.
He was doing that while Trump was president.
Oh, okay.
Well, remember that's what got Pepe labeled a hate symbol. Is that not Eric, but Don Jr. shared the meme.
Yes, Don was the one sharing it. Not Eric.
Shared the meme of the I forget what did Hillary call them?
Do you think Don?
Deplorables?
No, like the despicables. What'd she say? She said they were all
deplorables.
Deplorables, yes.
Yeah.
She said they shared the deplorables picture and they had the Pepe there, and that's what got Pepe banned as a hate symbol.
To be fair, if the media were doing to my dad what the media is doing to Trump, I would definitely be. posting on all those memes without remorse and without mercy.
Well, I was gonna say, do you think the two Dons like sit down together at Twitter and like share some memes, share some memes together? Hey,
I don't know, but
Dad, come
that's
over
headcanon
here.
Now. That's definitely headcanon. I want like this idea of the meeting of the Dons is coming together and say,
The two Dons.
okay,
I know it's perfect, isn't it?
Okay, son, here's the memes I want you to share. Okay, Dad.
You know he did. You know he showed him that meme of the golf thing. It's so hilarious. For those of you who haven't seen it, Biden was walking up a flight of stairs to get into Air Force One. He ended up stumbling like 3 times. It was crazy. And someone edited together Trump swinging a golf ball. The golf ball hits Biden in the back of the head, and he falls. And he hits it again, and it falls. It's so good. But Don Jr. ended up sharing that meme. But he showed it to Trump. He said, "Look,
yes, of course,
look, Dad."
Of course.
And then he hit like retweet or send on the tweet right in front of Trump, and Trump was like, "I'm still on Twitter."
The meme that I liked was you had the flight of stairs was Obi-Wan, and it says you can't do this, Biden. I have the high ground. And then Biden is Anakin, and it says you underestimate my power.
Oh my God,
that's
hilarious too.
I don't know if Trevor Noah talks about it, or if I don't remember if David Pakman talks about it in the next video. But they're all attacking this cop too, the police captain, because they're like, oh my God, he bought a T-shirt. Okay, he bought a T-shirt that makes fun of the coronavirus, and it says. It's like a little T-shirt that says coronavirus imported from China. And it says it like the way Trump says it, China. And
oh, really?
Yeah. And they're like, see, this is proof. This is proof that the captain is racist. Of course, ignoring the fact that if you look at the logo of the T-shirt, it's a parody of the Corona beer logo. And the Corona beer logo says, imported from Mexico. So it's just mocking that, saying imported from China. And they're like, no. This shirt that would have existed everywhere in the 90s and early 2000s in like those shops in Louisiana, when you walk down, you see all those like silly T-shirts. No, this is the racist shirt. It's proof positive that he hates the Asians.
And if they call it the English flu, I'm pretty sure no one had a problem with it.
No. It's only because, in America, we have this problem where, Chinese people are so marginalized that, just have to be so cautious.
They're so marginalized by the progressives. They're marginalized by the progressives until recently.
Yes, exactly.
Then we can all do something to try and fight against this. We can't stop every evil person. Please, I'm not saying that. No, someone's gonna be like, oh, there's always gonna be evil. Yeah, but what we can try and do is create an environment where we're not letting specific people be targeted because of the color of their skin.
These people weren't targeted because of the color of their skin.
Yeah. We try to stop that.
Like he's not offering anything other than moral grandstanding. It's really easy to get up there and say nothing for like half an hour or 5 minutes.
What are the specifics here? How would he have stopped this? He's like, we need to create an environment where we're not racist. It's like, oh, thank you, Trevor. oh, so brave. Why don't you start that, Trevor? Why don't you create an environment that's not racist?
We want more good things.
Like a horrible job at that.
I want more good things, and I want less bad things. Yes. Whoa, hold on. Was this Sophocles over here?
Adam 2024. Only good
Aristotle.
things.
And next Aristotle. I want more good things and fewer bad things.
There you
Whoa,
go.
Hold on. This next political philosopher over here.
The
Watch
next
out,
Socrates. Yes.
I found the shirt.
Yes.
The COVID-19 shirt.
Mm-hmm.
So how did they find out the cop bought one of these?
Because he on his Facebook page, he liked a post or linked it and said, I like this shop that sells this funny T-shirt or something.
Oh, he didn't buy one. He just said he liked it.
Well, we were assuming he bought one because he liked it, or he said, I don't know. Maybe he said he bought it. I don't remember. He did something on his Facebook about the shirt. They liked it.
This shirt is racist, I guess. Okay.
That's the accusation. Yeah. See, look, and you can even see it's the same. If you were to hold up like a Corona beer label, it's like the same color patterns.
So I know. Yeah. I love this thing where you take an old logo and you.
So obvious.
Yeah. I think that's the most offensive part of the shirt is that it copied Corona because Corona is disgusting.
The fact that you said that is racist. Okay. You're not allowed to not like beers from certain countries.
It does have an American flag on the shirt too, which is
true. That's pretty offensive.
An American flag, as you know, is always racist.
Jonathan Watkins for $2 says, Literature Devil, is your avatar a reference to Pools Closed?
I don't think so. It's a reference to American Psycho.
Yeah, it's Bateman.
Yeah.
I love it. It's awesome.
Does he mean the Pools Closed like the Pools Closed meme? But like the guys with the afros? I don't know. That's the only Pools Closed meme I know what you're talking about. Anyway.
In this instance, find an anti-hate organization. Try and work with them. Reach out to people who need support. Donate your money, donate your time, whatever you can.
Yeah, give your money to a place that's completely going to take it all and spend it on administration fees and not help anything whatsoever.
And new yachts and stuff like that for the business. For the
terrible, terrible advice here.
I got in this big argument with people about how come none of the progressives or Democratic politicians who promoted the bail release fund after the protests got in trouble for helping a program that's just bailing people out that are, possibly criminals, breaking buildings, looting and rioting, doing all these negative things. And they got in this big argument with me. They're like, well, wait a minute. How do you know they're doing that? Maybe they're only using the bail fund just for protesters who were just arrested for breaking curfew. And I'm like, okay, well, let's look it up. And like right in front of them, we looked it up. And it's like the organization that they're all sending this money to, that existed before the Black Lives Matter riots. And their entire goal is they're just against the concept of bail at all. They don't think bail should exist. They think everyone should just be able to get out and just wander around until their trial, I guess. And there's even a question where some journalist is asking them, well, wait a minute, what happens if you do you screen who you give bail to? Like, what if it's like a dangerous criminal? And they're like, oh, there's always going to be dangerous criminals, but we just believe bail is bad. Like he gives some complete bullshit answer about why he doesn't screen who gets the bail money whatsoever. They just give it to everyone that they want to give it to.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But do something. And most importantly, let's try pay attention so that it doesn't happen again.
Oh, I've got to emphasize.
Because the truth is, we could see this coming.
Yeah, the guy who didn't pay attention to anything is telling us to pay attention. Oh my God.
Look, Trevor Noah, stop saying you could see this coming, because if you could have seen this coming, then aren't you in a very difficult position? Because apparently you saw this coming and waited for this to happen just so you can morally grandstand for your political gain. Yeah. It looks terrible when you say, I saw this coming. It was easy to see this coming. Well, why didn't you see this coming? Apparently it was so easy. Why didn't you?
Terrible video. Why'd you make me watch that, Sitch? I lost brain cells watching that. I feel 10 times stupider than before I began.
Guess Trevor,
you're doing this to take down A-Team, aren't you?
I am. This is all a secret plot to slowly drain the IQ of the A-Team leader, so I can usurp his place.
You're doing terrible.
There'll be no rival whatsoever. S-Class will be the only class. Yes.
Oh my God. You have designs on my entire audience, don't you?
It's okay. We can watch another stupid video now. This time from David Pacman. Who? David Pacman. Well, not. He
still makes videos. I thought David Pacman. I thought he was off YouTube. I thought he was working for MSNBC now.
No.
Oh, that's the other guy.
No.
That's Kyle Kalinske, right? Isn't he? Kyle Kalinski's like blown up now. He's like on MSNBC or something.
Once Kyle Kalinske became the Bernie bro, socialist bro, even though he's not socialist, I don't think, but even though he's appealed to that crowd, he's definitely blown up. Yes, he wants the ideologues.
He's friends with the one who took those disgusting photos that people tried to cancel her for. I think her name is Crystal Ball. Should I bring up the Crystal Ball photos?
No.
You sure? You sure you don't want to see some? You don't want to see some? Crystal Ball was a hottie in college, and she was
I disagree. I don't think she was very hot.
What?
But, no.
There's several photos of her, I think, BJing a banana that might make you.
I thought it was like a hot dog or something. I don't know.
Oh, whatever.
Or it was like a nose. Someone was wearing like a weird nose.
Oh, yeah,
It was really stupid controversy. Yeah. So
yet you remember it perfectly.
I do. I used to watch that terrible show.
Yes.
The 4 at 4 or whatever it was.
The 4? Oh, yeah. There was another super cute girl on there. What was her name?
Was Essie Cup on that show, or was that someone else?
I think she was, yeah. There was like 4 women
It's called The Cycle.
The Cycle. That's it. Yeah. I was like, why would you name a show after your period? What a ridiculous. Whose idea was it? Like to put 4 women on a show called The Cycle. Do you think I was like the whole time?
I never thought about that.
The whole time I was watching it, I was thinking
that stuff.
The whole time I was watching it, I was thinking, I wonder if all their cycles have aligned, if they've done this show long enough.
Oh my God.
You know that study that showed when women are roommates together that their cycles align?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'll get angry at the same exact things
That's
at the
a
same
crazy
exact time.
That's a crazy thing that nature does, right? Aligns women's cycles. I wonder what the purpose of that is.
SE Cup is way hotter than Crystal Ball.
SE Cup
Sorry,
is?
Adam. Yes.
Oh my God.
You disagree with that?
You threw away all your credibility.
You okay. SE Cup versus Crystal Ball.
Well, no, wait. The other who's the third? What is the third option? And now I'm thinking the fourth option is like the cycle had 4 people on it.
Yeah, but the other 2 were guys. It was like
no
Ari Melber and Steve Kanacki or something.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought there was
apparently Abby Huntsman was on it sometime.
Yeah, Abby Huntsman, that's it.
I don't believe I ever saw when she was on.
She blows both of them away, so.
Yeah, Abby Huntsman's
you sexist pig. I can't believe
you're the one that brought all this up in the first place. Okay.
Abby Huntsman. I got to bring up a picture of Abby Huntsman just
there you go. You can bring up that we'll do full misogyny. You can put all 3 on display and you can judge them like a piece of meat, you horrible misogynist.
I just think
we're discussing a crime based around misogyny, Adam. How are you so unsensitive to this?
I just think it's impolite to mention a person by name and not show the audience what they look like in case they want to look her up on social media.
Oh my God, terrible.
I brought up a picture of Abby.
Anyway, the name of this video, which is important for the context of this video, is police say, quote, kill all Asians, end quote, shooter isn't racist.
Police say kill all Asians, shooter isn't racist. What the? That's a clickbaitiest title of all. David Pakman is a big time clickbait guy.
Yes.
He is a big, he's loud and proud.
He's learned from Tim Pool. He's learned.
Yeah. He's
complicated. It's complicated.
I didn't even, what's the name of, I didn't know what you named our show today. I didn't even look. The Daily Show. Fight Hate was stupid. Okay. That's good.
That's a good one, right? Yeah.
Yeah. That goes with the thumbnail.
According to what I've seen, by and large in the media, stupid is apparently a very effective weapon.
It is, unfortunately. Originally I was going to title it Fight Hate with Hate, but I think stupid is, or stupid hate, maybe.
No, Fight Hate with stupid is perfect.
That's pretty good. Raw 1381 for $10 says, I was hard on you guys before, but I'm sick and tired of hearing about LGBTQA plus and women like they're the only ones who suffer. Loved this week's coverage and guest. Thank God for Sargon last week. There you go.
Yeah. Okay.
Sargon was 100% wrong in our conversation last week.
I just want to get that out there on the record.
Just want to get that on the record.
Here comes Sargon's listening right now. He hasn't been in the chat yet.
We're not going to rehash
You just convinced him to get out of his chair. He's like, God damn it, Sitch. God damn it. I'm coming over there. I'm typing. You bastard.
We have our various Sargon signals, okay? It used to be UBI. Free will doesn't exist. And now we can have we are not in favor of prescriptive gender norms based around nature. You know, I guess that would be the new one.
Sargon was sending me screenshots of the comments of your guys' comments, showing me how much he BTFO'd us, how much stupidity we were laying down. I love Sargon. I totally love Sargon. So yes, the fight. You'll be happy to know that the fight continued. Sargon, I did a stream on the 16-year-old voting thing on my channel, and Sargon showed up in the chat. He's coming for Bear.
I just want to say, because someone said, I don't remember who it was. Someone said last week that Sargon was making Jordan Peterson's argument. Yeah. And I was just thinking how completely not accurate that is. If you had listened to Jordan Peterson's conversation with Brett Weinstein on Brett's channel, not on Jordan Peterson's channel, where they basically talk for like 30 to 40 minutes about how you have to understand that nature primes people to do terrible things like the Holocaust. And you need to understand that nature primes you to do these things, and that you need to create moral systems that are based around fighting the natural impulses, the darker natural impulses that human beings have. And I'm like, I think this is what Sargon.
That's the opposite.
This is supporting Sargon's position.
But I made that argument in the stream because I said, listen, we tend towards polygamy. The only reason, and Jordan Peterson has said this a million times, yeah, you should get married because women civilize men. You know, we're terrible without women. So, yeah, Jordan Peterson is in favor of what Sargon seemed to be promoting, which is traditional marriage, but for a whole host of different reasons.
Not in terms of mapping it onto nature, or some sort of naturalistic argument. So, anyway, we went off on a tangent.
Yeah, we do that from time to time. But
police say kill all Asian shooter isn't racist. Interesting.
I did try my hardest to set up a debate between David Pakman and Sargon. So Sargon was amenable to the whole idea. David Pakman was not.
When was this?
Basically says beta.
When was this?
What do you mean?
When was this? I'm asking you.
I'm not sure. I didn't tell you.
Was it recent or was it a while ago?
No, it was a long time ago. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, what is a long time ago?
I don't like. Is it
maybe
less than
maybe
6 months?
Maybe 6 months, maybe a year. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Why?
There's a lot. Well, no, because David Pakman just mentioned Sargon.
Oh, really? Okay.
In a conversation he had with Destiny, and he was like writing Sargon off, and I was like, oh, and it came out of nowhere. I'm like, that's weird. So I was like, oh, but maybe there's some context to like this debate, and that's why he had Sargon on his mind.
This was Sargon just being on his mind just out of nowhere. Just
well, he had not written Sargon off before this because he was responding to me. He seemed interested in coming on and talking to us. He did an interview with Jonathan Haidt, and I had reached out to him about Jonathan Haidt, Moral Foundations theory, and had a pleasant conversation. Well, via email. It wasn't really a conversation, but. And I discovered like he really didn't know anything about Jonathan Haidt, Moral Foundations theory. He never even read The Righteous Mind. And I thought, oh, okay, well, I suspected otherwise. So then it just made me lose all interest in even talking to him. Like, what are we going to talk to him about? He doesn't know any of the shit we know.
Right.
Lot that we still don't know about the shooter in Georgia who tragically killed 8 people at a massage parlor on Tuesday, but it increasingly seems that the early claims that race was not a motivating factor for the shooter, those claims appear to be falling apart, including based on some new witness testimony given to a South Korean newspaper that has been covering the story. So to catch everybody up,
it's pretty bad.
South Korean newspaper.
Yes. It's pretty bad when your evidence is so far out there that even the mainstream media, which is so desperate to push the race.
I know. I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking the exact same thing.
Yeah, won't even report on it because it's so like not confirmable whatsoever.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
So you've got the community that basically had all the people killed. Obviously, they're not going to be a unbiased source. They have a dog in this fight.
It looks like the claim that he's racist, that he's not a racist motivated person, was destroyed by the National Enquirer's latest issue.
the National Enquirer in a different country than the incident actually occurred. Yes.
So take that, bigots. Checkmate.
Hold on. Was it? I thought it was like a local South Korean paper, but it's not even that. It's like actually in South Korea. Is that what's happening here?
Yeah. No.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh
so.
my goodness.
I'll look it up. I'm pretty sure it was a South. It wasn't a South in South Korean, but
sometimes
in
here
the
in
language
Los Angeles,
of South Korea, but was American. No.
According to the Cambodian newspaper.
Sometimes here in Los Angeles, like they'll have Koreatown will have its own little newspaper.
Right.
Chinatown will have its own little newspaper. So they're usually just local stuff that's going on in the community. So I thought it might be one of those type of papers, but maybe it's a big paper in South Korea.
There you go.
David
Suspect,
Pakman, you're supposed to tell us this.
He is alive. He was taken into custody on Tuesday after this horrific shooting at a massage parlor in Georgia that left, at last count, 8 dead and 1 injured. And police have had a chance to interview him. This doesn't always happen in these situations where the shooter, either at their own hand or at that of the police.
See, he sounds super disappointed that they had a chance to interview him. He's like, when they kill themselves, we can just run wild with the narrative.
Right.
But
Now
this
he's alive to
guy,
discredit
oh
our
my
narrative. He's alive.
God.
He can discredit our narrative now. I like that they always say that. I know the shooting was horrific, but I always like they try to emphasize it by saying it over and over again. Like, yeah, it's a shooting. It's a. When are they say, oh, it's a delightful shooting? I mean, delightful shooting occurred.
Yeah.
Like, when does that ever happen? No, they're all horrific, but I know they're all horrific. But it's just kind of funny. They all say that. They all say that, and they all emphasize it. It's like when you say that, they give it that little descriptor at the beginning. It's like, okay, well, this was a particularly horrific shooting. Give me an example of like a delightful one, I guess, or something. That's kind of, now that you mention it, you set that out there.
The newspaper is called the Chosun Libo or Ilbo, and it is a newspaper in South Korea. It's the oldest daily newspaper in South Korea.
According to South Korean newspaper, this American news story.
Well, they're probably reporting it because those people are South Korean immigrants. So they're like, yeah, makes sense. Totally makes sense.
Yep.
But in the paper, are they blaming racism on the South Korean community? Or are they just saying, hey, these were, people from our homeland? I mean, if 8 Americans were killed in a different country, obviously we would report, 8 Americans in some nation were targeted.
All it says is there's an unnamed witness who was supposedly an employee who survived the shooting, said that he heard the suspect say that he would kill all Asians out loud.
Oh, really?
Supposedly. Yeah. This unnamed witness. So
that's tough. I mean,
well, but here's why this is to me. So
is it recorded?
Obviously, this is why I know this is obviously bullshit. Okay, the media is so desperate, so hungry to cast this guy as being racially motivated that if they could find a single witness to interview who claimed to hear this, they would be broadcasting this 24/7. They wouldn't even care if it could be remotely true. They would just say, "Oh, we have a witness who said he heard this. We have a witness who said he heard this." And
Trump inspires mass shooting against Asians.
Exactly.
That would be all over the place for weeks on end.
Do you think they dug into this guy? The mainstream media dug in and found zero credibility, and that's why they.
I think they can't find this person. That's what I think.
Okay. I gotcha.
It's on 4chan.
They'd be offering a huge amount of money for this guy to step forward, obviously.
Often will dead. Not the case here. Police speak to the shooter, and the initial belief by many was this was clearly an anti-Asian hate crime. This was an individual targeting Asian individuals. But then it wasn't so clear, and it could be partially that and partially what they are describing as sex addiction, which
is the point for David to match the background.
Yeah, totally. That's like camouflage. That's his camo shirt.
He wants to fade.
Blend in.
Yeah, he's got a plaid white and blue background with a plaid white and blue. I don't know.
He got. I can't remember the guy that showed him how to do that. The Majority Report guy. Who is that?
Sam Cedar.
Sam Cedar. Yeah. Sam Cedar showed him how to do his background. It's very close to Sam Cedar's background. It's pretty hilarious.
Hearing in someone who's involuntarily celibate, but the point is,
He's also an incel.
Hold on.
Yeah. He's an incel now.
Tim, I'm backing up a little.
But then it wasn't so clear, and it could be partially that and partially what they are describing as sex addiction, which I'm hearing incel as someone who's involuntarily celibate.
Well, I was curious about that. Is he an incel or?
Wait a minute. How?
Sex
in what
addiction.
World? How is it even possible to be an involuntary celibate person if you're paying people for sex?
That's what. Well, that's because you're involuntarily
That's the opposite.
celibate. But you want most incels want a girlfriend though. They don't want to be paying women for sex.
Be involuntary celibate means you're not having sex.
Yeah.
That's what the word celibate means.
Means you want to, but you can't.
Right.
You don't have enough money or whatever it is, I guess.
If you're paying someone to have sex with you, you are not celibate.
Right. But you are involuntarily celibate if you have to pay somebody.
No, you're not, Adam.
Yeah, you are.
No, you're
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry. If you can't trick a woman into bed without using money,
you're
voluntarily celibate.
No, you are incorrect.
This is easy for you, Sitch. You have women throwing themselves at you all the time.
Definitionally, if you are paying for sex, you are not celibate. By its definition. Okay.
True.
Okay.
Right.
So if you're paying someone for sex, you're not an incel by definition.
Well, hold on a second. You just finished up, okay? You just paid someone. You just busted your nut. You're hungry for more, okay? But you're out of money. Now you're an incel. What? Just
there you go. It's a transitory property that shifts from minute to minute, whether you're an incel or not.
Well, it does. Technically, the incels talk about this stuff. They talk about how you got to there's different levels of incel. There's location cell. You don't know these?
Gotcha.
How come I'm the only one that knows this?
So you could be in a relationship with someone where you have sex with them every day, but if they don't want to have sex with you twice a day, technically you're an incel for the time period in between sex.
For 3 hours or something.
True.
3 hours a day, I'm an incel. But after that,
many married people are incels. Thankfully, I'm not one of them. Many married people are incels.
No, that's a different situation.
Jesse Lee Peterson did an interview.
Oh.
No, Jesse Lee. Come on. That guy's 75, but I'm sure he throws down 3 times a day. Jesse Lee Peterson did an interview with an incel that most of the information I'm talking about is in that interview, which is a pretty good interview if you want to look into it. So he goes into the different types of incels, all kinds of different stuff that just blew my mind. So anyway.
I think they were painted in a very bad light, the worst light possible, with the ones that actually became killers and stuff. So that from those examples, this is why we get every time there's a serial killer out there, it's oh, he's got to be an incel. That's why they call you incel on the internet if you don't like The Last Jedi or something. It's to paint you in a very negative light, and because you're just angry and hateful of women because women don't pay attention to you or something like that. That's why they call you an incel for hating Ray or whatever. Because it's not just you can't you're just a loser anymore. It's just it's an incel now because that comes with the implication that you are a potential murderer.
Well, it's so funny too because it's so misogynistic that all these women are labeling men incels as an insult when they're basically these are supposed to be the feminist women who are we want to be elevated above being a sex object. And then they're literally devaluing men based on whether they have sex or not.
In the eyes of feminists, women are sex objects if it's convenient for them.
Right.
But this goes back to the Jordan Peterson stuff that we were talking about. Women civilize men. You think if this guy was in a serious relationship with a girl he loved, he'd be shooting up massage parlors?
Well, I tend to think. Well, wait a minute. This guy actually supposedly had a girlfriend and she broke up with him because he kept going to the massage parlors.
Yeah. Oh, bury the lead, Sitch. So that's an important piece of information. What are you doing? This guy
has a mental illness, obviously.
Let's here, Sitch. What other information are you?
But how come Pac-Man didn't know that?
Gee, obviously you've read some articles on this. Give us the backstory on this guy. Come on.
Well, how come this Pac-Man guy didn't know that?
Not the little trickle of information here. Tell us what's going on.
It's better this way because I'll let you say something that's wrong.
No, it's not. Everyone wants to know the lowdown. We want to know about this guy. Come on, I'm working on a comic 10 hours a day. I don't have time to read about. I don't have time to read about this like, is he an incel? Is he not an incel? Come on.
So this Pac-Man guy is supposed to be talking from a place of authority, but apparently he either doesn't know the full story or doesn't know what an incel is.
Well, but he just said involuntary celibate. He said what it means right after.
So he's lying. He doesn't know the full story then, because he's not. So he's not a real journalist. He's like one of those fake guys on the internet.
So he's not an incel. So hold on. He has a girlfriend. The girlfriend breaks up because he's cheating all the time with hookers.
Exactly.
Like, okay. Now I'm seeing a clear picture of what's going on here. He's like, oh my God, sex addiction destroyed the only like real relationship I had in my life.
Yes. There you go. Well, I don't know how long ago this happened. I don't remember if it said the time frame. So.
For those of you out there who might be watching my videos, that's what a character flaw looks like.
Yeah, that's like a giant character flaw. Do not put that in the beginning of your movie, though, because it is going to be impossible for anyone to like this character.
It's just, I just couldn't, I saw this and my jaw dropped. I'm like, he's like, a guy who was a sex addict was also an incel. And you're like, what? What the fuck are you talking about?
Do you hear the words that are coming out of your mouth?
Like, yeah, it doesn't
roll
even,
that back for a second.
Like, if you could say someone has a porn addiction is an incel, right?
Well, that's what I thought the situation was, because my friendly co-host here has been bearing the lead.
Well, no, because
for 2 hours now.
What the shooter said, and what has been assumed was that he went to places that he went and got some sort of sexual activity or some sort of sex act on, you know, whether it's hand job or sex or whatever. So obviously he's not an incel at that point.
Yeah.
Moreland Moore for 10 plutoniums says, so everyone who pays for a date is an incel. There you go.
So, hold on. Eric makes an interesting point in the chat. He says maybe his girlfriend didn't want to have sex with him, and that's why he went for a happy ending parlor.
Who knows?
This is the police. This is the things that the police are getting the information for. This is what the police are figuring out. So we'll have to read the police report. It sounds like it might be juicy.
So this Pac-Man guy is reporting on this issue without apparently knowing the full story or choosing to omit some things to make the situation look worse to match his narrative.
Yeah, that's what they always do.
The guy whose job it is to congregate news and then inform you about it.
Inform you.
Yeah.
In like air quotes.
Is
inform you. / propagandize you.
It's crazy.
The blind leading the blind situation over here. Is of course ableist.
I will hit play.
But the point is, I have no interest in prematurely saying it's one thing or the other.
You can't say
the title of this video is police say kill all Asian shooter isn't racist, but no, I don't want to prematurely say what the motive. Fuck off, David.
Is this a political version of it's just my opinion? It's just my opinion.
I mean, are we calling him the kill all Asian shooter now? Is that like technically
like this is the height of dishonest clickbait. Oh my God. You don't get to put and Tim Pool does this too. You don't get to put the most incendiary phrase in your title, and then your video you're like, well, I'm actually taking a moderate position, and I just use that to sucker you in, bitches.
Don't use your clickbait.
He does that every video though.
I know.
Maybe don't use a clickbait title like this on a very, very delicate and extreme situation like this, and then think it's okay to morally grandstand to me. That's really weird.
True.
The only reason I paused the video was to say something about using the word premature in a video about a rub and tug. I mean, it's
very poor choice of words.
It screams
terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible, Adam.
Or both. What I know is that the law enforcement
premature, but this guy made a boner.
You got to pause it, lit Dev. You have to pause the video if you're gonna.
No. I do what I want, okay? You can't tell me what to do.
He's a rebel. Yeah.
Well, okay. I like it. You're A-team, obviously.
How do you feel about musicals, Later Devil?
I love them.
Oh my God. You're S-class.
It was so funny. On iHypocrite stream.
I know. iHypocrite. I thought he was like an alpha. What's going on here?
He's like, him and Annika were like, oh yeah, we used to be S class, but now because of Sitch, insulting me, I'm A team. And then someone in the chat, it was Contrast. Thank you, Contrast. Contrast is like, Adam doesn't like musicals. And then everyone's like turns on Adam, like, oh, A team, no more.
We lost him, guys.
That's right.
We lost a couple potential A team members. I don't know. Fine, get lost.
U.S. and the American right will often characterize shootings fairly celibate.
I backed it up a little. Come on, you guys.
But
pay attention.
The point is, I have no interest in prematurely saying it's one thing or the other, or neither or both. What I know is that the law enforcement in the U.S. and the American right will often characterize shootings by white men differently than they characterize shootings by non-white men. That we know, and because
we know that. We know.
Yeah, what the? How do we know that? What are you talking about?
They always say this. It's like, oh, whenever a white person commits a mass shooting, the police are like, this is an unhinged, dangerous, psychopath with mental conditions. But if a black person does a mass shooting, oh, they're a criminal or something.
What black people are doing mass shootings though? This is like a white people thing.
No, but this is the mind rottiest zombie moronic take.
Yeah.
Generally, when they look at these, not always, but generally when they look at these shootings, there aren't generally, it happens, but there aren't generally black people going around committing random mass shootings. If they're involved in a mass shooting, it's usually because it's a crime or something gang related, or there's some specific motivation there. There was just a mass shooting where a black guy killed 4 black people, including a 7-year-old girl. And it was over money. It was over something that had to do with they were fighting over their stimulus check. And so, I mean, I guess I would agree that technically someone that's going to take the life of 4 people, including a 7-year-old, is a crazy person. I would agree with that. But generally, when this is described in terms of these random acts of violence, when we talk about someone as mentally unhinged, we're talking about someone who just does something with not really a conceivable financial or specific benefit or gain to themselves.
Right.
And that's what they're referring to when they talk about these mass shootings. And that's why there is this difference. And if I remember clearly, when there was the black guy who did do the mass shooting where he was going after the police officers, people were calling him crazy. Yeah. So this whole narrative is totally false. Total nonsense.
Because of that, we're on alert as we hear and try to determine what the motive was here. And there's no question that people often will play coy with terms like terrorist, lone wolf, and these other types of terms.
Wait, hold on. So is he demonizing people for saying these guys? People just play coy with the words terrorist, and so he's saying that we should label more people as terrorists.
Yeah, he's saying that calling someone a domestic terrorist is used as like a good thing.
Exactly. That's what I thought I heard. Like, he's saying that people aren't using the word enough, and that we're staying away from those. Those are extreme words. Those are extreme terms. Maybe not go labeling everything under the sun terrorism, unless you want it to be this watered down so much that it means nothing.
The police are calling white shooters lone wolf domestic terrorist, and they're doing that obviously to shield that person.
That's not. I don't think it's a good idea. Just labeling everything just terrorism all of a sudden.
Did they ever find out the motive of the Las Vegas shooter?
I don't know, so I assume it's racism, like everything else is.
Yeah, he could somehow pick out the races of people from his balcony when he was just indiscriminately firing. Yeah,
he had race-seeking bullets or something.
Yeah. Oh, I did the thing.
This one with the banned bullets or whatever, because they're like, oh, obviously all these shooters go into the stores and say, give me a box of your race shooting bullets. Well, what kind of bullets do you want? I want the ones that shoot the darkie or whatever.
People, and many people rightly reacting by saying, this guy, the guy from the Cherokee Police, Jay Baker.
Oh, wait, I think I went too far ahead.
Press conference with, in this case, and there's no question that people often will play coy with terms like terrorist, lone wolf, and these other types of terms. In this case, it's just early. It's a tragedy either way. but we know most of the victims are Asian. Now, yesterday there was a very strange press conference with some of the police, and I'm going to play a clip for you of Captain Jay Baker of the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office saying that the shooter had a bad day and he was at the end of his rope on the day that he killed 8 people, and many people rightly reacting by saying this guy, the guy from the Cherokee Police, Jay Baker, he almost sounds like more sympathetic to the shooter than to the victims in some strange way. Take a look at this video.
With investigators, they interviewed him this morning, and they got that impression that, yes, he understood the gravity of it, and he was pretty much fed up and kind of at the end of his rope, and yesterday was a really bad day for him, and this is what he did.
Remorseful? Here's the thing from my personal experience with police officers and hearing them speak and everything, that they spend their whole day, their whole career around criminals and things like that, and they don't just always demonize these criminals, thinking they're second-class citizens or whatever. They spend so much time around these people and try to understand these people that they kind of get motivations. So yeah, you'll get police officers who can understand, or at least in some ways sympathize. Are they trying to defend them? No, but they can sympathize with some of these criminals, because yeah, you might get like a police officer who might arrest a guy for beating up beating up another man for trying to take advantage of his son or something like that, or a guy stealing something because he's hungry. These are crimes that are arrestable crimes, and they might be forced to arrest people based on these crimes. That doesn't mean the police officer is as cold-hearted enough to just not know the circumstances. So yeah, this guy was obviously sick, and while his actions were horrific and awful and terrifying in some respects, they probably can understand or sympathize with the aspect that drove him there, the sex addiction, the mental illness. They could probably sympathize with that part and understand where he's coming from on that part, because not only can they probably identify with that, with their own urges and anger issues and emotional trauma that they've had during their years on the force, they can also sympathize with the fact that yeah, he's a troubled guy, and they spend their whole career around people like him.
Well,
David wants him to come out and say, like, yeah, we gave him a couple extra socks in the eye just to.
Right.
Ironically enough, that would be police brutality, and so I thought they
well,
were.
I know they would, if it was this is the thing that they're always accusing the police of, like beating people up unprovoked.
I don't think he even is being sympathetic to the shooter.
I don't think he is either.
The question that they cut off, if I recall correctly, that the reporter asked him is, they said, was he like cognizant of what he did? Was he like aware enough to know that he just killed a bunch of people? That's the question that the officer is responding to.
Mm-hmm.
And if you listen, he says in the beginning,
investigators, they interviewed him this morning, and they got that impression that yes, he understood.
So the context is the investigators talked to him, and they got the impression that yes, he understood what he was doing.
Right.
The gravity of it.
That he was having a bad day.
I guess you didn't purchase it enough.
Yes.
Like this guy isn't saying, I believe he was having a bad day. He's saying he said he was having a bad day.
Right. That is the context. He's relaying the information that the people that talked to him gave him in the context of whether he was aware of the crime he committed or not.
Right. I just
pretty much fed up.
The thing that's super funny about this is the left is commonly the ones who are empathizing with criminals. Like they're literally like establishing a fund to bail them out of jail. Like, come on. What are you guys doing here?
Yeah.
I guess hypocrisy never works. Hypocrisy never works because it's like, oh, those are good people we're bailing out of jail. Those are protesters, rioters. Yeah.
It's all in-group, out-group, because
it is 100%.
They're looking at like our in-group is oppressed people and racial minorities who are being oppressed by white supremacy and a system of oppression, and the only reason they're in prison is because of that
white supremacy. Yeah, exactly.
And white supremacy. But here you have a white guy who they're embodying as white supremacy. You have a white guy who goes and kills, a group of people that belong to a minority. Therefore, he's the white supremacist. He's part of the evil out group. He gets zero sympathy or whatever.
But even if the person is totally guilty, they're not guilty because white supremacy drove them to do this. Right. Whatever it is that they were doing. Yeah.
There was this before the shooting, there was an insane Vox article that was all about how, yes, there might be, the majority of these random street crimes against Asians might be done by black people, but that's still the fault of white supremacy, because white supremacy is what created the economic conditions, which is why the black people are in those situations in the first place. Therefore, ergo v ad hocto prod acto, it's actually white people's fault.
Yeah. Sad. Very sad.
Very sad.
Up at kind of his rope, and yesterday was a really bad day for him, and this is what he did.
Remorseful?
I'm not going to go to. I don't know if he was remorseful or not.
He's a pretty young guy with you.
And this also shows how powerful framing is, because
it is.
The part of the reason this blew up was because Aaron Rupert, who's a Vox journalist, who is a fucking terrible, terrible journalist, who's always he's always a total hypocrite, is always promoting false information. I retweeted, there's a Twitter thread of like all the times he's just been a blatant hypocrite when it's his in-group versus his out-group. And he tweeted out the clip, just that short clip of the police captain. And he set the framing like, oh, it's weird that the police is, seeming to be sympathetic, or what, I forget exactly the words he used, but he created the framing that made it sound like the police was sympathetic to the shooter. And then, so everyone believed it just because of that framing.
Totally.
And then someone else comes along and they say, wait a minute, you're completely wrong. Just back it up like 2 seconds. And here's a different framing that he's just relaying the information the investigators told him. And it completely changes your perception of the same words in the same situation.
Yep. What we believe drives what we perceive. If you believe the framing, then of course you're going to perceive the clip that way, which is terrible.
Did you just come up with that? Or did you take that from someone?
I say it all the time. Yeah. What we believe drives what we perceive.
That's a genius saying. That's a genius Adam level saying.
Why do you think I say it all the time? It's so true.
I've never heard you say
framing
that
is everything.
When have you ever said this?
128 episodes. I say it all the time on my show, but
That's
I guess
a great
I save the gems for my channel, guys. I don't want
I
to blow all my gems on this, sidekick show here. I don't want to
say it again.
I save it for what we believe drives what we perceive.
Beautiful.
Totally true. 100% true.
That should be Adam's law. That's Adam's law.
I got 2 laws now. Listen,
laws.
I'm moving up,
go.
guys.
Moving
18
up.
reigns supreme.
Got 2
Don,
whole laws.
I would make the argument that Don Lemon set the framing for the Kyle Rittenhouse situation, because that's the first place I heard anything about it on CNN, and he set up the whole idea that he was a shooter shooting into a crowd because he disagreed with people.
Right.
And that framing is just set in stone ever since then. I see people arguing on Facebook with that framing, and I'm going, so awful. This is what they did to Trump. They framed like anything Trump would do, they would frame out of the box. Framing is powerful. Framing is totally powerful.
Yeah. We all saw there was the framing that totally warped the Covington kid situation.
Hell yeah.
I remember the term face crime. Came from Nick Sandman's situation, because he smiled.
Yes, that was
face
that
crime.
smile. That was the smug of white supremacy. Yes.
Smug.
Totally framed.
Face crimes now. What is a face crime? How do you commit a face? What is this?
This is
What's a face crime?
David Pakman is committing a face crime in this still right here.
This is why I'm always skeptical of the body language expert stuff.
Oh yeah,
because
me too.
So many people looked at Nick Sandman and they said, look at that smug smile, because of the framing. They said, look at that smug smile. This is the smile of the evil. He knows that he can hold his whiteness above this poor Native American gentleman. And it turns out no, the kid was just really uncomfortable and he was in an awkward situation. It's I just feel like this happens so often. That's why I'm so skeptical of the whole, I can totally read someone's body language and figure out what's going on in their mind.
We had the same problem going on with the Zack Snyder thing. Zack Snyder went on this Geeks and Gamers charity live stream, and he was obviously very uncomfortable. But we don't know the situation why he's uncomfortable.
I thought he was not on a Geeks and Gamers live stream insulting Geeks and Gamers.
Yeah, according to him, he wasn't part of Geeks and Gamers as far as he was concerned.
Confused.
The live stream, I believe, was put together by Geeks and Gamers, but Geeks and Gamers pulled out, trying not to get her pregnant. and they they said,
"Oh, the live stream was created. I didn't know that was created.
It was created by Geeks and Gamers, but Geeks and Gamers stepped down. They said, you guys do it just because it's such a big get to talk to Zack Snyder, and they had a bunch of people lined up. I don't think all the people on the live stream were related to Geeks and Gamers.
Three of them were. Three of them were.
3 of them were, but there was 6 there, so 6 of them had their own independent channels. But Zack Snyder went in, obviously was uncomfortable. You don't necessarily know why the person is uncomfortable because you can't read their mind. So he was uncomfortable because they had not taken the logo off. Or, like, he didn't want to bring any of that stuff up, but he was forced to because of just a fuck up.
Well, but
somebody.
I don't. People, well, it's weird. I don't know. Is Geese and Gamers some big Zack Snyder's fan or something? Because I don't give Zack.
No, I think they hate Zack Snyder. Actually, I think.
Well, I thought they were big advocates for the release of the Snyder Cut. I thought that's where the contention was, that they raised all this money and drove all this publicity to get the Zack Snyder Cut released in the first place.
A lot of them on the stream were Zack Snyder fans, but I don't think Jeremy wasn't. I don't think, but a few of them were fans of him on there, I believe.
Because
Jeremy,
that's what made it so funny, because they were so happy. It's just terrible, but like they're so happy. Like, this is a guy. Well, welcome Zack Snyder, the man, Zack Snyder, the leader of our movement. That was like the biggest mistake they did. The leader of our movement. Don't say that. That's probably what immediately made it awkward. But there was
our leader, our dear Führer. Thank you for coming on the show.
Exactly. It's like, wait a minute. Whoa.
I totally understand Zack Snyder not wanting to be associated with some random YouTube channel that he hasn't vetted, doesn't fully understand, or whatever. That's fine. Okay.
But
the problem is,
but they were featured in that giant hit piece. I think I shared that hit piece with you.
But the problem is that then he equates Geeks and Gamers to being like a hate group or somehow related to the mass shooting.
There's no room for hate.
I know.
And that's the part where it really got into the trouble.
Like,
him saying that he's not affiliated with the Geeks and Gamers, that's fine. It's like legalities and whatever. That's fine. There's no problem there. But then he immediately goes into saying there's no room for hate, and that he talks about shooting, this shooting over here. It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, he gave a reason why he's not affiliated with Geeks and Gamers, which is awful, terrible. Yeah, nightmarish. Right. And the fact that they didn't rebut that statement immediately is just a complete fuck up on their part.
Well, because if I was involved, if the PSA Sitch and Adam show had been involved in getting some director to release this directorial cut. And in the release of that, I'm in a live stream with the director, and he doesn't know that I'm affiliated with the show, and he says that I'm gonna say something. I'm not gonna just fucking sit there and put my hands on my lap and just be like, "Wow, this is awkward."
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna have to say, "Listen, whoa."
Right? Like,
who told you we were a white supremacist show? What the fuck, dude?
Wait a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you got that wrong here.
Mm-hmm.
Racism is evil.
There you go.
Some people might be saying that he advocated for Snyder Cut. That might be true, but Jeremy also said that he told. Now, we only have Jeremy's word to go on this, but Jeremy said that he told Zack Snyder that he didn't like his movies.
Yeah.
He admitted that on I think the follow-up stream with EVS. So he might have been an advocate for the Snyder Cut, but he apparently is not a fan of Zack Snyder. He might have liked the supported the Snyder Cut's release based on the advocacy on behalf of the fans. Like, there's a fan project. The fans wanted the Snyder Cut to come out, and so therefore supports that on that basis. But as a fan of Snyder, apparently Jeremy is not a fan of Zack Snyder at all, or at least most of his movies.
Right.
But Jeremy did talk to Zack Snyder's people. I think didn't Jeremy say that he was the one that agreed? I mean, he said he was the one who agreed to step back and let someone else host it. And he obviously agreed to take the Geeks and Gamers logo off the website, which was the charity website. So, I mean, Jeremy was involved and knew what was going on.
Oh, yeah, definitely. He even said he was behind the scenes telling them not to escalate things.
Yeah.
He knew some of the people on there would have jumped down Zack Snyder's throat after he said, "I'm not affiliated with Geeks Gamers. Also, there's no room for hate." Things like that.
Well, you got to be cool about it, though. I mean, you have to say something, and you have to say something in a way that's not confrontational. My pitch was they should have had a statement saying basically, that they're not affiliated with hate either. Like, they're not homophobes or haters in any way, shape, or form. Right? I mean, Or am I missing
Right.
something?
I
Is
mean,
Geeks
it
and
could be that.
Gamers like
I mean, hindsight is 2020, but someone could have
always
stepped in and said,
2020?
well, I mean, they could have stepped in and said, hey, Mr. Snyder, you're not saying that Geeks and Gamers is affiliated with any sort of hate group or anything like that, or something like that.
Well,
You know,
I
clarify
covered
what he
this.
said.
I covered this on my channel, and I was thinking that hindsight should have, like, it shouldn't have been a hindsight thing. He should have seen this coming from a million miles away. But if he didn't know,
Like the shooting, Adam, they should have
shooting.
seen this coming.
well, no, if Geeks and Gamers was asked to step down from the project,
Right.
he should
that's
have
true.
known that
Yes.
he might say something about Geeks and Gamers when he
Right.
comes on, and you'd be ready with a statement in case he does say something completely inarticulate like this. But I don't necessarily know if they, like, if they had an agreement that Zach was not going to say anything about Geeks and Gamers, and that's fine. I mean, that's the agreement I would have negotiated. But then Zach is forced to say something because somebody fucks up and doesn't even take the Geeks and Gamers logo off the website, which they're all sending everybody to. Then Zach's in this weird position where he has to, I mean, he might have been on the phone just trying to get it removed from the website before he went on the live stream. So he didn't have to say anything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the situation, though. Evidently, the Quartering knows a little bit more. I watched his video on it, and he's said some stuff about it. So, but anyway, fuck Zack Snyder. Sucker Punch is a crime against humanity, as far as I'm concerned. So,
Interesting.
Interesting.
I was distracted. I was reading.
Obviously.
Someone
He
sent
was
me the
and had a really bad day and killed.
It's okay. Are you going to
It's okay.
continue to read, or what did they send you? Let me.
They
see.
sent me the Trevor Noah's school thing.
Oh yeah. I'm curious about that. We'll get it. We'll get into it.
Well,
But
I was gonna say
afterwards.
it's kind of okay. We'll get into it afterwards because it's kind of funny. But
Killed 8 people. Just kind of strange language for describing what happened. It almost sounds, again, more sympathetic to the shooter than the victims. I think that's the bizarre
cutting out all the times the police captain said that he wasn't going to victim shame multiple times
Yeah.
when the reporters kept badgering them for information. But whatever, just ignore that.
For victim shaming, they're like,
Yes.
the reporters kept asking. Now these were a bunch of hookers that got shot up, right? I mean, and the police captain is saying, well, we haven't dug into that. Yeah, obviously they
Yes.
cut all that out. No sympathy
thing, but
for the
okay.
victims.
No.
Maybe race wasn't a factor. We don't know yet. And then maybe not shockingly, after this bizarre press conference.
So yes, the apparently the answer is he was racist because he wasn't virtue signaling enough. He wasn't just
Of course.
spewing enough sympathy for the victims or anything like that.
Well,
Even
that's
though-
what happens when you cut all the parts where he virtue signals out. Lit Dev, don't you understand? This is
Oh, yeah, I
all about
forgot.
out of context clips.
Got to cut up exactly so it looks like it fits the narrative that we're trying to push here.
The internet is basically a giant game of telephone. I don't know if you guys have figured that out yet.
Oh yeah, basically.
It's all out of context clips, basically.
Like if someone tried to demonize my video, one of my videos, my videos specifically, superhero comics are for men, and say, he says that comics are only for men. No, superhero comics are for men as a general audience group. Yeah, if you want to write a superhero comic, because that's if you want to write fiction for a living, number one rule is identify your audience that you're writing for. So
Right.
Yeah,
you're writing a superhero
romance
comic book,
novels are for a wide audience, right?
superhero comics are generally for men. Like if you want to write a superhero comic book, you write it predominantly for men. Do women like superhero comics? Absolutely they do. But you're probably going to have a predominantly male audience if you're writing a superhero comic book. Now, romance comics, why manga is doing so well, because there's such a wide variety of variations and genres in manga. So we have a lot of women going towards manga because there's a lot of really good, not only just the typical Harlequin romance scenario, but different varieties of romance books and stories in a variety of genres in manga.
Yeah. it's not-
Romantic comedies have a secondary name. Can you know what that name is? Anyone? Can you remember the name
To
for
begin
romantic
with,
comedies?
a C and end in hick flicks.
It's chick flicks, okay?
Yeah. Women also are drawn to
Oh
drama.
my god.
Drama, it's a little more mixed when it comes to the genders when it comes to drama, but women win outright on drama. And if you want to pull them in, we'll pull in a female audience. Drama, comedy, and of course romance are the ones you want to go with if you want to draw in a female audience. Action, of course, and just pretty much just action mainly action is what you want to show on with guys.
Yeah.
Guys like drama, absolutely
Action
like
and
drama.
like cleavage.
Yes, pretty much that.
Yeah.
Men generally like stories that revolve around gaining resources, gaining accumulation of power, and conquering enemies. Basically, the Conan thing. What is best in life? What is best in life? Just destroying your enemies and seeing them driven before you, and hearing the lamentations of the women. That's what men like. That's what men like. That's why men like Conan so much. Women like partner. Oddly enough, contrary to what you might have heard from feminists, women tend to gravitate towards stories that revolve around finding partners or losing partners and things of that nature.
Boring shit.
Yes, essentially, yeah.
Some weird guy for $5 says, Ooch, I don't know who that YouTuber is. Uchi and Jeremy from the Geeks and Gamer stream went on to Midnight's Edge a few days ago and explained that everyone is completely misrepresenting or misinterpreting Zack Snyder's words.
Okay.
That very well could be, but
Uchi's supposed to be a big time leftist too. I guess he goes
he
after the quartering all the time.
He absolutely is, as far as I've heard. Well, but the thing is, with this scenario, people might be misinterpreting his words, but what it sounded like, because people are familiar by and large of how language kind of works, and when you say that you're not affiliated with these people, and then say there's no room for hate and that he's against this mass shooting, it kind of all links together naturally in our heads. And that's why so many people got so angry about it.
So I'll hold off judgment until I listen to this stream, but it doesn't surprise me that Geeks and Gamers, who is more concerned, maybe rightfully so, with his career and is involved in this, doesn't want to badmouth Zack Snyder.
Of course not.
He could very easily be providing cover for Zack Snyder in the situation, even if that's not actually what is objectively true.
Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers has a clip on his Twitter timeline where he talks about how he could do an interview with Zack Snyder in the future. Yeah, of course he's going for the interview. What do you think he's doing?
Right. Interesting. There's a very important super chat that we have to get to. Gabbles for 20 knock knocks says, Adam, stop filling my inbox with your dick pics.
Really? Oh my God!
Please.
Maybe I'm sending them to the wrong email address. I have to check.
Adam,
I'm sorry. I thought your email must be very close to my wife's email.
Adam, we've talked about this.
Please return those to me. Those were private, romantic messages between my wife and I.
There's a big issue with YouTubers that are abusing their fans for their own, parasocial sexual gratifications. So please, Adam, please stop. Yes.
Okay.
Please stop.
Sorry.
Thank you. Disavow.
We learn Jay Baker, the Georgia sheriff spokesman you heard from there, has previously posted xenophobic COVID shirts on Facebook where he said he loves his shirt, and the shirt is a shirt that says COVID-19 imported virus from China.
And that's how you know he's been infected with social justice.
Got him.
The first symptom of being infected with social justice is you lose any sense of humor at all.
Totally. Yeah. Surprisingly,
on Facebook, Adam, this shirt, he's racist because it's on that Facebook.
Surprisingly, I've read a bit about the rise and fall of the Third Reich. And it seems like comedy was the first thing that went in Germany, too. I think they might want to rethink their whole assault on comedy and humor and stuff like that.
Now that you mention talking about Hitler.
Now that you've
I didn't talk about it specifically.
But there's a whole thing about this whole woke culture, and what Hitler's favorite song was apparently? It's called Germany Awake.
Oh my God, that's horrible.
Wake up! The woke people say, "Wake up, America." Hitler said, "Wake up, Germany." Not too favorable a comparison there. It's even better than the very comparison of, "Hey, you also drank water. You know who also drank water? Hitler." Better comparison than that.
Yeah. Okay. He's
Hitler
obviously experiencing latent racism here. It's hard to say if this is racism or nationalism, or patriotism, I guess.
This shirt is not racist, even remotely racist.
Really?
How is this shirt racist?
Well, I can see how a lying media would characterize this as racist.
First of all, it's literally true that the virus came from China.
It's fact.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And it's mocking It's a direct satirization of the Corona label, saying that it's imported or bottled in Mexico.
Unless a virus is a race now. I don't know.
Right. So there's nothing racist about the shirt. What they're saying is they're making a leap. They're saying, oh, well, if you wear the shirt or like the shirt, you must therefore be implying, ergo post facto hocto, that you think it's okay to attack Asian people because of the coronavirus. That's the leap in logic they're making that is completely unjustified.
Right. Yes. I can see where this is like one of those middle ground things. So that was my argument. That was my argument always with Trump, is Trump kept hitting things that were at this middle ground. And I'm like, why you gotta do that? Why you gotta do that?
I agree. I would not want the president of the United States of America to show up wearing this T-shirt at a press conference. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that would be a very bad idea. Okay, but it's very different than some
also if you're
who just bought it for himself.
But if you're high up in law enforcement, do you want to maybe like make it seem as though you might be discriminating against people? I don't know. It seems like you want to stay away from that.
I don't. Again, I mean,
the normal person would see that and think it's a funny shirt. It's kind of one of those meme shirts.
So I don't think it's a bad. I don't think it's a bad shirt.
I guess whether it's a good thing or bad thing kind of depends on your view of, do you want the police officers to seem more human and less authoritative figures that are dressed in a uniform, or do you want to see them have a sense of humor? It all depends on what your perspective of what the police should and shouldn't be actually is, I think.
Well, I think they should be allowed to do whatever they want in their free time. I know that I disagree with everything Trevor Noah said about how we could have seen this coming, but I don't know how you could not see this coming with this shirt. Like, you could see this coming from a mile away. I guess he didn't know. Obviously, he doesn't know there's going to be a predominantly Asian shooting right in his backyard, like
that he's going to comment on, that people are going to troll through his Facebook.
Yeah,
and say,
exactly.
Look, a year ago you bought this T-shirt.
Yeah, exactly. So he's thinking, this isn't going to affect me at all. It's weird how this is obviously like cherry picking. That's exactly what it is.
As Noel Campbell and many other people in chat have said, China is not a race. Therefore, it can't be racist.
Yeah.
Okay. Got him.
Why did they spell China like that, though?
China, because they're doing the Trump.
They're doing the Trump thing, yeah.
Yes.
I got you.
Add in Trump, make it 10 times better.
China.
10 times
so
more.
So much of this stuff is done to troll the left. Like, it's not really racist. It's like, this is what we're gonna do.
I don't even think this is a troll the left T-shirt. It's just a weird, funny meme T-shirt.
You can't put China on a T-shirt and it not be a troll the left. Come on, this is totally a troll the left T-shirt.
Is the implication by putting the China there that they're agreeing with Trump, or they're satirizing Trump in the way that he says?
This is the perfect T-shirt to troll the left. What are you talking about?
As them mocking Trump.
I'm thinking about getting this shirt just to wear to the grocery store, because I know it would trigger the shit out of everyone.
But with commentators and people who commentate on the social issues and trolls, comedians, things like that, this is too delectable to pass up. And if you know Bret Easton Ellis, right? The guy who wrote American Psycho, he does a podcast where he just talks about culture because he wants to be apolitical. He wants to be I just want to grill guy. So he talks about culture and media, mainly media. But he came out with a book recently, or fairly recently, called White, which he promoted. And it's basically just going over his own story about the election and how he wanted to be this guy who was just talking about media, but all his friends were polarized, and his thought process behind American Psycho and several other iterations. And he talks about how he doesn't like the depictions of gay men in Hollywood, as there's only one depiction now instead of the variety which he's attracted to. But he mentioned this one. He had this one line, this one phrase during an interview while he was promoting the book White, which was fantastic, and it really
what is the book about?
That's basically what it's about. It's about his own personal life and past, according to the culture war that's been developing. Surrounding the election, and he goes into why he wrote several of the books he did. Which is American Psycho is just Bret Easton Ellis and his experiences in New York. He is Patrick Bateman, and of course he added in the psycho part later. But he felt these disgusted feelings against all these people. He criticized Trump at that time. He didn't like all the culture that was, the culture of the '80s, things like that. it's really interesting. I highly suggest White. It's a really interesting look inside the mind of someone who just was very intelligent but wants to say apolitical. But he said this one thing during an interview where, yeah, people have been trying to cancel Brayson Ellis for a long time, several times. And the thing is, he goes, I don't want to trigger millennials, but it's like icing. You don't want to do it, but it's just so delicious. I was like, yes, I understand what you're doing. So I believe it's kind of like this. Like people just can't help themselves. They just hate these progressive weirdos so much. They just can't help themselves, but just go on and make shirts and products and videos and things that just trigger everything about them. They can't help themselves. That's what and send like natural instinct to a comedian or a commentator or something like that. It's just something that you can't really. It's just natural instinct. You can't help it.
G Bud in the chat says Trump never said Kung Flu. Supposedly a staffer said it, which is never confirmed by, but reported as true. There's a million articles of Trump saying he said Kung Flu, but it would not surprise me if he actually never did say Kung Flu.
Doesn't surprise me either, but I saw it on Twitter a lot. Like Kung Flu, Kung Flu, Kung Flu.
I mean, there's a clip here on YouTube, so I don't know.
What a terrible...
I know that voice triggers you. Sorry. Oh, you didn't hear that voice. Only the audience
Only
heard
you
that
did.
voice.
What'd you play?
This clip is Trump calls the coronavirus the Kung Flu. So maybe
does he actually do it?
I don't know. It's only 2 minutes. We can bring it up after this. We can see if he does. Let us continue with the bludgeoning that David Pakman is attempting to do to law enforcement here. I hope he doesn't. Hope he doesn't have anyone break into his apartment or anything, because they're going to be trolling his social media once that happens.
HY-NA. So now maybe we're doubting what this guy says. And then we get reporting from the South Korean newspaper Chosun, which interviewed victims and reports that the Atlanta shooter said to a witness, or a witness heard the shooter say, "I'm going to kill all Asians." And we've translated the article from Korean. The reporter is Hwang Ji-yoon.
And it's translated from Korean.
It includes reports of interviews with witnesses, and the quote.
There's a very, I just realized it right now. There's one of my favorite sketches from like old YouTube there's a group called Picnic Face. And they had this joke where they were like, we're going to show you like the real people behind the comedy troupe. And they're all doing like this like really terrible 90s, like, it's real, I like to do this. And one of the guys, they keep dubbing in fake things for him to say. And he gets very upset because they keep casting him as an Asian hater. And he literally says, I'm going to go kill all Asians. So it's just weird that this is coming up again.
That on the 17th, the Hankook Ilbo Atlanta quoted an employee, a member of the Gold Massage Spa, where the shooting took place, and said that the suspect at the time of...
I just can't get over this. Like he has to go to this Korean newspaper from actual South Korea. So according to this Korean newspaper that we had to translate from Korean to English.
Yes. Well,
there is an unnamed suspect who said that he may have said this.
And I looked up. First of all, I couldn't find any like major English media outlet reporting this, and there's only like some like smaller and local ones. And when you click on them, none of them confirm it. They all just say, according to this South Korean newspaper, they heard someone said this. None of them apparently have been able to find this key witness. Oh, should be a key witness in this crime.
He's nowhere to be seen.
Yes.
Of the crime,
police didn't question him. Makes no sense.
I guess not.
That he would, quote, kill all Asians. It is known that this witness, Mr. A, was in the store at the time of the shooting, but managed to evacuate and then gave this information to nearby Korean businesses. So it's becoming harder and harder to believe that a guy saying he's going to kill all Asians wasn't at least partially motivated by race.
It's becoming harder and harder to believe.
I disagree. It's not becoming harder to believe. You had to go to a South Korean newspaper that you have to translate into English in order to get this conclusion. And from a witness, by the way, that no one else can confirm is even real.
Yeah, that somehow he heard the shooter say, he was close enough to the shooter that over the gunfire, he could hear him say, I'm going to kill all Asians, but also managed to escape. somehow. And
He said that for a
warn other
soundbite. Like,
people.
make sure everyone knows this in the newspaper.
Yeah, exactly. And yet no one else has been able to report on this or to find this guy or anything like that.
How much more perfect could you get with a soundbite than that phrase?
I know, exactly. Exactly. It's literally the most on the nose, look at this guy's racist statement ever. And all other pieces of evidence point against this. All other pieces of confirmed evidence from his roommates to his own stated motivations all point against this. But no, we found one supposed magic anonymous witness that no one else can find who made the exact perfect on the nose statement showing that he's actually racist.
Is this cherry picking? Is that what you call this?
It's not even cherry picking. I don't even know what this is. This is just absurd.
Well, he's gone out of his way for this cherry.
Yes. He's found, this isn't even cherry picking. It's like your David Pakman is like swimming in like a straw, like a giant pile of straw, and every piece of the straw says one thing. It's all one evidence, and he found the one tiny bent rusted needle all the way at the bottom of the straw that got this scar. And he's like, now I found it. This is it. This is it.
It reminds me of this comedy skit. I think it was like if the Google was an actual person, and it has this one of these moms come in and says, "Okay, does vaccines actually give my kids autism?" And he goes, "Well, here's a gigantic stack of evidence that they don't. Here's the one study that it does," and she just takes the study and runs off.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Hilarious.
Here is another clip. In this one, Frank Reynolds, a Cherokee County sheriff, says that this appears to be sexual addiction, not racism. Take a look.
We did interview him last night. He is currently in our facility at the Cherokee County Adult Detention Center. We were able to interview him with the Atlanta Police Department and FBI. He made indicators that he has some issues, potentially sexual addiction, and may have frequent.
Now look, I hate to say it, but look at the shooter.
The guy's haircut is terrible.
Okay, does that look like
his beard is
conservative?
Nasty.
Does that look like a conservative, or does that look like a woke hipster?
It looks
I
like
do look more like a woke hipster. I don't even
to
think
me.
he's that.
Yeah.
I think he's just insane, which I guess would lend more credence to being a woke hipster.
I was
Yeah,
wondering
exactly.
about that haircut. I didn't realize yet. Is it blue in there? It looks like he's got a little
I think it's
blue
just the
going
light.
on.
I think it's just the blue light.
It's just kind of weird when someone either has just a mustache or just a beard like that.
Yeah, he looks very bratty and terrible.
In some of these places in the past, but as the chief indicated, it's still early on. We still have a lot of things to process, and so he should be at an arraignment tomorrow at some time early morning to late morning, and we will keep you up to date. We have a press release that Captain Baker has put together available to our media folks. If you don't have that, I think we have some printed copies that he'll be happy to give to you. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have at the moment.
So are you saying, when you talk to the suspect, he says he has a sexual addiction issue, but I'm sure you have them, was this racially motivated? Was this racially motivated?
Charlie Brown's teacher there. What the hell did that guy say?
He said,
Does he ask him like?
He said, was it racially motivated?
Oh. I thought he was asking him if his sex addiction was racially fetishized or something.
No.
The style he has going on is very, very confusing because his hair says
it
woke
is
hipster.
woke hipster all the way.
His hair says woke hipster. His beard says trailer redneck. I don't know, it's weird.
That is woke hipster. Get your memes down.
That's true. That's true.
Gotta have these definitions.
As the chief indicated, it's still early, but the indicators right now are it may not be. It may be targets of opportunity. Again, we believe that he frequented these places in the past and may have been lashing out, and part of that is in your media packet as well.
But the working theory is a sexual addiction issue rather than a racial profile.
During our interviews, we asked that specific question, and that did not appear to be the motive. Yes. Thank you.
According to authorities, the suspect intended to also.
I just noticed the fact when he really didn't want to talk about the racial issue, and then as soon as he had to talk about it, he immediately tried to clarify what he said. Like we see that there's as far as we know, there's no indicator of that. But then he quickly tries to correct himself or tries to add something on there because he knows He knows he's going to be demonized for whatever he just said.
He said may
but
not.
maybe. We don't know. Maybe, but probably not. But maybe. Like, yes. It's sad. It's sad.
It's very confusing. I don't know what to think.
He's supposed to say yes. He's supposed to say yes. It was racially motivated. He's not supposed to say no.
So,
well, he left it in the middle of the road there.
Mm-hmm. I will say though, I'm starting. I talked about this last stream or the previous stream. I'm starting to red pill my father on the woke project.
What? Oh, okay. Why aren't you doing it on stream?
Because that would be an interesting. Actually, be a very interesting conversation. But because he was telling me the other day, he's like, "Oh my God, you're so right. Like all I hear on the news constantly is, oh, you know, that the shooter was hating Asians, that it was racialized. I'm hearing from all these, you know, TV shows and journalists I used to really like, and they're all just repeating the same lie again and again. And they're even attacking the cop again and again. And I'm like, yes,
that's
it's
it.
Waking up, it's happening.
When you see the lie, so all you did was basically run in and frame the situation correctly before all the lies came in, right?
Yeah, very early on in the
nice.
shooting.
That's the key, right
we
there.
had a conversation, and I explained how the racializing it was completely bullshit, and you know, when I talked about the police officer that they're trying to castigate and all this stuff, and then now he's seeing it. Now he's seeing it.
These lies everywhere, media lies. That's how you get red pilled right there.
Duper da for $20. Thank you, Duper. Says, I'm really sad I live in Georgia. The weather's terrible, and the only reason anyone talks about the state are tragedies and Sherman's March, which is also tragedy. Come to think about it. There you go.
That's sad.
There you go.
I have a friend from Georgia. He didn't mind it.
My grandparents used to have a house in Georgia.
The weather's terrible. Well, they do. I mean, it's pretty okay during the summer months, right? I lived in Louisiana for a while. Georgia's right next door to Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it was terrible weather, but I can handle the heat. I can totally handle the heat.
Georgia's better than Louisiana because I don't think they get hurricanes or the big storms the way Louisiana would get them.
Oh, yeah. Those are fun. They made me work during the hurricane. I was like, what? There's a hurricane. Yeah, come into work. Serve some drinks. You're shitting me, right? People order hurricanes all night long. It's a hurricane. Get in here. Get your ass in here.
It's actually a meme about Texas. Every time there's a storm going through Texas, it's like, oh, there's a storm coming. All the Texans are lined up at Whataburger. Get their burgers. Get their fast food.
There you go.
There you go.
Coming? Yeah, it's true. Also, it's true.
Photography industry in Florida before he was apprehended. And again, the statements, there's a claim that the shooter said, I wasn't motivated by race or politics. I was motivated by my addiction to sex. The claims from the witness about I'm here to kill all Asians certainly seem to contradict.
What witness? Where is he?
What's anonymous? The claims. Okay.
If not by name, then what is the relationship of that witness to the shooter? Tell me anything about the witness that isn't just he said this one thing.
Right.
And he was named one time in a Korean newspaper.
At this point, I mean, it seems like if you're an active troll, your goal is just to become the anonymous witness in one of these stories, just to have some fun, right? I mean, how easy is it to become the anonymous witness here?
Yeah. Why aren't there any American newspapers interviewing this witness?
Did you see the retraction that came out on the Trump story where the anonymous witness said a quote about Trump, and it turned out that the witness was actually on tape and that quote wasn't even accurate?
Which I feel like this happens a lot. So which one are you talking about?
Really? That's fascinating.
Yeah, there's so many lies about Trump. You gotta narrow it down a little bit.
There was so many of these anonymous staffer says Trump said X stories that are just preposterous.
It's the one where Trump said to bring me votes or something like that.
Oh, it was wasn't it like the Attorney General of Georgia or something?
Yes, that's
they were saying right. But that's usually how this goes, is that some anonymous staffer says, Trump or someone. That's why I really have very low credibility for any anonymous sources for anything. They say, oh, I heard that this person said X. And then when you actually hear the quote, it's like, well, no, you totally framed it and misinterpreted it in your mind what they actually said to be like the most extreme version. Yeah. So
contradict that. I don't know that it necessarily has to be one or the other. You could have someone who, I guess the term incel is sort of pejorative, but it's an individual frustrated by his celibacy. They're celibate, but they don't.
And then what we discussed earlier, he had a girlfriend, and he was paying for, we'll say, carnal relations. Okay, with anonymous women of the night.
Right.
That work as
exact
massage
opposite
parlors.
of being an incel. He's he's a sex addict. It's almost like that's the opposite of being an incel.
Yeah, almost. What are you talking about, Pac-Man? Don't wear that dunce cap again. Okay, you're prettier than that.
Well, it's like he just has all these ideas in his mind about like these preconceived notions, like, oh, you have a misogynist shooter. It must be because he's frustrated that he's not getting sex. Like the what was the name of the famous shooter who killed all those people because he wasn't having sex? That
Elliot
monkey
Rodgers.
Elliot Rodgers. Yeah, there's like,
Elliot
this
Rodgers,
must be
Supreme Gentleman.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, this must be Elliot Rodgers 2.0. I have all these preconceived notions, and I'm just going to regurgitate like a bunch of misinformation or wrong information about the story.
Don't want to be celibate, and for a variety of different reasons, they're unable to find relationships with, if you're interested in the opposite sex, as it appears this person was, members of the opposite sex. It could be both. It could be racially motivated and incel motivated, or more one or more the other. So whether or not this was racially motivated, there
it could be one or the other. Well, actually, it turned out it was none of those things.
None of those things.
Have been many racially motivated shootings. Whether this one is racially motivated doesn't change that racially motivated shootings are a problem.
Oh, are you serious? Are you really? Okay. Like, so this one might not be racially motivated after all, but doesn't stop the fact that yes, I know there are racial motivated shootings that exist. I know that. I'm here to talk about to learn about this particular incident. You can't. This is the whole thing about it's just my opinion, okay? It's my opinion out there. No. You can't just defend your take on this because you want it to be racially motivated. You can't just defend your assertion that is racially motivated by saying, "Oh, even if it's not, there are other racially motivated shooters." Right. Yes, we know about that, but that's a scummy thing to do. What a scumbag!
Well, this is
scumbag.
This is the narrative insurance. So it's saying, look, there's a narrative that's true, guys, and the narrative is that there's all these white people killing minorities, and there's all these racialized shootings going on in the country. But my narrative insurance says that even if this case that I'm using as evidence for the narrative turns out to be false, the narrative is still true.
Yeah, and he's right about there's shootings. There's shootings going on. Some of them racially motivated. And the thing is, people die in these shootings. You know that, Pac-Man. People die in these shootings, and you're standing on their corpses so you can elevate your own narrative. That's a scummy thing to do. That's horrible.
It is horrible. And Pac-Man knows it. That's why he's so uncomfortable. You can tell in his body language. He's totally uncomfortable knowing that he's lying to his entire audience.
Well, why is he doing this?
Why is he doing it? For the money. He's got to pay his mortgage. Yeah.
Clickbait.
Yeah. Why look into facts and the actual situation when you can just moral grandstand and push a narrative and get even more money than you would have gotten?
This guy's going to be on MSNBC with his own show in a year.
These people don't want nuance. Nuance doesn't pay much.
No. They want to climb the progressive hierarchy. He wants to be president or something.
Well, I don't know about that, but
no, David
this video
Pac-Man
has
does.
114,000 views.
Chank ran for office. You don't think Pac-Man's going to run for office? Of course he is.
Cenk ran for office. I just know Cenk Uygur went to like the Supreme Court or something and talk about horse dick or something.
Yeah, Cenk did. Cenk went to free the horses. He wanted them to stop being accused of.
That's just one. He was a one policy guy.
Non-consensual sex.
That's what he ran on.
It is It was the Washington Post. Didn't I have an article about the Washington Post and you said they were super left? Washington Post offers Trump retraction. Trump did not tell the investigators to find the fraud, as they included in the fucking headline of the article.
I saw about that. I saw that.
Or say she would be a national hero if she did so. Instead, Trump urged the investigator to scrutinize ballots in Fulton County, Georgia, asserting she would find dishonesty there. Oh my God, these people.
Find the votes, Adam. It's the same thing.
Well, he's not saying no.
I know, I'm joking.
Yeah, obviously. Come on, they did him dirty. They did our president dirty, Sitch.
Oh, really?
Are you condoning this? They tricked your dad into believing that he was a racist when he came out and said racism is evil. Trump said racism is evil. We got to play this trick.
Well, look,
we got to play.
Trump shouldn't have worn the China virus T-shirt. That was the problem. If he hadn't worn that, maybe he wouldn't have been racist.
What did he really? He didn't.
No,
yeah. Trump. There is. We have the clip. We'll listen to it. Trump calls the coronavirus the kung flu.
So he did say it.
We don't know.
Oh,
the chat is saying they.
Where is the clip?
It's only 2 minutes.
It'd be funny if he did.
No, we have to finish David Pakman first.
We'll finish this and then we'll put it in the wash again.
Yeah.
Problem in the United States. Some people immediately said,
but you have to add Trump to our headlines, so to our video title, so we get some clickbait.
No, just put his face in the thumbnail or something.
Can't we? We want some clickbait too, Sitch. I'm not above clickbait. Pakman's doing it all wrong though.
Well, the clickbait will be people say Trump killed Asians or caused the Asian shooter or something. That would be like the clickbait.
Yeah, the Asian mass shooter
just make
inspired
it,
by Trump.
Yeah,
just make it kill
shooter.
all Asian Trump supporter.
Yeah, that has a hipster soy boy haircut.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly. Where's the MAGA? I don't think you could find a MAGA hat with.
Yeah, that's what you should have done for the thumbnail. We should have had the shooter with a MAGA hat on. There you go. That's the clickbait.
That's
my
the
god!
You know how that Dave Chappelle joke is like where the cops used to like kill some innocent people and then sprinkle crack on them so you can get out of there. It'd be like that. So instead of sprinkling crack on them, they just put a MAGA hat on.
Just throw a MAGA hat on the body.
Shoot a guy or arrest a guy, throw a MAGA hat on him. It's like a MAGA supporter, Trump supporter did this crime.
You open the police cruiser and he's got like 100 MAGA hats in the car.
This is a trunk full of MAGA hats just so you can sprinkle them around.
Of course, this is racially motivated, and anyone saying otherwise is lying to you. Or
oh, there you go, right there. He just said it. Of course. David Pakman has made a bold-faced assertion here.
Wait.
He's
make sure.
David Pakman just called us. He called us liars, Sitch. You didn't hear that?
So whether or not this was racially motivated, there have been many racially motivated shootings. Whether this one is racially motivated doesn't change that racially motivated shootings are a problem in the United States. Some people immediately said, of course this is racially motivated, and anyone saying otherwise is lying to you or dishonest.
No. Okay. So
no, he's saying people...
He's saying someone else said it. I know.
Yeah, I'm confused. But no, he's saying people...
better.
He's saying the opposite. He's saying people that... He's like, for a second, seems to be insulting the people that are saying, of course, this is racially motivated. Even though he's doing that this whole video.
I know.
I believe the mainstream media has given, or the current Ministry of Truth in America has given the term for news that goes against the narrative as misinformation. That's the current terminology given by the
fake
current
news. I like fake news better. Fake news. It rolls off the tongue. Fake
misinformation
news.
is the one that goes against. Fake news is the stuff that Trump calls fake news. Just the leftist stuff. But the right-wing stuff, the one that goes against the leftist narrative, that's misinformation.
Oh, okay.
Others have been saying there's no way this is racially motivated and we shouldn't look for that. Even some on the left, in fact, have been saying stuff like that.
Bad leftist. Bad leftist.
Well, first of all, I've never heard a single person say we shouldn't look for that stuff. Like we shouldn't look to figure out what is the motive. That's what we should look for. We look to find out what the motive is. And then if we find it, then that's it. It's settled. We don't say, oh, I wish it was something else.
Yeah, we're looking for the truth, right? We're truth seekers. Not David, though, of course. No. Race seeker. We should just call him a race seeker.
What did Pakman actually say in this video? Other than
nothing.
Moral grandstanding.
You know, he said one thing. He said that there's some unconfirmed anonymous report that no one ever has been able to confirm that someone said that they also somehow survived, but heard that he said he wanted to kill all shooters.
That was reported on by some Korean newspaper that he had to translate into English.
Yes,
okay. I know.
And also, this police captain is a bad person because he had a funny T-shirt about coronavirus.
9 minutes. He said one thing of value that wasn't just moral grandstanding.
Yes.
Yeah.
That wasn't even really of value.
That's a typical David Pakman video, though. Just so you know.
I get so constantly baited into these David Pakman videos.
I know.
There's some like crazy title. I'm like, oh my God, this happened. And then you click on it. It's like, no, that didn't happen. That even didn't remotely happened. It's some tiny story. And he tells you the key information for like 20 seconds in the middle of it. And the rest of it is just nonsense.
At least at least Tim Pool gets fake angry for me. I mean, David Pakman is like completely dialing it in here. He's not even pissed.
He's not even.
You can at least
fake
pretend,
angry.
okay? You gotta fake it.
Yeah, there you go.
This is terrible.
There you go. True. True.
Tim dials it up a notch. I like that.
From what
he
we
knows,
are,
like
there
this
is certainly reason.
He knows his
no.
narrative isn't being supported here, so he can't really get really angry. So he can, but he can at least get fake angry. Come on, you're a YouTuber or whatever.
Did he come up with that title before or after he made the video?
This, well, I don't know, because I think actually I think he's one of the people that does.
Oh, he is a clickbait guy that does the video titles for him.
Yeah, he has like he does
Oh
like
my
a
God,
long
hilarious.
like stream, and then someone cuts it up and puts it on YouTube. I think
Well,
I'm not 100% sure.
His clickbait guy is killing it. David, you're you're dialing it in.
Speaking of Clips channel, Adam.
Clips channel? What? Do we have a Clips channel? Oh my God, Nathan's raking in the views now. I think he's getting like 1,000 views a clip now, which is great.
That's right. If you're like, wow, I want to listen to parts of your stream, but you guys go on for 10 hours too long.
Yes.
Just click the link in the description and subscribe to the Clip channel run by Nathan Margolis.
Because Sitch talks too much.
The thing is, they don't really care how long it is. It's a convenient excuse to demonize you. For, this thing is just 10 hours long. Can't
Long man bad, yes.
Because I actually got that one for my video that's like 30 minutes, only 30 minutes long, which is relatively short compared to these streams or whatever. And somebody said, I'm not going to sit through this 30-minute video of blatant misogyny. I'm just going to give it
30 minutes?
yeah, 30 minutes.
That's nothing. We get more flack if we don't go at least 4 hours than
understandable.
If
When have we not gone for 4 hours?
That's what I'm saying. If we're if we're close to the 4 hour mark,
We get flack if we don't
like,
go for like 8 hours. Okay.
how did we get in this situation? I feel like our show might be bigger if we
had to beat Mahler. You gotta go for 12, 13 hours.
I don't know. I like it. I like hanging out with Sitch on the weekend, so it's a
I
good
like hanging out
excuse.
with Adam.
It's a good excuse for me to get away from the lady. Just kidding. Just kidding, guys.
She's making you too civilized.
That's
Gotta
right.
Be a little more brute,
Disrespect.
a little more natural.
I ran off. I did a break. I ran off for a quickie. You guys didn't even notice.
Oh, wow. Impressive. That's very quick. Duperda for $20 says, LOL, I wanted to make a comment about the mass media using this as a distraction for the New York race attacks, but Big Brother Google is trying hard not to let me.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of weird things they don't let you put in the super chats.
Oh, really?
So,
Yeah, I've tried to super chat the name Arnold Schwarzenegger once, and they wouldn't let me do that.
that's super weird.
Damn.
That race was one of possibly more than one motivation. Let's continue to allow.
I like how no matter what, it has to be race. Okay, there has to be race in here somewhere.
Like, even though he didn't say that, he said he blatantly stated his motivation, and no evidence pointed to extreme racism except for that one anonymous witness, apparently, that we assume exists somewhere in the ether. But secretly, guys, it could actually be racism to some extent. Secretly.
Right.
Yeah, gotta be.
Allow the information to lead us to the answer. I have no political or emotional attachment to it being one or the other.
Lie.
The title of the video is "Police Say Kill All Asian."
The moment you said I have
isn't racist.
The moment the words "I have no political," you're lying. You're absolutely telling an untruth here.
There could look, Dave. There could be, and I'm sure there is somewhere out in this fair universe, okay, of ours, that you have some objective journalist who's like, look, I don't really care politically or narratively what the motivation was. I just want to find out what it is. But they're not titling their fucking video "Police Say Kill All Asian Shooter Isn't Racist," which first of all is a double whammy, because on one hand, not only is that obviously implying that the shooter is racist, but it's also implying that the police are either racist or incompetent buffoons for pretending he's not.
Yes.
So no, David, no. You don't get to make that claim.
I love how he calls them the "kill all Asian shooters." I would be terrified to put "kill all Asians" in a title of a video. Yeah, there's like the fact that he's on the left, just like he's blatantly doing this shit. We could never do that.
Right.
Leftist privilege.
It is big time.
I don't know if David's big enough to get you know, to have the special YouTube lets, you know, have laxer rules or not. He might be. He might be.
I mean, in the comment, it's like, are the police saying kill all Asians? It kind of like police say kill all Asians. Shooter isn't racist. Like they're, I mean, depending upon where you put the comment in this title.
That's right. There's
no
comma. There you go.
It's great. It's like a big different meaning there.
Mm-hmm.
So are the police saying kill all like kill all Asians?
I'm pretty sure
police
there
say
have been
kill
many
all
relationships
Asians.
ruined by inadequate
The shooter isn't
punctuation.
racist.
Right.
What we do know is there at least now is a report of the shooter saying, "I'm here to kill all Asians." We will see what comes out. We'll see what else we learn about this sheriff spokesperson who posted xenophobic China shirts to Facebook. Every detail continues to just be more and more alarming. One of our sponsors is
more alarming. Oh yeah, let's see the sponsor.
No, this is a funny thing I noticed about the Ben Shapiro interview with Gina Carano is that she's just spilling her heart out about how she was abused by Disney and how she's being demonized. And all of a sudden, Ben Shapiro goes, "Wait, hold on a minute. By the way, our sponsor today."
Oh no!
It's so bad.
No. That's awful.
Magic Spoon, the breakfast
spoon.
Speaking
yeah,
of
I like to
cancellations.
see who I like to see what racist people like get advertised to.
Cereal that tastes.
Wait a minute. Speaking of mass shootings, you know what else starts with the letter M and has a second word start with the letter S?
Magic
Magic Spoon.
The Magic Spoon. Speaking of mass shootings, have you tried the Magic Spoon? It's great.
Oh no!
Who wants your product right next to kill all Asians here?
I know.
It's like
Who agreed to say yes to this video be sponsored
Magic
by it?
Spoon says
What's your
Spoon says kill all Asians.
Sure, we'll sponsor your video. What's it going to be about? The kill all Asian shooter. Sure, I will highlight that. Yeah,
let's do that.
Put my product next to
Just
that.
like the sugary, tasty, delicious cereals we loved as kids, but without the sugar and without.
Now, I want you to pause this video. I want you to put your mouse over it. And police says kill all Asian shooter isn't racist. Speaking of, it's Magic Spoon right here. You get $5 off for free shipping and handling.
What do they put in there that's not sugar? Is it?
I don't know. I'm gonna look it up right now. Actually,
Is it?
It's
Yeah,
the
it's
stuff that
probably.
turned the frogs gay.
I'm curious as to what the
Sitch is like,
ingredients are.
I can't wait to have some of that cereal. What?
I don't eat sugar
All right.
cereal, so.
I can't wait to get myself a bowl of the kill all Asian cereal.
I can't believe you're gonna buy the cereal in the racist video.
Not only am I gonna buy the cereal,
Sitch.
I'm gonna use David Packman's product code.
Oh
To get
my God,
20% off.
Get you 50%
is
off
terrible.
kill all Asian
This is
cereal
terrible.
today, immediately.
Magic Spoon, reach out to us. We'll do a promo. Why are you advertising with this?
We'll
racist?
do a promo for your cereal while wearing
cards.
Raycons in our ears at the same time. Okay.
Magic Spoon is sweet and delicious with 0 grams of sugar, 13 grams of protein, and only 4 net carbs,
Oh, I can't
making
even
it
eat this stuff.
perfect for a low carb or keto diet. This month, Magic Spoon is releasing 2 amazing new flavors. We're talking about cookies and cream and maple waffle. Only available for a limited time. Of course, you can still get Coke.
I always love in these ads where you have like someone talking about some political thing or some news story, and then it's like, I go into horror mode. We have wonderful
I
flavors
know.
coming this spring. Magic Spoon's got these amazing peanut
is why-
butter.
Are you
frosted-
This is why I
talking
couldn't really
about?
get to the Ben Shapiro interview with Gina Carano because it was just too hilarious. I was just such a sharp juxtaposition between Gina Carano spilling her heart out about being canceled and all those terrible things she's gone through, and then Ben Shapiro goes, "Wait. By the way, Magic Mattress is over here. It was sponsored."
Oh my God, Magic.
Are you
Mattress?
feeling down about the fact that you got fired from an abusive employer? Well, lay down on your own magic mattress.
I can't wait to get all 4 flavors of Kill All Asian cereal. It's gonna be great.
What are you talking about? Is he just dialing it in? Is that what you're saying? You're saying he's like the whore that's just laying there?
That's what they. Every time people do these ad buys, that's what it
I
just
know.
sounds
He
like.
sounds
Oh
like
my
he's in
God.
pain.
Yes,
It's like pulling
terrible.
teeth.
And this isn't even. This was a can. This is a recorded bit. Like he could have done this at very high energy, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
It's not even
Let's
like
get-
in the middle of the
Go.
show.
Frosted peanut butter and cinnamon. Build your own.
Oh, I want to get the cinnamon flavored Kill All Asian cereal. It's gonna be great. But to be fair,
my
if I were offered a sponsorship, I would probably take it depending on whether I actually use the product or like the product or test it out first. But it's just the whole thing here is just how funny it is putting something like this.
Yeah,
compared
police
to
say
what
kill
subject
all
matter-
Asians right
subject
right
matter
above
of the
the
video.
yeah.
It's
You have-
weird.
You have kill all Asians, and you also have racist shooter. I mean, this whole thing is awful.
Variety pack. Our team has tried every flavor.
Asian
We
cereal
keep
variety
asking
pack.
them to send us more. Magic Spoon is as good as it.
They keep asking us to send us more.
There you go.
Please.
I mean, I
send,
like the box. It's got a cowboy riding a dinosaur.
send us more, please. Thank you. Your cereal is great.
So
Cereal is fantastic.
I can't even
We
eat this
love your
stuff.
cereal.
You know
Some
what,
flavors, I assume, are good people.
you know what the very first ingredient in this cereal is?
Sugar.
Sugar,
Milk.
milk.
What? Oh,
Whey protein. I can't even eat this stuff.
ouch.
It has monk fruit in it,
sounds-
Adam. That's how it can be sugary, sweet tasting, but doesn't
All right.
actually have sugar in it.
I'm going
There you
to slip the other video in.
Put the Trump clip.
I'm
you
gonna
want
do
us
it.
to
I'm
look
gonna
into.
do it. I am gonna do it.
Yes.
Or we should just. Or do you want to move on to super chats and just?
Well,
end early?
let's just watch the Trump clip.
No, let's.
Okay.
I just did that to like freak the chat out.
Mark the Cyborg for $27.99 Canadian. Thank you, Mark. Says Geeks and Gamers was in direct contact with Snyder setting it up. They sprung the disavowal on us at the last minute.
Oh,
It was
wow.
a rough
Yeah.
time. Thanks for having me on. Thanks for having me with On Morning Nonsense Devil. A-Team reigns supreme, but my dogs are S-Class.
We're referring to the. I have a morning show like every weekday, and actually had Mark the Cyborg on to go over that stream with the Snyder incident. I like to call it. And he just explained a bunch of things that happened in the background and this kind of frame situation. Yeah, Snyder they just pulled it on him like out of nowhere. That's why they were so happy, and all of a sudden, I just want to make sure that everyone knows I'm not affiliated with Geeks and Gamers, and that there's no room for hate. Okay, let's continue.
So wait, did he?
Maybe we should just invite him on. Maybe he can tell us.
That sounds like he. If he's saying he is in contact, like I'm assuming he knew who Geeks and Gamers was when he was in contact with him. So that's
Yes, he
even
did.
double shitty that he's like, oh, I'm totally in contact with you. I know you're setting it up, and now I'm gonna like shit on you. Like that's bad. I don't know.
Currently
what a
know
terrible
Zack Snyder
thing.
totally knew about Geeks and Gamers and everything. They know who they were.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Anyway, so you have to. I hear the clip. I heard the clip was ready.
Everyone's saying that it's a minute and
We'll just play the
50
whole thing.
seconds in. Are you sure? I don't.
Okay, just go to a minute and 50 seconds then.
I don't
Just
know
at the
if
end.
I don't know if you can
Don't want to
take
get hit
this
with a
switch.
copyright.
It's, by the way, it's a disease, without question, has more names than any disease in history. I can name Kung Flu. I can name 19 different versions of names.
So I guess he technically didn't say.
So he
it.
did say it.
I mean, he technically did say it, but he says like I could name these things. Like he's just
Right,
giving
well,
examples.
Let's see what they. Let's see those.
he's being-
I don't care either way.
So I said to
This is
my
funny.
people, slow the testing down, please.
I don't really care either way.
Oh, this was a joke. This is a joking section.
Yes.
His rallies are funny, man. This
Yeah, yeah,
guy's
definitely.
hilarious. Yeah,
He's very entertaining.
yeah. I think he thought that some of those jokes were making it past the mainstream media, but they weren't. None of them.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
You learn
Anyways,
something.
I had one more video. I don't know if we should watch it or if it's just more of the same.
Cue it up.
It was the Breakfast Club talking about this.
Ooh,
The
interesting.
movie that'd be awesome.
No. But the Breakfast Club, is it a clip or is it? I mean, Breakfast
It's
Club
like a
is a long
4-minute
show.
clip. It's a 4-minute clip.
bring it
It
up.
wasn't
Let's
the
do it.
entire Breakfast Club stream now.
Let's do it.
Every frame of racism.
I can't believe we have 3 people and we're talking a lot less. I guess maybe I don't know.
Well, they're short videos. I mean, usually we watch the super long.
We've
videos.
stretched a 4-minute video out to at least.
Well, that's true.
4
When we
hours,
have,
I mean.
you know, like the PragerU video where every word merits like
Triggers
an
us.
hour-long conversation. Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
we talked-
True.
We've talked about the Breakfast Club in the past, generally in relation to you know, when they had Louis Farrakhan on and totally sucked his D. It didn't push back on him being a horrible racist, anti-Semite. I think we talked about, I think they had some, did they talk to Nick Cannon, or they had some terrible take on the Nick Cannon situation, if I recall correctly? I'm not 100% sure about that. So here's a Breakfast Club on Sheriff Captain.
Morning, everybody. It's DJ Envy, Angela Yee, Charlamagne the Guy. We are the Breakfast Club. Let's get in some front page news. Where we starting, Yee?
Well, let's start with Robert Aaron Long, the 21-year-old who's been charged with killing 8 people in Atlanta. 6 of them are women of Asian descent. Now, the Georgia Sheriff's Captain has said this about what was going on with Robert Aaron Long.
When I spoke with investigators, they interviewed him this morning, and they got that impression that yes, he understood the gravity of it, and he was pretty much fed up and kind of at the end of his rope, and yesterday was a really bad day for him, and this is what he did.
So basically, people are upset that he said he was just having a really bad day, and that's why he did that. It kind of belittled what actually happened. People were killed.
What else?
8 people died.
What else?
It's so funny how all this comes to what looks to be a misinterpretation. Like you got to understand, did the guy say he was having a bad day, or did the cop say he thought the guy was having a bad day? Which is just, I mean, there's a vast ocean of difference between those two statements.
The context suggests the guy himself was saying
said
that he had
yes,
a bad day, and that he was at the end of his rope. Yes,
right, and that the police are just relaying that message because they're asking, you know, what his motivation was. Right.
Crack ass cop had to say.
Well, whoa! What did we miss? Back that up a little bit here. Let's see.
At the end of his rope, and yesterday was a really bad day for him, and this is what he did.
So basically, people are upset that he said he was just having a really bad day, and that's why he did that. It kind of belittled what actually happened.
Did he actually say he was just having a really bad day? I forgot. I didn't hear that. Or he was having a bad day. Because it was, I could see why they would trying to see if he was defending the guy. He was saying, oh, he's just having a really bad day.
No, the whole context.
He understood.
They asked him a question like, what did he say? What was his motivation? So he's telling them.
Right.
Yeah.
And he was pretty much fed up and kind of at the end of his rope, and yesterday was a really bad day for him. And
yeah, he didn't say just.
Yeah, it's a really bad, like a statement of fact. Like, yeah, it was a really bad day for him with his addiction to sex. His mental illness. You have bad days, and when you have mental illness, you can have bad days. That's right.
But the actual shooter said it was a really bad day for me. That's right, basically what he said.
Yeah, but you caught that adding the word "just having a bad day" changes the interpretation.
Oh yeah.
Completely, it does. It absolutely does.
Right.
This is what he did.
So basically, people are upset that he said he was just having a really bad day, and that's why he did that.
No, lie.
Yeah.
Liar.
It kind of belittled what actually happened. People were killed.
What else?
8 people died.
What else that crack cop had to say?
What did he say? What did he say?
What else does that cracker ass cop
have to say?
Okay. I heard it twice. I couldn't understand what he said.
Well, yeah, that's what he said about, he had a bad day.
Man,
Man, he's so triggered. He's so triggered by this.
He's very triggered. Well, look, I'd be triggered too if I thought that I lived in a society where everyone was racist against me.
Totally.
The law enforcement was super racist against me. And when the racist law enforcement found a mass shooter that they were in favor of, they made justifications for it. Sure. But
yeah,
the problem
I
is
would
that
totally
none of that's even remotely true.
So much of this shit is just miscommunication. Just completely miscommunication.
Worse than having a bad day.
F Captain J. Baker. Okay, F that dude in his bad day. I hate how the media spins things for white people. At what point are white people in these positions of power going to hold their own accountable and call them what they are? It's the same thing with the Capitol raid on January 6th. That guy, Robert Long, is a domestic terrorist, a member of Vanilla ISIS. And police always find a way to take these guys in peace.
So
Vanilla ISIS?
There was, I remember
That's
this happening
good.
too.
The Vanilla
we were
ISIS
talking about, we were talking about the terrorist stuff too. And it's really stupid because I think the legal or whatever law enforcement definition that they use for terrorist is that the person has to be engaged in some activity to inspire fear in a specific group of people for ethnic or political motivations. And that if that person's doesn't fit that category, then they're not technically classified as a terrorist. And so there's always times in these mass shootings where they're like, oh, well, this fighting over whether they should actually be labeled a terrorist or not. And they just want it to be labeled a terrorist because the person is white. And they feel like the police are giving some sort of special place, some sort of special deference to white shooters, which is totally nonsense and doesn't happen whatsoever.
In their eyes, if the guy is white, it must be racially motivated.
Right. Hey,
it's funny to me that he points out the media spinning these stories for white people as if they're spinning them to give white people a break, when the media is spinning them for white people, but they're spinning them into like a racialized narrative for white people.
Are white supremacist, evil, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
But then, it's funny, even when the police shoot a white person who committed a crime, if you recall, it was recently it was in Washington or in Portland, with the police shot the guy who, remember, he shot the Trump protester.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Antifa guy. And when the police went to arrest him, they said he pulled a gun and they shot him. And they're all like, oh, of course the police shot him is because he was, a lefty. So even when the police shoot a white person, instead of taking him in, it's because of the politics of the situation. There's always some, additional narrative you can tack on.
What do you think the dominant media narrative is for this right now? Is it that we should forgive this guy? This was a racialized
motive shooting. Yes, this was
right,
an act of white supremacist shooting.
And the cop and the cop is racist as well for potentially empathizing with the shooter.
Right.
Like all this, that's the mainstream narrative. But he's saying that the mainstream narrative is directly opposite than that.
Yeah, because they're acting like, or a lot of the woke people, they act like the media still exists in 1980s or 1950s.
Where they sweep legitimate racism under the rug.
Right. Of course.
When really they're just signal boosting stuff that isn't even really racist as racism.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Charlemagne the God had Louis Farrakhan on his show, and they were sweeping his super racism and bigotry under the rug.
Yeah.
Only talking about what they thought was his good qualities.
Crazy.
And make excuses for their behavior. How do we not see? I'm sure we all see this bias at this point, right?
Absolutely.
It's so obvious to everyone, isn't it?
I see bias, all right.
I'm so fascinated. Yeah, I'm so fascinated by this because it is like we see the bias, but the bias is completely opposite of what he's like. The mainstream media is completely on his side, and he's basically saying they're so biased.
How much more biased can they be
in your
against white
favor?
People? Yeah, in your favor. How much more can they be more biased? Tell us. Tell us what else they can do.
My brain's exploding here. I don't get it.
They're on the verge of.
What do we know about
stories
this
at this
gentleman?
point.
Anything? Did they say?
Sorry.
They're at this point where the media is so biased at this point. They seem to be on the verge of just making things up completely out of nothing.
Yeah.
Just to spin things.
David Pakman. I got to go to the South Korean newspaper.
I got a South Korean newspaper that translates to English that reports on a guy who may or may not exist.
Right. He's not going to the South Korean newspaper to make the white guy out to be, just having a bad day. And
right.
Yeah.
And look, Charlemagne the God, I don't really appreciate what he said about Nick Cannon. He used language that could equally be as offensive as what he thinks that this police captain said. In regards to Nick Cannon, he said, listen, Nick is my guy. I hate it had to be him, but that's what you can do when you have the power, he said. And if there's one thing Jewish people have showed us, it's that they have the power. I can't wait until the day black people are able to fire people for saying things about us that we deem racist. We can barely get cops fired for actually killing us.
He said that about Nick Cannon?
He said that about Nick Cannon.
But what about that? What about that tweet that was sent out by Roseanne? What's her name?
Roseanne Barr.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she's made like a joke, like an off-color joke, and all of a sudden her whole show was tanked like overnight.
Right. But no, the media is totally in favor of
In the tank
defending
for white people,
mass
yeah.
shooters for some reason. You know. Yeah.
So weird.
Right now, here's
Any information about him?
Oh, we all see this bias at this point, right?
Absolutely.
It's so obvious to everyone, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
obvious.
Just making sure.
What do we know about this gentleman? Anything? Did they say
All right, now here's
any information about him?
now what they are saying is that
At least he is asking, what do we
Yeah.
like, do we have any information?
Asking
about
questions.
this?
He wants
Yes.
information. He doesn't just want to sit there and morally grandstand. What is
Right.
that? That's weird.
Yeah, at least DJ Envy is asking what information. And if you heard Charlamagne the God's like, who cares? Who cares? We don't need any additional information. Who cares?
I know what I know. What I know is right.
Right.
Robert Aaron Long had a sex addiction, and that's why he attacked these people. They're saying that it was not ethnicity that came into play, and it wasn't anti-Asian violence necessarily, but they're still investigating. By the way, sex is still a hate crime category under Georgia's new law. So if he was targeting women out of hatred for them or blaming them for his own problems, it could still potentially be a hate crime. It doesn't have to be racially motivated to constitute a hate crime in Georgia. It could be because they're women.
They reaching so hard to make excuses for this guy that these excuses don't even make no sense. A sex addiction, so I'm attracted to you, so I'm going.
Did he just listen to anything she just said?
No.
He's okay. Whatever you said, I'm going to continue with my moral grandstanding.
Well,
Uninterrupted.
listen, the explanation he gives for why this doesn't make sense is like wow, what like very limited thinking is going on
just
here.
sex
Very shallow
addiction?
thinking. Yes.
She even said this. It would be the same thing. It's still a hate crime and a
Right.
sex addiction. So what
Right.
excuse exactly is being made here?
What's the
So
point
actually-
of calling it a hate crime? Just it's harsher
Just a virtue
punishment?
signal. Just a
Oh.
virtue signal.
I mean, you'd think all crimes were, I don't know, hate crimes, maybe.
Well, and I mean, I'd even make the argument. If someone has a sex addiction and they go to a place that they frequent, that the people perform sex acts on them for money, and they kill those people, is that they're not targeting them specifically because they're women. Anyway, so it's not even a misogynistic. Well, I guess it could be misogynist, but it's not a hate crime. I wouldn't classify it as a hate crime towards women.
Yeah, I guess hate crime they classify as racially motivated. So,
Well, no, but I'm saying I would assume a hate crime targeted towards women would be you saying, "Oh, I want to kill women for
Right.
X reason," not "I
Correct,
want to kill these people because I can't stop having sex with them or going to them for sex." I think that's a
Right.
very different concept.
right.
For this guy, that these excuses don't even make no sense. A sex addiction, so I'm attracted to you, so I'm going to kill you. I thought
after
sex
his
addiction
arrest-
was do you want to have sex?
After his arrest, Robert
I know he doesn't
Wait, what?
understand the whole.
What did you say? Hold on.
They didn't give him any of the context though,
Very-
so
I'm
give
attracted
him a
to you.
little bit of a break here.
I don't think he knows what sex addiction is.
Well, no, he said if
Why do I
if
want
you're
to? I want to
sex
fuck
addicts-
you and I want to kill you. I don't get it.
How does that make any sense? And okay, you're right. He didn't have the context, but that's still your fault. If you don't have, this is the elephant in the writing.
I know.
He didn't
totally.
have anywhere near
Enough context. Yeah, exactly.
the information he needed to come up with some statement or opinion, and yet he's already jumping all over the place saying, "Oh, the cops racist. This is the media is racist," and you're making up a bullshit explanation that makes no sense. And it's like, well, you didn't even hear the explanation, so you didn't even understand it to make this judgment call. And it's funny because in this clip, it seems like the other two people are like kind of realizing that what he's saying is stupid. Like they seem
It
kind
seems
of
that way,
uncomfortable
yeah.
about it.
Read that $20 super chat. It's hilarious.
Duper Da, thank you. He's giving us so much money today. Duper Da for $20 says, no, guys. He's not intentionally misrepresenting the issue. He's having trouble understanding what everyone's saying because he's wearing a hood under his headphones.
Oh yeah, he is.
I just noticed that.
I
He's
just
like,
noticed
what?
that, yeah.
What did you guys say? What's going on here?
You know what? You're
Usually
right.
it's-
I didn't even notice that. Why would you do that?
Usually it's your headphones and then your hood is over it, but he's wearing his hood
Right.
and then the headphones.
Right. That's yeah. You know what? You're right. I'm so sorry. He just can't actually
Give him a
literally hear what they're
break.
saying.
Can't actually hear.
Sitch,
Literally
give
can't
him
hear
a
what they're saying.
break.
So sorry.
Jeez.
Well, he's the god, though, right? Shouldn't that mean that he has god powers to just
He should be
perceive all
omnipotent. He doesn't even
information?
need the headphones.
He's just
It kinda
omnipotent.
It kind of reminds me of that meme where it's like I'm angry, and then he's like the next panel is this. Here's a solution, and the guy just rips up the solution and says, "I don't want a solution. I just want to be angry."
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what's happening.
Long told investigators he believed he had a sex addiction and an issue with porn, and he saw spies.
He looks kind of embarrassed. Like,
There he's confused. He's like,
There
what?
goes my argument.
Sex addiction? Addiction to porn? That's impossible.
He looks both confused and disappointed. Like, oh
Yes.
man, I can't use this to grandstand anymore. Now I'm just embarrassed.
Spies as a temptation that he wanted to eliminate.
He's looking up sex addiction. He's typing.
What
is he?
is sex
I don't know.
addiction?
You can see him typing.
Look at
so-
you.
Do I have a sex addiction?
Once again, I said this yesterday. Eliminate yourself first. You know what I'm saying? Whenever you feel like you want to hurt a bunch of people because it's something that's
Okay, that's
Advocating
fair.
for
I agree.
suicide.
Look, I'm
Advocating
fine
for
with that.
suicide.
If you want, before you go on a mass shooting, just kill yourself.
Yeah.
I agree.
Do
That's
that
the
first.
solution.
Are,
Kill yourself
but
first.
do you understand though that this is like kind of an activism thing? Like he's trying to draw attention to this. I mean, obviously it's fucking
The shooter,
horrible. It's
you
a
mean?
terrible thing. Yeah, exactly.
I don't think it's an activism thing.
Well, I think it totally is. What do you?
I think
wha-
no. I disagree completely.
His
I think-
whole thinking, which is terrible thinking, obviously,
Mhm.
because it's not going to change anything, is that I'm going to do these mass shootings and it's going to draw attention to porn addiction and something's going to be done about it. Of course, the media isn't even, they're not even focused on porn addiction. They're trying to turn this into a racial thing, which is probably driving him
look,
insane.
It could be possible that was his motive.
More insane, let's say.
Like it could be possible that was his motive, but so far I don't think we have enough information to make that.
Well, I'm speculating, obviously, but I'm
Right.
sure
I mean,
that's
I think it's could be
potentially going
just
to come out.
Right. I think it'd be just as true is that he's just literally a crazy person who thinks I need to kill these people to prevent them from tempting me to, engage in sex acts. Like, and it could be
Okay.
just that simplistic.
Well, and also, I'm going to be incarcerated shortly after this, so obviously I'm not going to have access to porn anymore.
Or right, that too. Or maybe look, and depending on how crazy he could be, maybe maybe they're not even thinking about the incarceration afterwards.
Yeah, maybe he was planning on offing himself afterwards and just didn't have the nerve to go.
Or
through it.
what? Because he was driving. They said.
Oh, he was not done shooting. I know he was going
Yeah,
to
because
another
he was
place.
he was driving cross state to Florida to try to attack something related in the porn industry that they haven't released yet.
Oh, yeah.
And the police had to crash his car to stop him from getting like he wasn't stopping. Like they had to
Oh,
crash
really?
his car to make him stop. Yeah.
They did the pit maneuver on him.
Did the pit maneuver.
Interesting.
is going inside of you, you the problem. Get rid of yourself. All of those people those external issues have nothing to do with you. It's all internal. Get rid of yourself if you want to eliminate somebody.
Long also told investigators he was headed to Florida and was planning to do more acts there as well.
Come on, man.
Sounds like he had mental problems.
I'm sure.
Sounds like he had mental problems.
You
Sounds like
think
he
so,
watched-
huh?
Oh my God! Now he's empathizing with him. Please.
This guy's the best guy on this cast here. He
He's
actually
like, wait a
asks
minute.
questions and stuff.
Tell me more information. Oh, it sounds like this guy's crazy, right? Let's
Yeah,
not
this guy's
jump to
mental.
these racialized conclusions. Thank you, DJ.
Yeah, who is this?
DJ Envy. What a cool name.
DJ
What an
Envy.
awesome
Yeah.
name.
I'm envious.
Yeah, the God should envy DJ Envy here for having some sanity.
porn and he seen on a porn site that he thought was bad for him and he tried to eliminate it all. Seems like
By the way,
Oh, look, he
would-
instantly
My God,
realizes
there's
and understands
sanity.
the
he just
story.
concludes that what actually happened here, as far as
Yes.
we know. Also, I wouldn't recommend Beats for headsets, for headphones. I just for that, not for this nature. They're good for like a heavy bass music, as far as I know. But unless
Oh
they've
my
improved,
God.
I don't know. But anyway,
There you go.
like he had mental. You find out he didn't take his medicine or something. It problem.
I'm
Sounds like he watched porn and
it sounds like
Wait,
he had a
we're-
bad day on his mental illness. That's what it sounds like.
Let's let him get through this. This guy is the first guy that's actually making any sense. Let's let him.
No,
Let's let him finish.
You don't get to speak.
he seen
okay?
someone on a
Florida and was planning
Here
to
it
do
is.
more acts
And
there
it's-
as well.
Come on, man.
sounds like he had mental problems.
I'm sure.
It sounds like he had mental problems. Sounds like he watched porn and he seen someone on a porn site that he thought was bad for him and he tried to eliminate it all. Seems like he had mental problems. You'll find out he didn't take his medicine or something.
I'm sure he did, but guess what? There's no turning back from this. 8 people are dead. So you have to deal with the consequences of your actions. All right? You got to go to prison.
It was actually long.
Yeah, but the thing
No
is,
one's saying that. Obviously, give him the electric chair. Jesus Christ!
There's this annoying thing that I've seen this too when I'm talking to people about like a mass shooter, and you say, "Oh, they're crazy." They think like that you saying they're crazy or have mental problems is you trying to remove responsibility away from their actions. And I'm like, that's not what I'm saying at all.
It's saying the motivation and where the mindset is. Like, are they actually
exactly.
racially motivated, or are they just crazy that where it's not actually coming from a place of racial hatred or anything? Then they're crazy, and it's from some other mentally disturbed motivation.
Right.
And this guy is just hopping into. I like how he switched trains really quickly there. From this guy's obviously a racist, and all these white people just running defense, and goes to from that to. It's still a tragedy, by the way. It's still a tragedy. Never mind that my whole argument from before and my whole grandstanding was just blown out of the water.
Right.
It's still a tragedy. You can't. You just stop defending the guy. Stop defending the guy.
Well, that's what I thought was interesting about this clip is it really shows the dangers of being so quick to jump to your preconceived notions, and then you instantly find out like, oh, they're all wrong, completely wrong.
Yeah.
Long's family, there are images of him after the first shooting at one of the.
Back from this, 8 people are dead. So you have to deal with the consequences of your actions. All right, you got to go to prison.
It was actually Long's family that saw images of him after the first shooting at one of the first spas. They contacted authorities and helped identify him. So they said the family members are very distraught, but they were very helpful in this apprehension.
You can treat
those terrible white people turning their own family.
Bigoted family members, yes.
Hey, hold on, what you say before? Like, how come all these white people don't hold their own accountable?
Yeah, exactly.
Embarrassing.
His own family turned him in.
I'm
That's
pretty
right.
sure at this point, every time this Angela Yee lady talks, she's like, "No, stop talking, stop talking." Every time you say something, you destroy my argument.
Yeah, you're ruining everything I said in the opening. What are you why are you doing to me here?
Let me get through the story before you interject with your very not thought out opinion on this topic. Yes,
exactly.
Him for all his health issues in prison.
The authorities and helped identify him. So they said the family members are very distraught, but they were very helpful in this apprehension.
You can treat him for all his mental health issues in prison. Okay?
Sure.
Right?
Now, Long did spend time in rehab for sexual addiction last year, according to a former roommate. The roommate spoke on condition of anonymity. He said he lived with Long for several months. And
it just won't stop. You can treat him for his mental illness and addiction in prison. Actually, he went to rehab, and he was actually being treated for his mental illness. It didn't work so well.
Yeah.
Like, stop talking. Stop talking. You're making me look stupid here.
In summer of 2020 at a transition house for people exiting rehab.
I need to know more about this, not because of Robert Long, but sexual addiction makes you kill people? I thought sexual addiction just made you like want to have sex all the time and cheat.
Well,
they're leaving the religious aspect. Oh, maybe she chimes in now with the religious aspect of it.
He was the one that was going to massage parlors. He was going there explicitly to engage in sex acts, according to reports. And according to what he had been saying, he had relapsed and was going back again after rehab.
It's just amazing how the police officer, Captain J. Baker, can just stand up there and say, well, he had a bad day.
He's gone back.
Really? You're just going to go circle around.
My God.
Gone back.
You're going to delete the past
I
few
had
minutes
such
and just go
high
back
hopes.
to the beginning.
That's right.
Such high hopes.
Go back
hopes
to the beginning.
Dashed.
Like when I first started talking, I was my best part. Like, this is the best part where I was in the right. I was more the grandstanding, and then my argument started slowly getting destroyed. He began to shovel on some more information on us. I want to go back to that part.
I thought we were beating up on the skinhead cop. What's going on? Why are you turning this around on me?
Let's go back
Charlemagne,
to that.
the god, just did a JoJo King Crimson, erase all the time that happened in between and went all the way back to the beginning of the segment. Yes.
Such what he just did. Yeah.
Yes.
How do you make excuses? Like, they reach so hard to make excuses for these sick white people.
Yeah, that's what the family was doing, making all kinds of excuses.
All kinds
Please
of excuses
don't arrest.
They were turning him in.
Yeah. They say in the article, they were very helpful in apprehending him, right? All those excuses that they're making.
Instead of just holding them accountable and calling it what it is.
That family probably saved who knows how many more people. Jeez.
Yeah, exactly.
Domestic terrorism. 8 people were gunned down on our soil by this guy. Like, come on, that's terrorism.
Yes, it is. And that is your front page news.
Get it off your chest. 800-585-1051. If you.
That was it.
I wonder, man. I wonder if Charlemagne's mom would be on the phone. My son has gone crazy. You have to stop him. No,
Isn't
I
he going to
don't
prison
know.
though? Like, isn't this shooter going to prison, or is he going? Because
I
he's
don't
going to
know.
prison.
I don't know. Prison sounds like accountability to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not.
Well, they want to march out the guillotines and just take care of them in the street. It sounds like.
They want the French Revolution to come back.
Yeah.
Make the French Revolution great again. Okay.
Oh
They
my
should bring
God.
that thing back.
Rich Jammer for 125 PHP says, this guy went to a massage parlor. Would you say he's a misogynist? Oh.
Might use that one later.
Maybe.
Terrible. Allard K for another 1999. Thank you very much, Allard. Says, don't abandon reason for madness. Confuse freedom with anarchy. Think that S-Class is the best class.
Gotcha.
Snuck it right in. Long story short, good stream, boys. Thank you, Allard. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my God. Oh, I had to look it up. I just saw that picture. I was like, how tall is Charlemagne the God?
Oh my God.
I'm curious. I
didn't
had to
even
look
think
it up.
about that. Oh,
well,
no.
let's just say it's not really God height.
Oh,
what? Is that
you have
4
to
foot
tell
what?
us now, Adam.
You want to take a guess?
Guess
low.
7?
5'2"?
Lower. Oh wait,
Five-
no. 5'2" higher, 5'7" lower.
5'5".
5'6".
6.
5'6".
Yeah.
Okay.
It's still that's some I guess that's why you taught maybe it's like calling the tall guy shorty, right?
Right.
I gotcha.
Although I don't know, I see there's another picture of the Breakfast Club, and it's like she looks way shorter than him, so maybe that's just like a weird.
Angela Yee is 5'3".
Oh, okay, yeah, so she is way.
Yeah.
It was just a weird. That's a bad. Yeah, you caught that. That's a bad Photoshop job. They made her the same height as him.
Well, that's what made me think. I'm like,
Yeah,
whoa,
like,
wait.
wait a minute. Is she really tall, or is he really short?
Yeah, I had to look.
How tall is Ben Shapiro again? Isn't he like 5'6" or something?
Is he short?
Because they always make fun of Ben Shapiro's height.
Ben Shapiro. These are the important questions, guys.
How tall is
How
Ben Shapiro?
tall?
Oh wait,
Yeah,
it's a Quora question. It doesn't just come right up.
Ben Shapiro claims he's 5'9", but that is laughable.
Claims he's 5'9".
Oh, okay. Wow.
Everyone puts that. There's that famous photo of him with Jordan Peterson, where Jordan Peterson's like towering over him.
Isn't it
Jordan Peterson's a
Photoshop
tall
though?
guy,
It's
isn't
not.
he?
It's not real. It's photoshopped, right?
No. Well, I don't know. I can't tell.
Look up how tall Jordan Peterson is.
Because Jordan Peterson's pretty tall, I thought.
Yeah, I think so.
He's 6'2", supposedly.
Really? Jordan
Yeah.
Peterson's 6'2", so this Photoshop. I thought we brought this up before, and
Jordan
people were
Peterson
saying
is
that it
Chad height. No wonder he's so famous.
Somebody here it is right here. Somebody said that this was Photoshop.
Oh, it is photoshopped. Okay, yeah. Okay, it is photoshopped. Yeah, because there's one that makes it look like he's like a small
Oh my
child.
god, he looks like a gnome.
Yeah. No, it is photoshopped. You're right. Yes. So yeah, he could be 5'8", 5'9".
Somebody shared the right. Somebody shared the right photo after we did this one.
Yeah, I see the right.
The
photo.
correct one.
Yes. Okay.
But now you can't even. This is embarrassing. You can't even find the correct one.
Can't even find the Ben Shapiro height.
It's
Whatever.
a mystery.
Whatever.
Oh my
This is a
god,
small child.
this is
That's
like a
real.
total.
That's totally real, you guys.
This is like
There's a website
complete-
called Celebrity Heights. That's all it's called, celebrityheights.com, and it says Ben Shapiro's 5'6" 3/4 inches. Very specific measurements. So there you go.
What is it? 5'6"
5'6" 3/4 of an inch.
How'd they get that? Did
Okay.
they volunteer? Or they kind of sneak that in.
Yeah, how did they get that?
Stealth,
I don't know.
stealth height.
Here's
They
one
have
of
one
him
those
with
laser
Nikki.
measurement tools that they like went to the studio and they shot him with a laser.
Here's one of Ben Shapiro standing next to Nikki Haley. I don't know. This might be Photoshop
That's
too.
probably not real. Probably not.
Oh my God! There's a million of these. These are hilarious. I got another one coming. I got another one. Don't look. Don't look yet. Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk.
Oh my god.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Ben Shapiro should know better than to take a picture with someone in front of a dark background. Because you know this is going to happen, right?
Yes, yes.
Oh, this is hilarious. Oh, I can't stop laughing. Why is it funny? What makes it funny?
How dare you?
Why is it funny?
Okay. You are promoting toxic masculinity.
Being height-phobic.
It is funny, though.
Being height-phobic, yes.
Oh, my God.
The picture is perfectly framed, though. So it's just from height to the tallest to shortest.
That is so funny. Isn't Charlie Kirk, is he tall? I thought he was like
super
6'2".
tall, yeah. I think Charlie Kirk is super tall.
He's also Chad height.
Yeah, but he's also
There you
an
go.
idiot, so he doesn't get the Chad crown like Jordan Peterson does.
Jordan Peterson definitely has a Chad crown.
Yes, he does. No, wait,
Chad
this says
crown?
Charlie Kirk's short. It says he's 5'7".
What? He's shorter than me. What the
There you
hell?
go. Not Chad height.
Look at this
I don't know
right
why
here.
I thought he was tall.
Ted Cruz, 5'8", self-claimed 5'9". He's like a foot shorter than Ted Cruz. Oh my God, they're calling him out.
You can't trust Lion Ted with his own height.
Oh yeah, yeah. Lion Ted, he's like 5'4", right?
That's right. That's right. It's all camera angles. He's really a hobbit. Okay. It's all camera angles and tricks.
Oh God, this is hilarious. How did I? Oh, I searched Charlemagne the God's height. That's how I came up with
That's what got you off on this tangent.
Yeah.
And then I asked, how tall is Ben Shapiro?
Oh my God. There's a whole Quora thread about this, comparing him to other celebrities who have their height out there.
But it is with Trump too. Like Trump had that whole thing where he's like the 2 something or something. His doctor said he was this specific weight, and people have had these pictures comparing Trump to this different athletes and everything. This guy is 200.
Yeah, because they were saying that he increased his height so he wouldn't be obese or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Whatever. He's fat. I don't care. Who cares if he's obese? He's a fatty.
Now that's why the whole McDonald's thing by Trump was so well received, because it's now he goes to McDonald's like on a date and as a normal thing that he does.
Yes.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with McDonald's?
You know his exercise claim, right? Exercise is bad for you.
I think I heard that one, but that's
Donald
that's not true.
Trump said in an interview that
That's
he
fake news.
thinks that your heart can only beat so many times, or no, that you only have so much energy in your body. Like you're born with some specific amount of energy, and if you use it all up, you die. And so that exercising, you use up your life force faster.
That's true, though.
That's not true.
We always
Every time we talk about this, Adam says that's true. I'm like, what
It
the
is
fuck
true.
are you talking
Exercise
about?
is good for you.
only get
Okay.
exercise is good for you, but you
It's good for
only
you.
get a certain amount of heartbeats. Like, and they have
Okay, you realize
linked
you
it
can't
back
take
to your
the
metabolism.
average heartbeat per animal species and then compare that to whether if you exercise or not and raise your heart rate, whether you're killing
Well,
yourself.
it
You know
makes
that's
sense though.
completely
It makes
insane.
sense if you bring your
No, it
heart rate up
doesn't.
every single day, you're using up your beats. You're using up your
I
heartbeats.
actually heard that argument made before on a cartoon show.
Oh, good. So it has
That's
to be true.
That's it. That's the only.
I'm gonna
only
add
time
this.
I've ever heard that.
I'm gonna add this to the pile of bad Adam opinions.
Bad Adam take.
Yeah, 12-year-olds can vote. Musicals suck, and
Oh,
if you
man.
raise your heart rate, you're gonna die because you only have so many heartbeats.
I made some good progress. I actually had a guy on my channel and we talked a bit about the 12-year-olds voting, and he conceded that people should be allowed to have a say in the policies that govern them. And since 16-year-olds is what the Democrats are gunning for, since 16-year-olds will have to live under the policy of genderless bathrooms in high schools, that they should have a say in whether or not the bathrooms were genderless.
Wow, they're really sneaky about this stuff.
What do you mean, Democrats?
Yeah. It's like, okay, we're going to.
No, Democrats are trying to lower the voting age because they think it's going to be a huge windfall for them.
For them, yeah.
Of course, yeah.
In
We're going to
voting.
do, so the whole trek goes from, okay, we're going to introduce these bathrooms. Obviously, okay, so then we're going to have bathrooms on moral grounds. And then all these different bathroom policies on moral grounds. And then we're going to sneak in the 16-year-olds have to live under this policy, therefore they should be able to vote.
That's
And then we
pretty
get a huge voting block
Pretty
win.
sneaky.
Well, no, I think the silent majority is happy with the gendered bathrooms. I think the silent
Yes.
majority is going to vote against.
probably.
I think the vocal majority is pretty happy with this.
Although
gendered bathroom.
the thing is that kids are historically stupid. Like Shakespeare literally wrote plays about how stupid kids are.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, but
it's
kids are
timeless
stupid.
thing.
What do you like? Kids are going to vote against their own self-interest and go for the woke bathrooms when they're the ones that have to use them every day. I mean, I'm curious about this. Maybe they will. Maybe they're that stupid. I'm not sure that they are though. They might virtue signal
Wow, they're
about
not
how they're
stupid,
going to vote
Adam.
that way.
Okay, they're progressive. And they
Progressive?
appreciate all people of all genders. You horrible transphobic bigot.
Well, no, that's what they're going to say. Like I would make the argument that's what they're going to say publicly, but then they're going to go into the secret voting booth and they're going to say, "Yeah, gendered bathrooms."
Speaking of
fuck
transgender
this
bathrooms, I'm gonna use the bathroom.
What? Is it a transgender bathroom? Because technically you can't.
Better be, or else
You're
you're
not
bigot.
allowed to leave unless it's transgender. Is there a super chat I can read or something? I guess. Do you have a reader on your show, Literature Devil? You do a show called The Morning Nonsense, don't you?
Yeah, I read all mine. I'm the only one that could. If someone else reads a super chat, I read it also, because no one reads my super chats. I do.
You're the official reader.
I'm the
Sitch is our
designated
official reader of the show. Everyone makes fun of me because I'm dyslexic, so I don't read so good. Someone in the chat did say that I should watch Gary from Nerdrotic. He did a stream on the Geeks and Gamers Zack Snyder situation. I did listen to that stream of Gary's, and I mean I love Gary to death. Gary, I feel like I have a lot in common with Gary. I've done one live stream with Gary when we were on EFAP with Mahler. Gary was on.
Oh yeah.
And Gary, like, God, it's impossible not to love Gary because he's the one YouTuber that probably reads worse than me. So I feel like there's hope for me. There's total hope. So
I actually didn't see that when I saw it was on. I was like, oh, they said Nerdrotic is having a live stream to cover the Zack Snyder thing. And I got it right at the end. I didn't get to see it yet.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I think he does a live stream on his main channel and then reposts them on his secondary channel. So
Who does that?
John Smith for $4.99 said, Adam, let me fight you on the voting age. John Smith, I will.
In a ring. In an arena.
Actually, we're supposed to.
Battle.
Sitch is going to be on my channel next week for 3 days in a row. We're going to stream for Tuesday, Thursday, or Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I was assuming we were going to do it on my channel. Are we going to do it on this channel, Sitch?
I thought we were doing it on this channel.
We can. I guess we can. We're going to try it out.
We're going to try to do like shorter, like only an hour or two.
We're going to do an hour and a half to 2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, where we just talk about some, news story of the day or something.
And we're going to try to sell comics, basically. That's the purpose of it. So
right.
That's why I don't know if we're going to do it on this channel.
Oh, yeah. You guys
or
also have
channel.
a comic.
That's right.
Yeah.
Speaking of comics, did you know Literature Devil has a comic?
Yeah, he does.
Tell us about your comic, Literature Devil.
Well, it has pages and pictures.
Oh.
Wow, just like a traditional comic.
Yeah, like a traditional comic. We're going old school with this project, It's the best. It's the best comic book out there. All the experts, everyone knows it. Everyone knows it's the best comic book. The best people. Okay, everything's the best. It's called Dr. Alpha Miracle Child on Indiegogo, and it's basically about a villain who has to team up with his arch nemesis to fight a greater threat, Mulvion, the Martian mastermind, who is invading Earth. A very dangerous bad guy. And there's all kinds of twists and turns. I modeled the story off of a pulp formula. So it has a lot of twists and turns, constant twists and turns, revelations and secrets. And it's also very brutal. And it's so brutal, in fact, that I offered a warning in the campaign. It's not a trigger warning. It's an actual warning. The old school kind of warning. I think there's going to be some pretty intense stuff in here eventually, like people melting and stuff. It's going to be great.
Well, I'll bring it. I will actually bring it up. Let me refresh our campaign, see if we got any more backers.
I just added a link in the description to Literature Devil's Indiegogo project.
Appreciate it. We're actually on the cusp of 50K.
Yeah.
With a few more backers away from 50K. And also, speaking of Supervillains Anonymous, I'm going to be in there somewhere.
Yes. He Literature Devil got the draw in tier. So we got a couple more backers while we were streaming.
Fantastic.
39,125. We're so close to 40,000. And we have to defeat the evil here of Literature Devil's campaign here. He's at 49. He's on the cusp of 50,000.
Yeah.
I mean, you could click over to 50,000 on this stream right here if you got a couple more backers, I think.
There's a few more, I think.
Yeah.
Wow. And, you're so close.
And I added a few more things because it is overdue. And I've added on 2 more artists to help speed things up. I have an undesignated colorist now and a letterer, Eric Weathers, who is now lettering at least some of the book.
So if they backed it now, I backed this, I got to tell you, maybe 6 months ago. But if they backed it now, they're probably going to get it a lot sooner.
Yeah, probably a lot sooner. Also, there's I've added on some extra perks because it's overdue. Like everyone who backs it at any tier that requires a physical comic book will be getting a free Lady Midnight poster that was done by Preston Acevedo and a Halloween-themed Dr. Alpha bookmark.
I go out to my I go out to my mailbox every single day, and I think today's the day.
Day, Dr. Alpha comes
No,
out.
I'm just kidding. I don't. I back these projects. I completely forget about it, and one day they show up, and I'm like, yes, like it's totally a surprise. Yeah,
I make sure to give a regular updates at least monthly. So with progress, I usually
monthly.
make sure monthly.
Aren't you? I mean, you're doing a show.
Updates.
Like, I would feel funny not like. I figure we're gonna at least update once a week. I mean, when we do our show, you're doing a daily show.
It's like a big thing with several pages of progress. When I put in I want big updates.
This is a Huerta cover you have here. I really like this cover.
Yeah, the Andrew Huerta. Huerta. I managed to get him commission the hardback edition cover from him.
Wow.
Before he just jumped ship. I don't know where he went, but
it looks great. I think he was trying to do more mainstream stuff. So
it just seems like, that's what I heard anyway.
The mainstream actually despises Comicsgate because we're too cool for them. Like they've all drank the woke Kool-Aid and they just don't get it.
A bunch of misogynist nerds who don't like women and want to gatekeep them.
Oh yeah, the comic book is going to be the main story is going to be 112 pages long.
Damn.
You also get the 10-page Lady Midnight story, bringing out the whole amount of content to about 122 pages. Also going to add in some one-page comic books that I've done in there.
That's
some
cool.
one-page comics in there, so you have extra content. Also, we've unlocked our first stretch goal, which is an additional short story called The New Kid. It actually feeds into the main story of Dr. Alpha Miracle Child.
What is that?
I want to make Adam have to do a 120-page comic too. Exactly.
Well, that's book 3.
It's gonna be it's a pretty hefty book.
Book 3.
Pretty content heavy, I think.
I'm getting better in kind of leaps and bounds I'm drawing like 10, 15 hours a day now, which is awesome. Totally awesome.
But yeah, the mainstream really hates Comicsgate mainly because they have like the top stars that are supposed to be the top stars in the industry, making less than some nobody on the internet like myself or I know Raging Golden Eagle. He's a guy on the internet. He's not connected to the industry at all, but he made a couple 100,000 on his book.
Yeah, I think he did 200,000. Yeah.
Yeah, and that totally eclipses a lot of these mainstream
I
creators
love it.
out there.
I love
it's
it.
fantastic.
We were making fun of Beef Bros on Kickstarter, which is
That guy is
the
very
guy
entertaining.
didn't he do? I mean, he worked for the mainstream. He did the G.I. Joe book.
You were making fun of Beef Bros. I said this is obviously parody.
Oh yeah, but the creator behind it
I was
is,
making fun of the fact that we had $10,000 more on our Indiegogo campaign. We're basically nobodies. Like the guy who was a writer on the G.I. Joe book.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, that's huge. That's a giant franchise. G.I. Joe had a huge Hollywood movie.
Well, you know what
Sitch.
I care about?
We are higher on the hierarchy.
You know what I care about?
What do you care
Adam?
about? What?
Savage Sharpshooter for $100. Thank you so much.
Oh my God.
Savage Sharpshooter 93. Very generous. Says, decided it was time to drop a big one on y'all. Since I watch the show literally every week and have downloaded a fair bit of them. Actually was rewatching the Dankula versus Vosh debate. How has no one punched Vosh out yet?
Well, much restraint, obviously. I mean, that's the obvious answer.
Careful choice of venue. So
yeah, but there's another
Sharpshooter.
Yeah, there's another. I haven't had a chance to watch the most recent Vosh one, but that gives me such hope that you were saying he actually condemns cancel culture at some level. So
because if you recall, Vosh's original appeal was, I can be like a progressive communist who's anti-woke stuff. So they've been trying to cancel him, from the beginning too.
Yeah.
So a lot of it could just be his own personal
Well,
experience.
I've been seeing more celebrities come out against this stuff too. I think Sarah Silverman came out against this. She doesn't want to identify with the Democrat anymore. Also on the D&D front, very famous, controversial dungeon master Matt Mercer, I believe, has come out against cancel culture, if I recall correctly. And he's the guy everyone hates because he ruined everyone's D&D game by being so good. What a weird position, what a chatty position to be in. We have to apologize for being so good, for being too good at things.
Right. No, but yeah, that's what that's what I've been saying about. Is I'm happy. It does seem like it's happening very slow, much too slow for I'm sure most of our taste. But we are seeing more and more people come out against a lot of the wokeness.
It's just a matter of time. We're on the precipice
progressing
of winning
in the
here.
right direction. Yes.
And that's why I think the wokeness stuff is going to eventually lose. They seem like they're powerful now, but I think they're going to eventually lose as time goes on.
Well, it kind of has to because it's so self-defeating because it's all about tearing each other down. Because a lot of the woke stuff, they go after each other far more vicious than they go after even conservatives.
Yeah, because they know, first of all, when you take out somebody in your own social hierarchy, you can move up and take their place. That doesn't work
It's like a
when
pirate
you take
ship.
out somebody.
Yeah.
So you have to take out. Yeah. So if you take out someone just above you in the social hierarchy, you can move up. But if you're taking out people in the opposite tribe, I mean, you have to take out a Ben Shapiro or someone giant to move up the hierarchy, which is much more difficult to do. Obviously, you see the reply guys on Twitter who hit.
Guys.
Well, they are basically reply
I know,
guys, right?
I think they went insane once they kicked Trump off of Twitter. Like, what do we do now?
Yeah,
they're going after the quartering. Poor Jeremy's like every other.
I wonder what happened to that doctor guy.
That guy has me blocked. I looked that guy up once and he has me blocked. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, what did I do?
You existed.
I don't even know him.
Garrett Plouffe for $20 says, speaking of comics, do either of you guys have an ETA for when the comics will be ready? I'm super excited to get my copies. Also, A-Team for life.
There you go. That's a standard David Pakman energy that you're giving it there. I love it. Poor A-Team for life. Come on. Show some enthusiasm.
Look. A-Team for life. Well, first of all, it's not even A-Team for life. It's A-Team reigns supreme. Okay.
Yeah, if I get a sponsor, I'll just do that. Yeah, here's this product. Go ahead and check it out. I guess.
Supreme.
Oh, wait a minute. Savage Sharpshooter 93 for another $5 says, I almost forgot. S-Class is best class.
Oh my God.
There we go. High energy. Don't be low
energy. No. That laughing face with tears of joy actually means that it's sarcastic. You're supposed to say.
It does not.
F-Class is best class.
Nope.
That's how he meant it. He meant you.
I don't think so.
He meant you to say F-Class is best class.
No.
F-Class is best class.
Wrong. Incorrect, sir.
Anyway,
Clever to swear for 10 Aussie says, just saw the Geeks and Gamers Snyder situation. Seems kind of predictable knowing his type of anti-woke content. So associating with a big Hollywood director with that catalog is doomed from the beginning.
Yeah.
You agree? Definitely true.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I don't. Jeremy's not telling us. Well, no, I guess Mark told us the whole story that they were negotiating it behind the scenes. But I mean, I'd love to hear what that phone call was.
If that's how Snyder felt, just don't go on with them at all. Like, what's the point of even going on with them?
He's already made a commitment. They've been pumping the stream that Zack Snyder's going to be on. He looked like a total dick. You got to go on. It's like
I guess.
Well, you have to.
One thing I noticed did occur was that the mainstream media was demonizing the Snyder Cut because they make it racist and terrorism, whatever it is. That's not even an exaggeration. A lot of the woke Marvel creators they were naming it terrorism for people who are enjoying or excited about the Snyder Cut. Well, he was being demonized by the mainstream until he disavowed Geeks and Gamers, and then all of a sudden he was a good guy again. So I don't know.
So you're saying Zack Snyder's really smart?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what happened exactly, but it's just all I know was what happened, what occurred after that. That the mainstream media and the woke people are kind of switched their perspective from Zack Snyder evil to Zack Snyder good.
Right. There was a I tweeted this out. This was insane. This guy.
We never answered the super chat, did we, about the comic?
Oh, you're right. We didn't. Yeah.
We have a December delivery on the comic. So
there you go.
Hopefully we'll get it out earlier. I mean, we're working on that.
It's all on Adam's shoulders. How fast can he draw?
I mean, it's on all of our shoulders, Sitch. Don't sell me out here.
No, I'm not selling you. I'm saying Adam is doing a significant, like the load of the work here.
Just saying that anything goes wrong, it's Adam's fault. But everything goes right, it's both of your accomplishments.
That's right. Exactly.
I am a hopeless perfectionist, though, so I do expect some beating out of Sitch, where the last few pages may actually be drawn by Sitch. They may be stick figures.
We're gonna run out of time, so it's gonna be Sitch stick figure. The comic, like, this is what we'll do. It'll all be drawn by Adam, very like beautifully, and then when we get to the fight scene, it'll just be my terrible drawing.
We have some pages. First of all, we're closing out the campaign next Sunday. I may have a surprise for you guys. I want to launch some new pages, obviously, for closing out the campaign. So we hope to do some numbers.
Be specific, because when you say closing out the campaign, that doesn't mean that people still can't buy into the campaign.
True. So the way that Comicsgate used to do this is they used to make you believe this is your last opportunity to ever buy the comic again. Because, that motivates people to actually step in and buy. We don't want to, truth in advertising, you have plenty of time to buy. We're going to be selling the comic up until the time we ship it. I've already said, hopefully deadline is December. Hopefully we'll get it out sooner. But the official campaign is closing, as you can see here, in 7 days, which is a week from today. Then the book goes into in demand, and you still have an opportunity to buy. Obviously, you can still buy Literature Devil's book,
right?
Which he's still working on finishing up now. So, but we're going to continue to put out pages, which will probably inspire people to come in.
Right.
The closer we get to closing out the campaign, as in shipping the book, obviously more people will buy.
Right.
But we're hoping, we want to create some media buzz next week to get some more backers. We had 1,400 people sign up for our email list, and we've got close to 700 backers. So I think we can double those backer numbers.
Right. And I'll say that it does help if you're interested in backing the campaign or buying the comic. It does help to back it sooner than later, because then we can use the money. Like, if you just buy it right when it comes out, that's good. But if you pre-order or pre-back the campaign, we can use that money if we need assistance with getting out faster, to hire someone to do coloring or lettering or whatever. We need to use that money to do that in the first place.
Yeah. Yes.
I put if you want to, I put a link to a Dr. Alpha video that I think you might find amusing in the Zoom meeting chat.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to check it out.
Sure.
Do you want us to watch it on the stream?
If you want to, yeah, you totally can.
What is it? Is it the campaign video?
You can't do this. It's Alex Jones. We'll get kicked off.
It's an Alex Jones parody.
Do it. No, we can't do it.
You're gonna get us kicked off the internet.
They're gonna
play it on your.
I played it on my stream before. It's pretty funny.
Oh, really?
The guy does a really good Alex Jones impression.
Do you get?
Yes.
Super chats?
Yes, super chats. Super chats.
Look at this.
Super chats. Zofrats for 50 Donkey Kong dollars. Zofrat says A-Team is less than S-Class. S-Class is less than the Lit Legion.
The Lit Legion.
Yeah, I saw that. What's up with that?
Well, I have a Lit Legion of my own,
That's right. There it is.
That's crazy. You got your own Legion now. Now we have the L class.
Dev team is best team.
Andrew Clark for $2 says late team is bait team. That's right. The L class stands for late for Literature Devil.
True.
Super chat.
It's okay. We still love you. We still love you and appreciate you.
So Das Pence sent me a bunch of screenshots I guess he's playing a game where he's made you and me both characters in the game.
He's playing XCOM 2.
XCOM 2, that's it?
Yes. Or at least he was. I'm assuming that's what you're referring to.
I'm a Gen Xer. I'm not allowed to know this stuff.
You're not allowed to know
why do you call why did they call Gen Xers boomers?
Because a boomer is a state of mind, Adam. Okay.
But I do want this gun. I do want this gun here. He's got my red short theme going.
Didn't you show these pictures already, or is these different pictures?
These are different ones. Yeah, he sent me some new ones.
I can't see them yet because we have the lag.
They haven't come up yet. Yeah, I figured. I'll bring them up as we go.
Zara Richards for $5 says Sitch and Adam more like Liddy D and the two sidekicks. Am I right? There you go, Zara
Wrong.
Richards, big Lit Devil fan.
Yeah,
there you go. The Butter Ample for $5 says, "Hey now, got nothing to say this week, so everyone play SWAT."
Oh, is that good?
I don't know. I never played it.
Here's me just chilling with my backpack.
They say play SWAT 4,
out.
best tactical shooter of all time. Great title of the stream. Also high rags.
Hi Rags.
Quick, bring in Rags real quick so you can say hello.
Hi Rags.
We still have not yet had Rags on yet.
We still haven't had Rags on yet. Terrible. I know. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Is that a picture of you carrying my corpse, Adam? I don't approve of this.
Oh, is that? I thought it was just a backpack. I guess you're right. Oh yeah. I'm
well,
saving
me. It could just be an alien. I don't know what it is, but
I thought I was just chilling there, having a doobie or something.
Nope.
Carrying a dead corpse. Fun.
There you go. There you go. Thanks, Das. Thanks, Das.
God,
The Bar
this gun is
$5
amazing.
says there was once a streamer named Sitch and Adam, a friend he called Bick, but they were both late. Now I'm going to ape. Hurry up, or I'm gonna ditch.
No, don't ditch.
Don't ditch. Captain Smith for £5 says Adam's tweet about lowering the voting age is true. He wants 16-year-olds to vote because he knows that they would have voted for Kanye too.
Okay, now
Pretty sneaky, sis.
Yes.
Now I have to mention
That's why you wanted it.
because the tweet is. Did you see the tweet? I'm not sure
I did
if you
see the
saw
tweet.
it.
Yes.
The tweet makes perfect sense. Okay, here's the tweet. Here is the calculus everyone does when contemplating lowering the voting age. 1, will 16-year-olds vote with me? If it's A, no, don't lower the voting age. If it's B, yes, lower the voting age. Yes.
Yep.
So
that's the truth. That's very true.
yeah. So that's the context for the super chat.
Anonymous coward for.
Are they going to vote with me? I don't know that they are. I honestly don't know.
No, they're not going to vote for Kanye.
I have principles. Sorry. Yeah.
Do you?
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
You know,
Anonymous.
it's convenient.
Yeah, exactly. Convenient principles.
Oh, here you are. You're in this one, Sitch.
Anonymous coward for $5 says, check out Actual Justice Warrior's video on Wolf from last week. He found out his doctoral dissertation was based on a falsehood that throws out his entire Marxist argument.
Yeah, I did watch that video and it's amazing.
I
Yeah,
did also watch that video. Yeah,
Richard
pretty
Wolff
devastating.
is. I do have one of my channels on Think Club is Jordan Peterson versus Richard Wolff, and I think it might be close to 2 million views. So, doing my part to take Richard Wolff's face and rub it in a big pile of dog shit. Metaphorically, of course.
Of course, in a video game, in XCOM 2,
in Minecraft.
Look at this.
In
Sitch looks
Minecraft
like
mod of XCOM.
Sitch looks like a badass here too. Look at Sitch.
I am a badass. Look at me.
This is just a preview of Supervillains Anonymous.
Yeah, look at that. I got robot
definitely.
face and robot shoes. I'm the robot, not you. How's that make you feel?
It's like a Supervillain Anonymous team up with the Jawbreakers crew.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what we're going for.
Yeah.
Full on self insert. No, not really. Just kidding.
Look,
my
Captain
character,
PSA. What does it say? Captain PSA Wild Child? Wild Chad?
What?
Is that what it says?
Wild Chad? Where's that?
In the background. It says mission complete. And you got the names of all
It
the
does.
people.
Captain PSA Wild Child. Look at that.
There you go. You got Vox in there. That's funny. Major Vox. Why is Vox above me? Okay. Why is Vox a major? Major's above Captain, right? I don't know the ranks.
And I gotta
Andrew
be low
Clark.
on that list.
Yeah, you're not on the list, Adam. How
I
does that make you
know.
feel? Private Adam.
Well, I stopped to save a guy. Okay, I couldn't be.
Private Adam.
I
What's
couldn't be.
Adam's rank, Doss? That's the question.
I couldn't be fragging away if I was saving a guy here. It's not my fault our drug dealer died.
Andrew Clark for $2 says capitalism is bad. Also, eat the bugs.
Eat the bugs.
Eat the bugs.
I will eat no bugs.
Kneel before Zod and eat the bugs.
Yes. John Smith for $4.99 says literature devil late.
Oh,
that's my full name. Don't worry it out.
Literature devil
Shots
late.
fired.
I like that. Chris for $5 says literature devil or we riot. Don't eat the bugs. Don't eat the bugs.
Don't eat the bugs. Eat beef instead. Eat beef, bros.
That's right. We don't here at PSA Stitch and Adam. We do not endorse cannibalism.
Unless they're actually made of beef.
Are we still killing the beef bros? I hope we are. I mean, in campaigns,
sales.
Obviously. Yeah.
Yes.
Killing them in sales. Yeah. Are you allowed these days? You know, it's all about out of context stuff, right?
Some weird guy for $2 says 2 shadow men down, 1 semi-colonizer to go. Hi, Adam.
Oh, am I the semi-colonizer?
No, ER. It's the semi-colonizer. Yes.
Oh, I got you.
Gotcha.
Beef Bros is at $27,000. So
nice. Good.
Wasted them.
And that guy's big. That guy was, I think it was Aubrey Sitterson, something like that. He wrote for G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
And
that's right.
That's why they hate Comascate people. Because Comascate is beating these established pros when they try to bring out their own guns. Try to outplay him.
Their campaign video is pretty hilarious, though. We should try to do something like that, Sitch. We need a new, fresh campaign video.
Brothers in Beef.
So CT brings up a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Bugs are not kosher.
Oh yeah, you're perfect out right there.
That's right. But actually, here's a weird thing. There's a few bugs that are kosher.
Oh my, for real? What bugs are kosher?
Specifically, certain types of locusts. Yes.
What? They're like, we got so many locusts around here. We better start eating these.
I think that's what happened. They're
okay,
like, well,
let's fix that. Now they're kosher.
Normally bugs aren't kosher, but there's like a lot of these things out here, and when you fry them up, maybe they're pretty tasty. So.
Crazy.
Though I'll say I don't think I'll ever try to eat locusts or any bug because that's
I'm
pretty
gonna
gross.
stay away from the locust.
Yeah, gross. Hi Zap for £5 says Sitch and Literature Devil are clearly misdoubt firing us right now. Sitch is going to the bathroom as Sitch and coming out as Literature Devil and vice versa. True.
Don't out our secret, okay?
True. Captain Smith for £5 says, I only found out about the shooting happened through the Zack Snyder versus Geeks and Gamers.
Thanks, Zack Snyder. Spreading that awareness.
I guess Zack uses this tragedy for his own purposes, too. There you go. I don't know. I think that might mean... well, I guess Captain's in the UK, so I was going to say maybe you're just not following the news very closely. Taker 610 for $2 says 2 out of 8 weren't Asian. They don't count because the narrative. True.
Yeah, they totally ignored them. Talk about isn't that a kind of a form of victim shaming? I guess blaming, whatever you want to call it. You're like, we have to remember these people. Oh, but not those people.
Yes. So Zofrats, I don't know if you saw him, actually drew 2 pictures of me this week.
Oh, really? Are you sending them to me?
I'll send them to you on the DM. One of them, I have no idea where the context comes from, except for the fact that Zofrats is a dirty pervert. The other one, I do know.
The dirty pervert. Damn.
Richard for $2 says, nuclear take, Snyder Cut somehow made it worse. So, I think we were talking about this before the stream, so I don't think it got caught in the stream. Even though it's longer and more boring, I will say that the Zack Snyder cut is far more coherent. Because I remember watching Justice League originally and just being so confused as to what the hell was happening. In the Zack Snyder one, I'm just kind of bored and it's stupid, but at least I know what's happening and understand why things are happening the way they are. So, there you go.
In the Zack Snyder cut?
Yeah. But it's still pretty stupid. Still pretty stupid. Kolovar for another $5. Thank you very much, Kolovar. Says, the Emperor approves of the guest. A team is the best team because Heretic Sitch doesn't like UBI. Wait a minute.
Whoa. Narrowly
When did I
escaped
say I
on
don't
that
like
one, didn't
UBI?
I? Sitch is for UBI. What do you? Yeah, Sitch is for
A team is well. A team used to love UBI, and now he's suddenly
I
against
still
it
love
because
UBI.
I thought you were against it
I
because
just
of
don't.
your
I don't.
MMT stuff.
I don't know if it's gonna work. But I'm still in. I
Well,
still
I don't know
love
if
it.
any of this stuff's gonna work. I'm not.
I still
I'm
love
a big brain
UBI.
economist. Okay.
This is Sitch gardening. I like this.
So, me and Zofrast are playing this game called Moving Out, where you have to two people have to just basically throw furniture out of a house into a moving truck. And there's one level where they put all these fucking rakes on the ground, and you step on them, and they smack you in the face, and they make you drop whatever you're holding. And I swear to God, I was like a magnet for these stupid rakes, and I just kept stepping on the rakes.
That's hilarious.
So there you go.
Bonk. Look, it even made the little bonk lines.
Though, I mean, I guess to be fair, maybe they're not ranks, maybe they're hoes, and that's why I was attracting them all.
Oh,
just kidding.
There you go.
Oh, just kidding. How rude.
Maybe they were attracted to you, Sitch.
There you go. There you go. Chad Woods for $2 says Superman in an Iron Giant voice. Yes. Yes.
Chad Woods. Chad Woods, huh?
Chad.
See what you did there.
Yes.
At least 6'2". Gotta be.
Here's Chad Sitch.
How tall are you, Literature Devil?
In a
at least 6'2",
outfit.
obviously.
At least. I'm at least 6'2". At the least.
Can we look it up? Here, I'm looking it up. How tall
is Literature Devil?
How tall is Mahler? That's a real question. Like 10, 11 foot?
There you go. How tall is Longman?
Really?
Yes.
So
here's the picture. I have no idea now.
Yeah, what's up with the French maid?
I don't know what's up with this one. Oh, okay. She says in the Twitter, she says, a few people in the Discord wanted a femboy Sitch, and I needed an excuse to annoy him. So there you go. Blame the Discord, guys. Blame the Discord.
Femboy Sitch.
There's femboy Sitch. Terrible. I like female Sitch better than femboy Sitch. I'm not a big fan of femboy Sitch.
He's very sad.
Yeah. Justin Hart for $5 says, so last week Red Team said there's an anti-Asian hate crime epidemic. This week Blue Team says there's one and Red Team denies it. Yeah, well, it's because it's okay. Actually what happened was Blue Team said there's an anti-Asian hate crime epidemic. Then Red Team says yes, but it's from not white people. It's from black people. So then Blue Team says, well, no, that's still the fault of white people. And then the shooting happened. So then Blue Team said, see, proof. And now the Red Team's denying it. So there you go.
So terrible. Why do we have these stupid teams?
I know. It's terrible. It's terrible. A Kolovar for another $5. Thank you so much, Colors. Just throwing money at us. Says 40K greater than the Snyder Cut.
True.
I think that would be a low bar, though, Clover. I don't even.
The franchise? 40K?
Yes.
I
That's a low bar, yes. I think many things are better than the Snyder Cut. Many things.
That franchise is pretty wacky, so I assume, yes, it'll probably be at least more entertaining.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sandy Now $5 says, have you guys checked out the Gravel Institute channel, a left-wing counter to PragerU that's mostly pro-socialism, anti-capitalism videos? Yes, I have seen them. I'm trying to remember because there's one of their videos I was like, maybe we'll do this. Their videos are kind of like, I don't know, they're just so uninteresting.
Are they monetized?
I imagine they're
with ads and everything.
Of course they are.
I have.
Oh yeah.
I don't know actually because I have YouTube Plus, so I never see ads ever. But
YouTube Plus, huh?
Because there's actually I couldn't believe this. There's a David Cross video. David Cross did a video for the Gravel Institute. How sad is that? And it's called David Cross: Why America Sucks at Everything.
Oh my God.
So maybe we'll look at that. Or maybe we'll look at how socialism solved the housing crisis.
America sucks at everything.
At everything.
What about racism? I thought we were killing it at racism.
There you go. There you go.
Makes absolutely no sense.
Didn't we? Wait.
Really good at racism.
I thought we did do a Gravel Institute video.
No, we haven't done one yet.
Yeah, because remember there's a video, or at least I talked about the Civil War video where they tried to make it out like the Civil War was like a labor rights argument or something. It was like a totally
maybe we
insane.
did do it.
Yeah, that sounds so familiar to me. I don't know. We might have done it.
I don't know.
We might have. I'm not sure. Snubber13 for $5 says, people make an incel problem all about race. I was making Elliot Rogers jokes when this first happened. Yep, even though it turned out not to be incel. So there you go.
This guy had a girlfriend.
That's right.
That he threw away for a bunch of meaningless sex. Meaningless
some handies.
Rub and tug. Yeah.
Joel Dykeman for $10 says, talk show host political takes piss me off. They always hide behind the I'm just a comedian defense whenever their idiotic take is destroyed.
Yep.
Yep. Adam does that too. I mean, yeah, no, I agree.
You're obviously kidding.
Obviously.
That's funny.
Did you see the picture that CT made of you? It's pretty funny.
I have a new one. I'm gonna
the inhale one. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna make the rake one you from now on.
Thank you.
It's gonna be the regular one, the rake in the face. No, I didn't see.
It's in
our.
Oh
yeah,
it's in our
CT. No, I
DM,
sent.
yeah.
I sent one. Yeah, I see.
Utter nonsense for $5 says Trevor Noah has been really quiet on Black on Asian violence, but statistics are now racist, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised. That's true. That's true.
Science is racist. I think math is actually racist. I think it's one of the things that they claimed, that math is racist somehow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, no, it was believing in objectivity and that there's one definitive answer. So the fact that 2 + 2 definitively makes 4 is part of white culture.
That's racist somehow.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's insane. It's totally bonkers.
There is no definitive objectivity in art.
That's right. Or in reality, or in math apparently either. So there you go.
Well, I mean, there's no objectivity. Just scoop out that part of reality and throw it away. Yeah.
Metalworks 411.94 says for $5 says, remember when he said the French soccer team that won the FIFA Cup wasn't French but African because they were legal immigrants or second generation immigrants? Oh, I didn't remember that. Wow. There you go. What a bigot. What a bigot. What a bigot. Deadwin Aether for $4.99 says, could you say Trevor was groomed by the powers? I hope not.
Sounds gross.
Deadwin Aether for another $4.99 says, not that his childhood was fixed, but he was picked because of his childhood. Yes, that is true. And actually, his childhood was even worse, which I didn't realize.
Yeah, what was the thing? We never talked about the thing.
Well, that was the school thing. But before we get into the school thing, apparently his stepfather tried to murder his mom or something insane like that.
Well, your stepdad didn't try to murder your mom?
No.
Oh, I thought that was a customary thing.
That happened to everybody.
Trevor Noah stepfather shooting. I think he actually shot her.
What?
Crazy.
Oh my God.
Let's see. The day his abusive stepfather shot his mother. Oh my God.
Was he white? He must have been.
I don't think so. I think his biological father is white, but his stepfather was not.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure. His name didn't look. It looks very African, but I'm not sure. Anyways, what I was going to read was someone was talking about him in school. So in his book, he tells this anecdote about himself in school, and he says, Trevor and his friend Sizway decided to form a dance crew to teach people new moves. Oh wait, well first, actually, let me back up a second because this is actually kind of funny. There were 3 Chinese kids at Trevor's school, and they had a business where they were selling pirated PlayStation games and CDs.
Ooh.
But
renegade.
But they were afraid to confront black kids who promised to pay them but never did for the CDs.
Oh my God.
So they hired Trevor Noah to be their go talk to black people and get us money guy.
Intermediary.
What?
Yes.
Their emissary.
I thought it was ironic that even as a child, Trevor Noah was literally hired because of his race.
Wow. Wow.
It's a lifelong career. It's being hired based on his race.
It's terrible.
That is terrible.
So anyway, so Trevor and his friend Sizwa decide to form a dance crew to teach people new moves mentioned in the music they're selling. And the best dancer among their friends was a guy named Hitler. That's right. He knew a person who was named Hitler.
You're kidding.
Personally knew Hitler.
That was like his nickname, or his parents named him Hitler?
Well, he says that apparently the reason he was named Hitler was because in the earliest days of South Africa, black people were forced to take a European name that white people could pronounce, and they often chose these at random from the Bible or the news. And this is a case.
Oh my God!
Oh, there's a guy named Hitler in the news.
Yes.
Hitler.
He says this is a case of the West reaping what it has sown, because black South Africans really had no idea who Hitler was and mostly just understood him as some sort of powerful general who made the Allies lose their war or something. And so he must be a tough guy. So apparently there was multiple South Africans who wanted their child to be tough and named them Hitler.
That's really unfortunate.
And so
yeah,
as the story goes, apparently Hitler was the best dancer they knew, and whenever he would join and win neighborhood dance competitions, everyone in the neighborhood would chant, "Go Hitler, go Hitler, go Hitler."
Oh my God.
So he says, Trevor says that his school learned about World War II, but nothing about Hitler's racist policies. People think in terms of their own history, and Hitler is not the worst thing a black South African can imagine compared to the Europeans who colonized their people. That's a weird line. Westerners often insist that the Holocaust was the worst atrocity in human history, but forget about colonialism, which is different only because it lacks detailed records, which the Nazis kept religiously. For Africans, Hitler is just another strong man from the history books.
It's a really good thing that Trevor Noah is not a conservative. Otherwise, there'd be headlines everywhere. Trevor Noah, friends with Hitler.
Right.
Yep.
Personal friend of Hitler.
Well, and also, I think it's obviously a lot of colonialism is awful. I'm not going to make any justification for colonialism, but to compare that to the Holocaust, I think, is especially incorrect. Like, there's a very specific reason that people were so fixated on the Holocaust, was because it wasn't colonialism. It was
it was their own
genocide.
government.
It was
their own government. Yeah.
Right. And it was an ethnic and religious genocide. It wasn't just like, oh, well, we're going to take over your country because of resources. And I don't know, it's a lot more fucked up. Generally, people think it's a lot more fucked up when you're just killing people for these reasons, as opposed to some material concern that you want their stuff or something.
I mean, a lot of us think of our tribe as our nation, so it's kind of like an internal dispute that, they gained power, they gained access to the government, and the government actually turned on its own citizens. That's a huge part of it by comparison to, two tribes going after one another. I mean, we're used to that. We see that all the time.
Right. Or just, or as a European power is coming to, someplace in Africa and basically taking it over.
Sure. Or but European powers fighting against one another.
Right.
Yeah.
But anyway, as the story continues, it says, as their dance crew became more successful, they eventually got booked to play a cultural program at a private Jewish school. And as they start...
Oh my God, no!
As they start their set, Trevor Noah, who is the announcer, says, "Give it up and make some noise for Hitler."
No!
And he says the room falls silent as Hitler and the crew starts the routine. A teacher unplugs Trevor's microphone and calls him a horrible, disgusting, vile creature. Trevor realizes the problem. Hitler's signature gyrating erotic dance moves. So he didn't. So Trevor's saying at his age he didn't even understand what the name Hitler was or why it was associated poorly. So he thought it was the dance moves that the teacher was objecting to.
Isn't that a comedy
wow.
movie? Doesn't it sound real?
It doesn't even. Just doesn't sound real. I mean, it could be. Who knows? So Trevor tells the woman to calm down and says, "No, you're disgusting and racist because this is part of our African culture."
What?
And Trevor concludes, and they continue arguing. She promises that my people will defeat people like you. Oh, geez. And Trevor assumes she is talking about white people, since Jews in South Africa are just white people. He announces that now we have Nelson Mandela on our side. The woman is horribly confused, and the crew dances their way out of the school chanting, "Go Hitler, go Hitler."
Oh my God. Oh my God.
There you go. That's the story.
Oh my God.
That's how the movie ends.
Which, yeah, you're right. That sounds too ridiculous. I mean, it could be real, but it also sounds so absurd.
It does sound ridiculous.
Like completely absurd. But
sometimes the most ridiculous things are true.
Yes.
But Scott Adams would say, no.
True or not, I still want to see this movie, whether
That's
it's true or
true.
not.
It's a
the
funny
Go Hitler,
scene.
Go Hitler, yeah.
It's a funny scene.
That movie could not be made in the current environment. No one is.
It could be called that. It could be called Go Hitler, a South African story.
They made Jojo Rabbit.
They did, yeah, but I don't know. Maybe
I should watch that. It's on one of the streaming things, I think.
it's pretty good. I saw it in the theater.
Yep.
Yeah.
So here's a funny picture CT made.
That might be the last movie I saw before COVID hit.
Before COVID. So here's the picture CT made of. I think this is supposed to be her conversations with you.
I think it is, definitely, yes.
You're doing the inhale meme.
And then is this, I mean, I guess she's putting it in a meme. Do people know CT's non-superhero name? Secret
yes, they
identity?
Do now. There you go. There you go. I know secret identity.
Stephanie. Yeah. I don't think she likes it when I call her Stephanie. Steffi.
Steffi.
Good old Steffi.
Good old Steffi. Let's just really upset her.
She did a blank one too, which was great. I think some people lit it up.
Derek Jones $5 says, my university sent out emails about calling out racism towards Asians. Until my university fully publicizes and the acceptance process for Asian students, I call BS.
Yeah.
True.
They should just call Harvard Asian University. Why not?
That's right.
Why not?
Hyzap for £5 says, Sitch, there's a simple solution to the white supremacist attacks. If you just deport everyone who's not white, these crimes can't happen. I don't think
is that what Trevor Noah is advocating for? I guess it maybe.
I hope not. I hope not.
Yeah. Diversity is our strength, Noah.
No. Yeah. True.
Get off that racist. He's probably alt-right now, Trevor Noah.
Zombie Chicks for $2 says, isn't this still part of Comedy Central? Where is the funny? Good question.
Yeah.
They went
Trevor
full-blown preachy once Trump came into office.
Trevor Noah, I've never found funny. People have said before, every time I bring that up, they say, oh, there's some comedy special that he did that was actually funny, but I have yet to see it. So have you seen anything funny out of Trevor Noah?
Someone in the chat has a good dialogue for that picture, which would be you be saying bigger boobs.
Bigger boobs, CT. Bigger boobs. Yeah, exactly. Inhale.
Bigger
That's
boobs.
true. This is actually true. Crazy Ashtray knows what's up. Yeah.
Laura the Nurse for $5 says, the funniest part of all this is that Asians still won't get a break when they go to apply for Harvard and will still be mistaken for Andy No. There you go. There you go. True. Didn't that case get dropped?
Andy, no?
No, the Harvard discrimination against Asians case. Harvard Asian case. You think that will come up if I just type in Harvard Asian case? Why Asian students lost their case? Well, there you go.
What? They lost?
Apparently they lost. I thought it got dropped by the Justice Department once Biden came into office or something. I don't remember. I'll look into it at some point. Hyzap for £5 says, you're also not allowed to kill someone in self-defense if they break into your house in the UK, I believe. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Oh my God.
You know, I know this one started pushing that in the United States too, where you're not allowed to defend yourself if someone breaks into your house.
Who's pushing that?
I think I heard somewhere in like maybe this, I think it was Texas or something like that. Some lady in Texas was like, well, if we just say that it's no longer legal for you to shoot someone who goes into your house, there'll be a lot less violence and death going on, because then you'll just allow them to steal from you, and they'll safely vacate the premises with your items.
Mm-hmm.
I think you missed the point of the whole self-defense thing here.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy. If there's no, I don't know if there's castle doctrine laws in the UK. That's pretty insane.
Castle doctrine.
Yeah, but I heard about that. Definitely about the UK, or you can't really. You get in trouble if you defend your house.
Mm-hmm. That's dumb. Are you supposed to run away from your house? Like, screw that.
That's what they call the police.
Well, I mean, I guess what are you supposed to do? You can't have any guns or knives or pepper spray or tasers. I mean,
I'm pretty sure if people started learning self-defense, hand-to-hand combat, they'll say, "Okay, time to amputate all your hands."
well, like the pepper spray one's so weird because it's a non-lethal and generally not permanent damage. So it's like, would you rather get pepper sprayed in the face or like someone smashes your head in with a bat, you get brain damage? Like you would think, they'd be in favor of the pepper spray. Like it's very bizarre.
Well, I wonder if people have actually been hurt from the pepper spray, and that's why they made it illegal. Like they went crazy and like got them right in the eyeball.
No, fuck them then. Don't be attacking people. Okay?
Well, what if they were just, what if it was like just the mailman or something? And
I
thought
see.
where they're being attacked.
People
go crazy these days.
True.
Are you kidding me?
That's true.
I pepper spray. I do it just for fun.
All the sympathy always seems to be on the person doing the assaulting or the robbing or the violence.
Right.
Yeah.
What if the criminal gets hurt? Oh,
that's true.
Depends upon your immutable characteristics, really. Yeah.
Zero God of Rage for $5 says the word is symbiosis.
Correct.
In relation to the parasite
that is correct.
Virus.
Yes,
yeah.
That is correct. Using
parasites are a type of symbiotic relationship.
No, it's not. Parasite is different. Yeah, symbiote. I
thought parasite was a specific type of symbiosis.
No, it's a symbiote. Yeah, it's different.
Parasite's are you sure about this? I'm looking this up. Parasitism is a symbiotic relationship in which one species benefits while the other species is harmed.
It's not parasitic. What are you saying? Symbiotic.
I'm saying that being a parasite is a type of symbiotic relationship.
Is it?
Yeah. Definitionally.
Okay. That's what I said.
Okay, I'm confused, but whatever. We'll move on. It's fine. We're both right. I'm more right, but we're both right. ET says, personally, I just pepper spray everyone I meet. It's to assert dominance.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
There you go. Derek German $5 says, the point I thought from the IH stream was that we can believe an act is immoral while still having the right to do it.
Okay.
What's the IH stream?
IH, I don't know.
Is that our
iHypocrite?
Stream?
iHypocrite stream.
Oh, the iHypocrite stream?
Yeah, there we go. I figured it out. We're smart, I did
Derek.
it. I did it.
Yes. That we can believe an act is immoral while still having the right to do it. I mean, I don't know if that was that anyone's point. I mean, I guess that's true, right? But
you can think and act immorally and still have the right to do it. What?
That sure, we can believe an act is immoral, but you still have the right to do it. So yeah. So like, for example, it's immoral for you to cheat on your girlfriend or spouse, but you can still have the right. It's not like against the law.
It's not physically impossible.
Well, no, it's not against the law. You still have the right to do it, but it's still immoral. So yeah, sure, definitely. There's lots of immoral behaviors that you still.
I want to see a politician campaign on that. Infidelity is a human right.
Jank did for horses though.
For horses.
Not for human beings.
Yeah, for horses.
It says pepper spray is considered a firearm and carries the same legal penalties as carrying a gun in the UK.
What?
It was banned under the Firearms Act of 1968. Fucking crazy.
It's hard to believe that the UK used to be the people who used to run the world. Now they're afraid.
Yeah,
of
what the fuck is
now they're
on,
afraid of pepper spray? Exactly. What happened, right?
Weird.
Oh look. Oh look. Oh look.
What?
Oh look.
What?
Look. We got another backer on our campaign.
Oh, I can't see whatever you're looking at, so it doesn't matter.
You
just say, look. I can't see it. I don't know what you're looking at.
687 backers. Thank you so much. $39,160.
Thank you. Orion, the above average, for $5, says, now that we have 2 people of shadow, we can now know, should shadow puppets be considered the equivalent of vaudevillian shadow face shows?
Shadow puppets.
So they're saying, is from a person of shadow's perspective, are shadow puppets like racist? Would we consider that like the blackface of shadow people?
Ooh, I guess it is technically.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How does that make you feel?
I can,
Yes.
You want to disavow racism. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That's Supervillains Anonymous.
I completely agree. People that are not persons of shadow should not be allowed to make shadow puppets, and I find it incredibly offensive, incredibly disrespectful, and incredibly bigoted when they do.
Do you know the shadow puppet that I can do, that I constantly do? Every time, you get the bright light, you're like, I can do one right here. Look, a shadow puppet. You want to know? You want to know the one I do?
Do you do a little doggy?
Satan. I can do Satan's face. I know how to do
Satan's- I don't think I've
Satan's
seen that
face
one.
perfectly. Yeah.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Beelzebub. How do you feel about that?
Classic
not only
pro-Christian
appropriating,
atheist. Go straight for Satan. Yes.
not only am I appropriating the shadow, the shadow culture, I'm appropriating it to do Satan.
There you go.
Prince of Evil.
Oh, yeah,
that's like
fine.
double racist.
Is it?
Yes.
Maybe all shadow people are evil. Ah!
You see the kind of bigotry I have to put up with, guys, every day with this guy.
Evil.
Terrible.
Yes.
I don't know how you stand.
Evil.
I know. Phil Nevo for 50 Donkey Kong dollars says S tier is best tier, and Sitch is an S tier YouTuber. Thank you, Phil. True.
Wow.
Very true.
S tier YouTuber. I like it. When's your next video coming out? Oh, let's not talk about that.
Let's not talk about it.
Let's move on.
Bob Obb for $20. Thank you very much, Bob. I think I missed this one earlier. Says, watching lefties respond to tragedies is so infuriating. They've clung onto this need for providing counter narratives to right wingers to such a ridiculous extent that all sense of nuance gets thrown out the window. True.
Yeah. They're fully appropriating these things for political gain, which is, I thought that was the whole, we can't politicize a tragedy.
I know.
Yeah.
Mike Testa for $1.99 says, I didn't know Britain had their own remake of M. What? I don't know.
I just realized, because it's actually the conservatives that are constantly saying we can't politicize a tragedy. Is this the first tragedy that they haven't come out guns blazing? They haven't come out guns blazing for gun control? They're trying to spin it as a race thing, not a gun control thing.
They're too focused. Well, that's what's interesting. They haven't talked about gun control yet. And they haven't
Not
talked
once.
about
That's what they do. Always do this. The right wingers are like, we cannot politicize a tragedy. Don't look at the NRA. Ignore the guns.
And they haven't talked about the religious aspect. It's like all they can focus on is the racism.
We don't even know what kind of gun this guy was carrying.
Well, he had a handgun, I think. Maybe if he had like a scary looking assault weapon, then they would have cared.
Then
Right, maybe.
They're like, this is something that you can't even get banned. Like it's not even banned.
M is a 1931 German thriller about the police and the criminal underworld stalk a mystery killer who preys on small children.
Ouch.
Okay, there you go. Oh, it's a Fritz Lang movie. There you go.
You like Fritz Lang?
Who doesn't like Fritz Lang, Adam? Okay. Are you some uncultured swine?
Did he do Happy Feet?
He did the precursor to Happy Feet.
Fritz Lang did.
Yeah. No, he did. He did the famous.
Oh my God, he looks like Satan.
He did the famous movie with like the city and the robot. Oh my God, what's it called?
City of Lost Children. The Iron Giant.
Metropolis. He did
Metropolis. Oh, okay.
Yes, famous Metropolis movie.
Well, he did die in Beverly Hills, so obviously he did something right.
We had to watch
Vienna,
it film fast.
Austria.
It was very boring.
Born in 1890. Holy Shit, that was a long time ago. Talk about a boomer. Oh my goodness.
Hi Zap, 5 pounds says, did you see actual Justice Warrior's recent video on the new Breonna Taylor? What did you think of the case? I'm glad no riots are going to happen. I did. I didn't hear about the case, so I saw his video that apparently there was some lady who was shot by the police, and people were claiming that it was racism because she was black and the cop was white. And then the police station was very intelligent in that they released the body camera footage instantly, and it showed that no, actually the woman, the cop was being incredibly polite and nice to her, and then the woman ran away and got a weapon out of her car. So
oh wow,
it totally destroyed the narrative that she was innocent.
They're starting to like those body cams, aren't they? They're like, I'm being recorded. Let me be nice and polite here.
Sure are.
Yeah. Well, if the body cam makes the police more polite, hey, I like body cams, right? I don't. It's a dickhead cop that nobody wants to deal with.
That's right. That's right. The crappy robot for 2 pounds says, hide your guns upstairs. Biden can't get them.
Oh yeah, he can't get upstairs. That's true.
Funny.
Oh, I should bring that clip up here. Let me do it. Oh my goodness.
The original of the golf balls.
We're gonna have some fun. I mean, the original just is really kind of sad. I mean,
that's true.
No, you gotta make it
it's
funny.
Like depressing.
It's an old man falling down. It's not very funny, but
no.
You gotta make
love
it
the
funny.
way he's trying to he's so struggling to get up those stairs.
Mm-hmm.
He's going on all. I was waiting for him to go on all fours, just up a couple stairs on all fours.
I don't think that'd be very presidential.
I know.
Iverson Getterix for $5 says, anytime anything that applies to everyone applies to protect a group, that's racism. How dare you hold group to the same standards? How do we win? I don't know. How do we win, Adam?
How do we win?
Yeah. Adam wasn't listening. He was looking at...
We don't play the game, right?
That's right. It's like war games. The only way to win.
Adam wasn't listening. He was too busy looking at old men on all fours.
That's right.
Oh my God.
Adam, how many times have I told you during the streams to pay attention instead of looking at old men on all fours? Okay.
I'm trying.
Okay? I'm telling you.
I was just thinking. I'll tell you the truth here. I was imagining, you know how Biden goes to the top of the stairs and he does his salute, his little salute. Yes. I was imagining, I wonder if I could edit this where he does his salute and then actually falls all the way down the stairs, head first.
Terrible.
Falls all the way down. That would go viral. Terrible. Some of these are like this clip has 3 million views. I'm going, I want 3 million views. Sitch. Help me out here.
Fake news. Fake.
Oh my God. Go ahead. I'm sorry. What was the super chat? I feel bad.
It says anytime anything that applies to everyone applies to a protected group, that's racism. How dare you hold X group to the same standards? How do we win?
I'm not sure I even understand that, to be honest with you.
He's saying anytime, he's basically saying because you have like a colorblind society. Anytime some standard that applies to everyone is applied specifically to a protected group.
Right. Like punctuality, for instance. Yeah. Like we've made a joke about how punctuality is something every group should strive for, but now they're, Right.
But then
you're right. You can't win against that. That's awful.
But then, but then the people saying that, punctuality is a white culture and shouldn't apply to other non-white people. That's a bizarre racist thing to say. Yes.
I guess the way that you would do it is you'd say things that were bad that you wanted to get rid of culture, like polygamy is white supremacy.
The question is how dare you hold X group to the same standards? Well, I mean, that's just what you have to do. I mean, and look, I think we are winning. I think people are starting to wake up to the fact that woke shit is a dead end and terrible. And
is that like the whole thing where Biden said that minorities can't use the computer?
I don't remember. He said that.
Did he really say that? Oh my God.
Or he kind of implied it. Yeah. That was funny. It's because of all the kind of meme videos that erupted from that thing.
President Biden falls on Air Force One.
Someone
stairs.
says, so Adam, remember when you were all like trying to do deep fake stuff for a while?
Yeah.
Someone says you could probably deep fake Biden onto Leslie Nielsen falling down.
I know,
It's probably some clip of Leslie Nielsen falling downstairs or something.
Pretty easily.
Oh, there you go.
Could you know that would be epic? Oh my God, it'd be epic. I thought because I was like, well, he just kind of stumbles here. Where's the fall? I thought maybe I was going to see that.
Jonathan Watkins for $5 says it's racist to go through a black guy's criminal history. It's unrelated, but go through the cop's background and see what he liked on Facebook. Yes.
We're in major double standard territory here.
Yes.
I mean, that's what sucks about all this stuff.
True.
All right, here we go. Ready? Are you ready to enjoy?
Go for it.
Let's enjoy this together.
Everyone's seen this like a million times.
Oh, look, he's going to go on all fours. Blames the shoes.
There it is.
Here it is. Imagine. You got to imagine right here.
Here's a question. If you're the president, you just ate it 3 times. Super embarrassing. You're at the top of the stairs. Do you turn around and do the salute, or do you just go inside and say, fuck? Okay.
Oh my God.
Was like, okay, I'm fine, guys. I'm fine. Totally fine.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I do the
karma
salute.
he made fun of Trump for walking upstairs slowly. And he's like, I can run upstairs. And he just does
Was it the ramp? He's like, I walked down the ramp slowly.
Well, the thing was, though, that Trump had a new pair of shoes on that were very slick. That had very slick bottoms. Scott Adams talked about this. This was back when I was listening to Scott Adams. Do you remember any of this, Sitch?
I do remember this.
Yeah,
I think it's interesting that you're bringing this up. But...
So, well, why? Because
you're like, I have to craft a narrative to explain why Donald Trump, when he stumbled a tiny bit in a far less way than Biden did, is because of his shoes. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's because of his shoes. How the fuck should I know?
Well, I only bring it up because it looked like Biden looked at his shoes like it was the same exact situation, but Trump was smart enough to know. Like Trump didn't stumble. Trump was walking funny because he was like, these shoes are going to make me stumble.
The rail or something.
Right.
Yeah. I didn't think he was looking at shoes. I thought he was looking at like his pants.
Look at this.
He thought like his pants were like, I don't know, whatever. Who cares?
I thought he was looking at his, is my shoe untied? What's going on?
Who knows?
This does make America look great, though. It does.
It does.
Strength of the world right here.
The narrative that why he fell is because of the wind. The wind pushed him over.
That's not a good narrative. That's not a good narrative.
There's another.
That's not a good defense. Yes.
There's another cut that you could do. There's a video of Kamala Harris that's all giddy as can be when she's when they're talking about making her a vice president. It would be funny if you intercut her giddiness with him slipping, like, "Oh my God,
I think I saw that.
I'm gonna be president."
I saw that. I don't know if it was a video or it was a still picture.
Oh, really? Somebody already did it.
I think it was a still picture of her doing the face with him falling over. Yeah.
She's like, "Oh my God, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna be president today."
Andrew Clark for $5 says, will UBI eliminate free will? Won't UBI incentivize people to simply listen to their elephant? The only class left with free will be S-class. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think UBI would have any effect on free will one way or the other.
Wouldn't it increase free will because you'd have the freedom to do whatever you wanted?
I kind of knew you were going to say that.
Kind of knew it, huh?
And it's like, I guess it's an argument. I don't know if I agree with it. I don't know if I really disagree with it. I'm going to say it has no effect on free will. No effect whatsoever.
Nah, it has total effect on free will.
Very few things have an effect on free will. That's why most people don't have free will, because very few things have an effect on it.
Yeah. That's funny because, I mean, I know people with money that I don't think necessarily have free will.
Well, here's the question. So I'm assuming what Andrew's getting at is like, okay, if you just give people free money and they can just sit around and do nothing all day, just listen to their vices, right?
Yes,
okay.
Totally.
They're listening to their elephant, right?
Yes.
But if they didn't have that money and thus were forced to work, that's not free will. They're still just listening to their. They're still listening to their elephant.
That's why I agree with you. Yeah.
Right. it's better because I'm now I think that's better, and I think it trains you to be a better person, and it's training you to delay gratification. And Jordan Peterson always talks about this, and that's the importance of sacrifice. And I think that's better, but I'm not sure I would necessarily categorize that as free will.
Yeah, I don't think money changes the free will calculus.
No, maybe I don't know. Probably not that much. The crappy robot for £2 says a teetotal person got completely wasted. A teetotaler, yes. I haven't heard that term in like a million years.
Teetotaler? Who's the teetotaler?
Well, I assume they're referring to the guy or the sex addict. Teetotal is an old timey word, or maybe it's a British thing, to refer to someone who does not drink alcohol.
Ever seen Death Proof? Quentin Tarantino.
Hell yeah, I love that movie.
Is garbage.
A teetotaler.
That movie's great.
That is like the worst Quentin. That is one of the worst movies ever made. The worst Quentin Tarantino movie ever.
Nah,
he made that whole movie based on the fact that he was afraid of dying in a car. So he asked this guy. So he said, "Give me a car that's death proof." And he's like, "Okay, well," and that's what he gave him. He gave him like this stuntman car. He's like, "It's death proof," and so he made the movie Death Proof. It's inspired by that.
Do you like that movie, Leonardo?
I like a lot of things. I'm not sure if it's good or not, but I quite enjoy seeing Kurt Russell.
Okay, so you like it, but you're not going to take a stance on whether it's actually good or not.
I haven't seen it in like 5-6 years.
Okay.
So I don't know. I forgot exactly what happens in it.
Don't just listen to me. Listen to me. That movie's incredible. That movie's
incredibly bad.
It needs a little bit of editing. It does need a little bit of editing.
That movie is literally
not gonna lie. Not gonna lie.
That movie is every feminist's dream.
It needs a little bit of editing.
It's my favorite Quentin Tarantino movie. It's like on the bottom.
It's a feminist's dream movie, Adam.
Come on, it's got the cheerleader in it. What are you talking about?
Because you got two groups of women. You have one group of young women who all are like completely normal people, completely normal, interesting group of young women that you would like to have a conversation with. And Kurt Russell murders them. Okay.
Yeah.
But then you have a group of women who are all stunt women who aren't actually women. They're really just men.
Yeah.
Played by women. And
True.
the men who are played by women murder Kurt Russell. So what is the message of the movie here?
That girl looks super hot in that cheerleader outfit.
There you go. Perfect. This is like that. This is like the Adam meme with the I like the beginning of Wonder Woman 1984 because it reminds me of American Ninja Warrior. Yeah.
American Gladiator.
Yes.
I totally set it up, didn't I?
There you go.
I set it up for you.
You know the guy that they leave the cheerleader with? That guy is actually Buck from Kill Bill.
Right.
He's Buck and he's there to party.
That's right.
Terrible.
See, Adam is a simple man, but that's fine. That's fine. That's why we love him.
What? God, it's not always about the deeper meaning of the movie, man.
Bill Bunus, bag of donuts for $5 says, I feel like Wokie's arguments always fall apart when you zoom out and evaluate more than the bits of info useful to them. Then they lie. Yep. I agree. Walt for 35 Zardoses says, Trevor is a real embarrassment. I apologize on behalf of my people for this buffoon. His dad was Swiss, his mom black. He went to the U.S. in 2014. Wow. It's super weird to me that you have someone who spent only a few years, because when did he take over the Daily Show? Like 2016? 2015?
God, it seems like an eternity ago.
Yeah, so how weird is that? It's like you have someone who literally just moved to America and they're going to be the commentator on American politics. That just seems so bizarre to me. So bizarre. And if I was like one of the black comedians on the show, I'd actually be really pissed off, like Larry Wilmore or something.
Oh my God, I know.
They don't even give it.
That guy's like smart as can be, and he's American forever.
Right, like an American who's black, who's been on the show for years, and it's like I'm gonna give it to some random person that no one's ever heard of, who's not even American. It's like I don't know. It's kind of strange. I don't know what's up with that. The Butter Anvil for $2 says, what was the stock footage site that Aiden uses? I don't remember.
Yeah, I didn't remember that either.
I'm sure if you tweet her, I'm sure she'd tell you. Bob Jones for 499 says, "Hey, Sitch and Adam, I tweeted you both a link to the Trevor Noah Jewish Story School. Kind of funny, not gonna lie." Yes, thank you, Bob.
Thank you so much.
Jacob Sanker for $5 says, "Hey, been wanting to ask, as my friend and I are in a debate. Are you free will or determinist or both? You don't have to explain, just asking."
I'm for free will. I believe free will exists.
Are you? So you're not a determinist?
No, I am not a determinist.
You don't believe if you had a super magic supercomputer, you could determine all people's future actions?
No. I believe in free will.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't always take place, but it does. It does.
You believe it
in
exists?
free will. Yes.
You believe it's possible?
Yeah, and the most convincing. So Sam Harris and Brett Weinstein did a talk where they went into this, and Brett Weinstein made the argument that like you can't even really have evolution without some type of free will.
I didn't find that argument remotely
he took it down
persuasive.
to like the animal level, where animals have to have some kind of free will.
Yeah, I didn't find that argument even remotely persuasive at all.
Yeah.
I love me some evolutionary arguments, but that was not a good argument in my opinion.
Right. No, I thought.
Why would evolution be? It doesn't have. There doesn't have to be any free will whatsoever for evolution to take place.
Okay. I don't remember very well, and it's been a while. I mean, it seemed better. I read a book, Freedom Evolves, by Daniel Dennett, and he makes kind of the same argument that we make about he doesn't believe animals have free will, but humans have free will. But it's that book completely seemed just like consulting your gut and trying to rationalize what you want to believe.
Right.
Yeah.
The expert layman actually made a video that he sent to us on Twitter.
Did he?
He says free will solved in 5 minutes. And kind of interesting concept where he was saying maybe your free will only exists in the unconscious mind. So like when you're awake, you're in sort of like read only mode and you don't really have free will. But when you're asleep and your unconscious mind sort of like deconstructing your thoughts and everything, that's when you're like in right mode. And that's when your free will can sort of exert itself and program you. It's an interesting concept.
Yeah, I believe REM sleep is storage mode. You're basically taking memories from the day and figuring out which ones are important and storing them into long-term memory. That's my personal belief that I think will be sussed out by later research. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes. Your mind is taking what happened to you during the day, siphoning out what must be saved and what must
I don't agree with that.
not be
I think
saved.
REM sleep is when you talk to the aliens that control the comets that Alex Jones is talking about, where we make our interdimensional deals for the battle for Earth's survival. So
that's deep sleep. Come on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse
Yeah.
me. Yeah. But I get to answer the question, I guess.
The layer below.
I agree with Adam. I don't think most people utilize free will. I think it exists and people can utilize it. But I wouldn't. So I'm not a hardcore determinist by that stretch, I guess. Though I do think you could construct a supercomputer that could figure out most people's actions most of the time. So.
Do you have pets that you think might have free will?
Well, I don't have any pets, but I guess the question is, do non-human animals have free will? I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know.
I feel like my cat's a libertarian. I feel like he has free will. Definitely. Yeah. Whenever I impinge on his free will, he gets super chapped about it.
Right. Doesn't mean he has free will. That means his elephant is primed to be libertarian.
Could be.
There you go.
I'm going to go back. I'm going to re-listen to that discussion. I listened to it twice when it first came out, but I'm curious. I felt Brett's argument, but maybe I just like Brett more than Sam Harris, and that's why I was predisposed to listen to him. Sam Harris just recently did a podcast on free will that struck me as completely mental. Like,
oh, really?
Yeah. He was going on and on and on and on, and none of it seemed remotely relative to the topic at hand. I even tweeted out, because it inspired me to do a tweet, and I tweeted out, anyone who's labored over a difficult decision knows that the free will debate is dumb. Because so many times in life you think, God, I need to make the right decision here, and you really mull something over. I mean, maybe it's just me, maybe other people don't do this. I'm assuming you've done it before, labored over a decision.
Of course.
Yeah. So how can you, like, if free will doesn't exist, why would you, what do you mean? I guess you're making the case that you have no free will to not labor over the decision.
Well, that you're, whatever decision you make, even if you're mulling it over, it's already, your brain has already determined the answer that you're going to go. And you mulling it over is really you trying to rationalize the answer you're going to come to.
No, mulling it over is your rational mind trying to go as deep into the future and suss out as many possibilities as possible. Yeah,
I get it. But so what I'm saying is the response, the counter that would be, well, actually, your unconscious mind has already figured out the answer you're going to do. And so you mulling it over is an illusion. That's you tricking yourself into thinking you're rationalizing something, but actually you're just justifying the conclusion that they've already come to. Okay, you don't have to buy it. I'm just saying.
I think all of that. I think all of that thought process is you consciously weighing over the potential outcomes and making your decision based on the weighing of those potential outcomes. And if you missed a potential outcome, like you've made the wrong decision, but you had the free will to make the right decision, you just didn't. Yeah. You didn't think it through enough.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, maybe this is what I liked most about the discussion between Sam Harris and Brett Weinstein. Brett Weinstein said, like, a world where free will doesn't exist just doesn't even make sense to me. And I think that's where he won me over. It's like, yeah, I agree. It doesn't make sense. Completely doesn't make sense.
I don't know why you'd say it doesn't make sense, but I'll have to listen to it again.
Because what is the purpose of evolving this processor that allows us to mull over difficult decisions? Like, what is the purpose of that even evolving if the decision is already made?
Wait. The purpose is to make better decisions to survive and propagate.
Right, but if you can only make, if you don't have the free will to, if you don't have the freedom to make decision A or decision B, then the whole evolution of that process is just a waste of time, a waste of space.
Not really, because you say it's like for all we know, evolution is just the biological form of machine learning. You have a bunch of iterations that just keep making decisions until one of them survives and makes the right decision, and that's the one that gets replicated.
Isn't machine learning though like a form of, like, even though the choices are generated randomly and then the decision is made based on the outcome? Yeah, I guess.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying it's not persuasive, because to me, you could very easily map evolution onto on a same process similar to machine learning and say, look, you're getting the same outcome. That doesn't mean that the machines have free will there.
God damn you.
Conclusion.
God damn you.
Sorry.
This is why I can't stand the free will debate.
I'm so sorry.
First of all, it's worse than like the God debate, because you're never really going to get to any solid answers.
Sure.
Fucking sucks.
But it's our brand, so
I like solid answers.
No.
I like
but you asked me earlier. You said,
sweet answers.
You asked me. You said, "Do I believe that my pets have free will?"
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but just to you.
You're such a bastard.
CT told me to do it in the chat. You can blame her.
You're such a bastard.
You blame her. There you go. There you go.
Are we done yet?
No, we're not done. Literature Devil, do you have any thoughts on free will?
Literature Devil, you're free to go too, by the way. I don't want
you can also
I love free will. Free will is fantastic.
Yeah, you're free to use your free will
to leave. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the free will, it's been the whole, a lot of history has been the struggle between some people in power to stamp out free will or manipulate it in some way so they can have control over it. So I believe there's free will. I haven't seen all the fancy debates that you have yet.
That's true. We have seen lots of fancy debates with them fancy liberal
words.
coastal elites using them fancy words. Yes.
Yeah, those fancy words.
I'm the coastal elite? What are you talking about?
No, like Sam Harrison.
Oh, yeah. He's the worst. Sam Harris. Insufferable is really the best word to describe Sam Harris.
So mean to Sam Harris.
Don't you think he's kind of insufferable? I mean, am I alone in that?
We have to always remember, I said this last time, we always have to give Sam Harris credit for canceling his Patreon, okay? In relation to what happened with Sargon.
He said he did it for selfish reasons.
It doesn't matter.
You seem to forget that.
He was one of the largest patrons there on the platform.
He said, listen, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. He
was saying that because he was saying this because he still has to distance himself from the fact that Sargon said the N-word. So.
Yeah, exactly.
I know, but he seemed like he was saying he was doing it for principal reasons. I thought it was fucked up. So you have to give him credit for that.
Yes, he did. He is a creature of, like, he's constricted by truth, and he knew that what Sargon did was not what they were casting it as. And it would be too painful for him to go along with the untrue mob.
Yeah, see? So you have to give him credit
for that. He does have principles there. I will give you that.
Yeah, he does. He does. He just has a bad case of TDS, but he has principles.
Yes, yeah. And he knows that Sargon is MAGA all the way.
That's right. Radio Retro Future, thank you for the £5. David Gorlin for 499 says Noah admits this in chapter 15 of Born a Crime. The chapter title is Go Hitler. Yes. There you go.
So it is real.
Yeah, no, the thing I was reading was straight from the book. Yes.
He's basically saying.
I mean, I don't know if it was real, but it was really in his book.
That needs to be a movie. It definitely needs to be a movie. You get MovieGate up and running and have these underground movies going on.
Are you accusing Trevor Noah of lying? Sounds like you might be.
I would never.
Trevor Noah, lie, manipulate. No.
No, never. Jet Lee for life for 5164 for $5 says hello lit devs and Adam. Hello chat.
Hello.
You didn't say hello to me. How rude. I feel slighted. I'm so sorry.
He said hello to you. Lit devs. That's both of us.
Oh. Now I'm double slighted. Okay. Radio Retro Future for another £5 says, you aware of the song Boomtown Rats by I Hate Mondays? It was inspired by school shooter Brenda Ann Spencer because it was Monday. I'm not familiar with that song. No?
That's when you could make songs about school shooters and get away with it?
Yeah. I'm familiar with the Pumped Up Kicks school shooter song.
No. I'm familiar with the book that Stephen King wrote about a school shooter that he took off the market after Columbine.
Oh. Wait, you know the Pumped Up Kick song, Adam, right?
Yeah, that's a great song.
Yeah.
That's about a school shooter? I didn't know it.
Oh, yeah.
Have you listened to the song?
It's like the refrain.
Pumped Up Kicks.
All you other kids get pumped up
I used
kicks.
Yeah, foster the people, right?
Outrun my gun.
Faster than my
foster,
bullet.
Yes.
That's Foster the People, right? I've listened to that song like a bazillion times.
And you didn't know what it was about?
No, I guess. I'm like,
there you go.
Ugh.
There you go. I feel like that happens a lot. People listen to a song like a bunch and then you
lyrics.
go,
Yeah.
and someone says what it's about and you're like, really?
But if you listen to the lyrics, it's not just about pleasures of conformity.
Yes.
No.
So I don't think it was about a specific school shooting. I think it was just
I think it's in general.
Generally, not a general school shooting.
Awful. I hate that song now. Just kidding. It's great. Foster the People. You should look it up.
Contrast for two Ozzy says, why are there two LD avatars on the stream? Fuck you, Contrast. The Butter Anvil for $2 says, very height. Can I believe this? Must I believe this? That's right. This is very height. True. Noah Campbell for $5 says, this is emblematic of people being taught to blame anyone but the perpetrator. The mainstream media blames cops and whites. The perp blames the hose. Be responsible for yourself. True.
Yeah, got to be responsible. Responsibility,
kids.
People say it's fun, but
responsibility is cool, kids. Be responsible. Be cool. The Salty Trisket for $5 says, at any rate, I don't see why a guy who murdered 8 people deserves to have his reputation defended against accusations of racism. Well, it is important, Salty. And the reason is because if you actually want to stop these things in the future, you have to understand why they happen. And so, for example, if everyone says, why it's racist. And first of all, to be clear, we're not defending him of accusations of racism. We're defending the narrative that this was some sort of white supremacist shooting, because they're using this to pogo off into the fact that there is some sort of problem that America needs to address where all these white supremacists are going around attacking Asian Americans, when that's doesn't seem to be even remotely true. And no evidence.
Yeah, we'd like to know if it was true. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, he's not obviously a white supremacist. It looks like he had a porn addiction.
Sure. And in terms of what Trevor Noah was talking about and why it matters is because if the narrative is, oh, well, he was a white nationalist or white supremacist, and that's why it's going on. And so America is going to create some sort of legislation or socially change to try to prevent this from the future. That's not going to actually prevent a shooting whatsoever if the reason for why they think the shooting happened was wrong. If they do all these things to try to stem the tide of white supremacy, against Asians, that's not going to prevent a shooting like this happening in the future, because it had nothing to do with white supremacy whatsoever.
Exactly.
So it's not about defending the honor of the shooter. It's about figuring out what is objectively true.
Yeah.
Lord of the Nerds for $2. Thank you very much, Lord of the Nerds. The Unwanted Scrub for $5 says, just got off of work. Feel free to start the video over, guys.
Done. Let's do it.
The Orion the Above Average for $5 says, this cereal commercial has less energy than massage parlor happy endings.
Oh, no.
Can't say that.
Daniel the Bruce for $4.99 says, doesn't it say something about how infantile David Pacman's audience is that he chose a sugary cereal as the perfect product to pitch to his viewers?
Hell yeah, it does.
Well, Kill All Asians Shooter, not racist, by cops. By the way, check out this nice cereal. Kill All Asian Shooter cereal, four different flavors. I want the cinnamon Kill All Asian cereal. That's what I'm getting right now.
Well, actually, it's even worse than that, Daniel the Bruce, because it's not a sugar cereal for children. It's a cereal that's not sugary, but tastes sugary to remind you of when you're a child. So it's really an infantile product for, I guess, old people who want to go back to being a child in their mind by eating their unhealthy cereals.
I mean, infantilization is pretty on brand for a progressive, so that makes sense.
There you go. In my safe space.
You figured it out.
For $2 Aussie says, it's not miscommunication, it's bad faith. Yep.
100% agree.
Lost my place. Adam for $4.99 says, imagine being upset that murdering people wasn't done because of the skin color of a person. That's insane.
Yeah, it is totally insane.
That is insane. Don't play any clips from any movies, Adam.
I'm not. I was just trying to get this thing.
I saw you looking at some cheerleader from
Death Proof. Yeah, I was trying to get the still.
Doing the research.
It seems like Adam's type is. Did you think the woman that played Silk Spectre and Watchmen was like super hot?
No.
No? Oh.
No.
Okay, it seemed like your type based on your cheerleader, because she said very similar look.
That's a girl from Scott Pilgrim, right? The cheerleader is the girl from Scott Pilgrim. Yeah.
Which girl? There's many girls.
She is in a really amazing movie called Faults, where she plays a cult leader. It's so good. You guys should look that movie up. Faults. Yeah, that's an amazing movie. Much better than The Last Jedi.
Oh, well, that's not saying much, man.
Yeah, it's a very low bar.
Well,
it exists, so obviously it's going to be better.
Dr. Diddler for $2 says, Adam's right, musicals suck dongle.
There you go. Oh my God, A-Team for life.
You got Dr. Diddler on your side, Adam.
Well, you have never seen a stage play of Sweeney Todd. That's fantastic. Or you've never seen American Psycho the musical. It's beautiful stuff.
There's a musical of American Psycho?
Oh
Absolutely there is.
I gotta check that out.
Matt Smith I think Matt Smith played the British version of it, I think. Yeah.
My wife and one of her friends dragged me to a play. I'm not a big play fan. Like, plays and musicals are pretty high up.
So you don't even like plays. Even if it's not a musical, you don't like plays either.
Plays are fantastic.
Plays are awful. Plays
I mean, they can be fantastic, sure.
Plays are crazy, but here in Los Angeles, everyone's trying to drag you to a play. So this play was a remake of Reanimator, the movie Reanimator. I thought, oh, this has to be great. You've seen the movie Reanimator, right? It's like cult classic.
Yeah.
I have not, no.
So it's a play. It's a stage play that's a remake of Reanimator. And while we're in line, I'm talking to my wife's friend, and I'm saying, yeah, this should be pretty cool. But, I hate musicals. I'm talking so much mad trash in line about how badly I hate musicals. And her friend is just sitting there kind of, soaking it in, not saying anything. We get in and the play starts. It's a fucking musical. I was like, oh my God. And I just immediately went back to my whole conversation with her friend and how, like, the look on her friend's face, like she must have been going like, why did Adam's wife invite Adam to this thing?
See, if I was there, I would have just started to smile evilly and been like,
I think there was a little bit of evil smile going by.
Prepare yourself.
The thing is, though, it was pretty amazing for what it was.
So you actually liked a musical and a play at the same time.
The music part was super difficult to me, but they did use all of these. And if you've seen Reanimator, it's like a horror movie. But they did all of these special effects where, like, blood was flying out into the. Thank God we were like in the back, because I'm sure the first row got hosed. They were throwing like glow in the dark blood all over people. Oh God, it was crazy. Yeah.
Cool.
Very cool.
Have you seen Blue Man Group?
No, I've never seen Blue Man Group.
Blue Man Group's amazing.
Yeah.
They still
and I guess
maybe I have seen.
They've been around for like 800 years.
I hope they're still around. But I guess that would fall outside your criteria because it's music, but it's not a musical or a play. So
I've seen something similar to Blue Man Group, but I'm not sure that it was Blue Man Group. My wife always drags me to these things, these performances.
Hopefully they're not red. They get canceled for racism.
That's right. The Red Man Group is very problematic. just not to be confused with their other problematic cousins, the Yellow Man Group. Yes.
Oh no.
Oh no. Sid, what are you trying to get us canceled? You're terrible.
Clever to Swear for 2 Aussies says, when are you going to get to the next PragerU video? That's a good question. I haven't looked at a PragerU video in a while. I'll have to add that to the list of things I look at for possible stream material.
Like these days, I just know PragerU for shoving their full-blown videos into their ads. So all of a sudden you're watching this regular YouTube video, and here comes a 5-minute, 20-minute ad from PragerU, which is a video that they have.
Right.
Why would you do that? It's going to make me hate you.
I know they had that weird Robert E. Lee video that they got into trouble with because I didn't actually see it. People were saying that it made it seem like they were approving of slavery or something. So I should try to find that one. This looks interesting. I used to be an Antifa. I'm actually kind of curious to see that one. Maybe that's an actually good one. PragerU lives or dies by whoever the person is that's doing it. If it's PragerU, it's going to be awful. Like the
Dennis Prager. And then your balls dropped.
But but that could be interesting. Opinion 1 for $2 says, missed the show, so here's my free will bucks. Thank you, Opinion 1.
Free will bucks.
Yes.
Yeah, we sell free will on the show.
We sell free will, yeah.
You didn't know that?
Instead of like
we have an
testosterone,
infinite
shark cartilage pills.
No.
Or sugar-free cereal.
Every super chat that is bought, that person gets for free a comparable amount of free will units per dollar.
Yeah.
Yep. So
they get 10 times that amount on my channel, but anyway.
Free will sponsorship.
That's right. We have a free will sponsorship. True. That's how. See,
we do.
We're not giving you sugary cereals or not sugary cereals. Okay, that taste like sugary cereals. We're not giving you headphones. We're giving you something so much more important. We're giving you free will.
Why do you think we rip on? Why do you think we rip on Sam Harris on this show so much?
Yeah. Who else is selling?
He doesn't think free will exists.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy.
Of course it exists. How else could we sell it if it didn't exist?
I know. What?
I know. What an asshole. I take everything back I said about that was good about him. Mellow Reaper for $20. Thank you very much, Mellow Reaper. And as we just said, here's your 20 free units of free will. Thank you, Mellow Reaper. Well, the whole reason I'm against every gun control is the only person that is always with you is you. The government wants you to rely on them for self-defense, but that is why you're always pushing for ways to limit what you can do.
The government is pushing to limit you?
For ways to limit what you can do. It's being restrictive.
I don't know that I buy that the government is always trying to limit what I can do.
Do to an extent. I don't know if you want to use the term always, but
they are preventing me from doing some things.
Yes. Not Gay Ben. I think who has become our who's replaced Darth Fagits as our favorite super chatter. Not Gay Ben for $1.99 says, still not gay.
I was waiting for it.
Still not gay. Thank you, Not Gay Ben. We're glad that you've continually kept us updated weekly to make sure to know that you're still not gay. I'm waiting for one day. One day this shoe will drop. The other shoe will drop. And the change will occur.
If Not Gay Ben wants to come out on our show as not gay, we encourage it.
CS for $10 says, I'm just being objective. A team for an 80-year-old man to jog to the top of the stairs after stumbling 3 times and falling. I think he did fine. Right-wingers just hating on the man. There you go. There you go.
Oh, really?
CS says, stop hating at him. Stop hating.
I guess you're right. I don't know. Who elected the doddering old man as our president?
It's amazing that he won the primary in the first place, but you know.
It's just so bizarre.
Does that speak worse of the left, or does it speak worse of the right for losing things?
This is the thing. That was a regular comedy act in Trump's speech, his stump speech. He talked about, if I lose to this guy, what a loser I am. That's something Trump said a lot.
I forgot about that. Yeah. And people were saying that about Hillary too. They're like, well, it speaks poorly of Hillary that she lost to Trump, not that Trump beat her. So I don't know. We'll see. Colavar for $5 says, Adam, if we had UBI, would we need the minimum wage anymore? I guess you wouldn't, right?
No. The whole idea behind UBI is that you would get rid of the minimum wage.
Right.
Like the MMT folks want to have a jobs program. They want to eliminate the unemployment office and turn it into the employment office. And they are making the argument that they would establish the minimum wage because you would have the jobs that the government doled out would be a set wage. And therefore, if it was a $15 an hour job, then you wouldn't have to worry about the minimum wage, because when you went to, like, if someone charged $7 an hour, you'd say, well, I'll just go work for the government for $15 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the argument that they make.
Did you bring up a cheerleader just to have her on the stream?
Yes.
Okay.
This is from the movie Faults. This is a pretty cool little, I noticed that it is like mirrors our logo, which I came up with. I use the eye and the pyramid often. That's one of my jams.
Andrew Clark for another $5. Thank you, Andrew. says, when you have Smudboy on, watch Maggie Mae Fish explaining how America invented the Nazis. It's
I
a
recommend
trip.
you don't. Maggie Mae Fish, unless you want to lose some mental sanity, then don't.
We're all about Lizzie mental sanity here. Also,
That's
she
like
has
our
a
whole
crazy
jam.
take. Also, she has a crazy take on Fight Club. Oh, now we have to watch.
Also, she claimed that RoboCop was a trans icon.
What?
Really?
Oh my God. I gotta check
Sounds
out.
good.
I've never even heard of this lady. I gotta check out
Definitely
her
do. Just be
stuff.
ready for some craziness. But yeah, I forgot exactly what her line of logic was. I think I scrubbed it from my memory. But yeah, that's exactly what she concluded about RoboCop, was that he's a trans icon.
Interesting.
Transformative. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna watch this Fight Club video. That's interesting.
I probably shouldn't make that joke. Never mind.
God, how dare you? Stuck for $5 says a non-deterministic universe is a necessary condition, but not a sufficient condition for free will. Randomness is non-deterministic.
So Fight Club by Chuck Palahniuk. Chuck Palahniuk is also a author. I highly recommend. He's also awesome. So
We've done videos on Fight Club.
I tried to read his book about hell, and I just thought it was really.
it was
terrible.
great. I love that one. It's called. He has a two-parter. I think the first one's called Damnation.
I couldn't even get through it. I was like, "What is this?"
It makes fun of. It eventually makes fun of like these elitist liberals from Hollywood.
Yeah, I guess, but I just
eventually.
I don't know.
You sure you don't want to come out hard for Death Proof here? I mean, listen to Sitch here.
Death Proof is terrible.
Yeah, see.
I enjoyed his books about hell. Those were good. Maybe I'm biased here, but
well, I had
Chuck
only
Palahniuk
read Fight
great.
Club before. I hadn't read any of his other books, like Choke or any of the other ones that are like famous. And then I read this book, and I was just like, "What?" I don't know. Maybe I had a very wrong impression about what the book was going to be about. I'm like, "This is like, so bizarre."
I recommend.
strange,
He has a
boring.
book. He has a collection of short stories that are really interesting.
Mhm.
Those are really interesting. I recommend those.
Okay.
Also,
Chuck-
additionally,
Chuck Palahniuk is actually in a rival screenwriters lab here in Los Angeles.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Yeah. So we've had a couple members in Deadline Junkies that have been in both the group that he's in. I don't think he runs it. I think he's just in it, and our group as well. So.
Can you be Chuck Palahniuk in a writing group and not run it?
Sure. Yeah, totally. No,
like, really? I don't know. You're kind of like you're kind of the one in charge. Right?
even though
we've
he's
had
not, like,
tons
the
of big
actual
people in
leader,
Deadline Junkies. We've had
de
tons of
facto
big
leader.
people in Deadline.
Okay.
They don't have time to run it. Are you kidding me? They're like producing movies and shit.
Gotcha.
Yeah. They have the least amount of time.
Right. 95 Keat. Hey, Keat, for $10 says, I don't watch Trevor Noah. Does he talk about anything other than race, or is he as much of a one-trick pony as he appears to be? I don't. He's supposed to talk about a bunch of like other stuff. I don't know, because I don't watch the Daily Show. Once Jon Stewart left, it became horribly unfunny and boring. But I imagine he talks unfunny and boringly about other issues that aren't race-related. Keith also says, have you met my 3 South African friends, Benito, Hitler, and Osama?
Oh my God.
DJM Voices for $2 says, is this Evening Nonsense featuring Adam Friended?
Yes, it is. Welcome to Evening Nonsense, everyone.
Evening
Thank you for coming on,
Nonsense.
Sitch and Adam. Fantastic.
There you go.
That's the name of your show. You should tell people. Morning Nonsense is
Morning
your show.
Nonsense every weekday at 8:30 a.m. Eastern.
Nice.
So crazy.
John Smith for 199 says, Literature Devil knows who Matt Smith is. He must have good taste.
Man of culture, you know.
There you go.
Good job. Excellente.
Terror Dome 3000 for 199 pounds says, Team America is a musical, Adam. Good or not?
Is Team America musical? It's not. Nobody.
Of course it is.
There's like maybe one song in there.
There's
what
like,
is it?
no, what? Freedom isn't free.
Freedom isn't free.
America,
and then only a
fuck
woman.
yeah.
Only a woman
The fuck
was
yeah.
allowed to
Remember that.
touch me.
America, fuck yeah.
There's a
Yeah,
song
America.
when he's sad because intelligence got the wrong information, which I can't remember. There's a
It doesn't strike me as a musical. I love Team America,
the
obviously.
South Park movie, also a musical.
They like musicals over there.
Oh, you're right. I did like the South Park movie. That's got Satan in it. And I think
I can change. Yes.
Doesn't he do like surprise sex on Saddam Hussein?
Yeah. So the Saddam Hussein is the devil's boyfriend, and then the devil breaks up with Saddam because he's too abusive.
Yeah, no, that movie
Yes.
was great. I've also seen the Book of Mormon, the stage play, which
great
I loved.
play
I totally
and musical.
loved. Yeah.
Yep.
Not only that, I went straight to YouTube after I saw it and started looking up different performances and realized, oh man, we got so lucky. We got the greatest performance because the ones on YouTube were not near as good.
I saw before I saw it in person, I saw the best one, which I think was the New York one with I think it was the guy from Frozen, wasn't it?
New York City.
The guy who plays the snowman was the main character.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What's his name? Josh Gad, or something. I don't know. Contrast for another 5 Aussie says Adam can give training or staying in the closet.
What?
Adam can give training or staying in the closet. A-team baby. I don't get that contrast.
Yeah, I don't. What training? Staying in the closet.
What are you talking about, contrast?
Feel free to come out, you guys. Don't hide who you are for other people.
Break Gear for $5 says, just how stupid was the South African comedy man this time? Did you ever figure out how to evade? Did you ever figure out how to evade the death tax? What's happening? Catch me up, dudes.
The death tax.
The death tax. Terradome for 3,000. Terradome 3000 for £4.99 says Big Trouble in Little China is greater than Scott Pilgrim. Thoughts? Both are movies that play out like a video game.
What's the other? I love Scott Pilgrim.
Big Trouble in Little China.
Big Trouble in Little China. That's the one with Kurt Russell in it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I like
That's
that.
a good
That was
movie.
great.
Yeah.
I like that one.
It's like Scott Pilgrim before Scott Pilgrim.
Really?
I haven't seen Scott Pilgrim.
Then.
I've seen, but I haven't seen Big Trouble in Little China.
What? You have not seen Scott Pilgrim?
I actively avoided it.
Why?
Because the hype around it and the actors within it.
Oh my God, it's so good. It's so good.
Oh,
so good.
Contrast was saying Adam can give training on like how to stay in the closet.
Oh, how to stay in the closet.
18,
Is that what's going on? Okay.
I'm Adam Friendon. This is my master class. How to stay in the closet.
18 more like a gay team. There it is.
If you're gay and you want, if you're gay and you want to hide it, get in the closet.
I want to stay in the closet. Come out of the closet too.
No. I said completely the opposite of that.
Yes.
Though I told people I gave
Come
them
out of the
right
closet.
advice.
Be proud.
You could pimp out Skillshare. That's what the skill.
That's right.
You could
come out of the closet. Be proud. Be loud and proud. But
not too proud. Like, don't go assless chaps in the street, guys. Let's keep it clean, okay?
I don't know if I'd say Big Trouble in Little China is better than Scott Pilgrim. It's a little dated. So.
12 Angry Men versus Scott Pilgrim.
Oh, 12 Angry Men is a great ass movie. So
I know. I'm just trying to make it hard.
Which version are you talking about?
The new version.
Oh, the one with Jack Lemmon. That's a good one. They're both pretty good. They're both good.
Jack Lemmon version.
Yeah. I forget who was in. There's like a bunch of legendary actors in the old one, isn't there?
I was talking about the one with from the Guardians of the Galaxy director.
Wait, there's another 12 Angry Men? There's a third 12 Angry Men?
I made that up. I made it up.
What's happening?
I got you. I tricked you. I tricked you.
I feel like there was something here that I don't understand. Like you just don't know what you're talking about. Now you're trying to say you tricked me.
No, I did trick you.
You got me. Okay, whatever.
The Guardians of the Galaxy director did not direct a 12 Angry Men.
Yeah, I know he didn't. That's why I didn't know what you were talking about. Nils for $5 says only 2 good things ever came out of DC: Red Sun, where Superman is Stalin, and Watchmen, where there's a giant tentacle vagina monster and a sad blue god. I'd have to disagree with that. I liked the animated Batman TV show and the animated Justice League TV show when I was a wee lad. So,
have you gone back and reinvestigated? Because sometimes
I'm sure they're. I wouldn't like them as much as an adult.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it's not quite as good as you remember it.
Sure. Why would I want to inflict that pain on myself? I'm just going to say that they were amazing. Kevin Conroy's still the best Batman ever. Period.
He's really good.
End of story.
He's a little crazy, but he's still pretty good. He's still like the definitive Batman voice.
He is the definitive Batman. Yes. He made the Batman Arkham games would probably be like 10 times worse if they didn't have Kevin Conroy voicing them. Those are good ass games. Zofrats for $5 says, "Hey, sweet devil, I'm glad you're here to make the stream a bit more sexy."
Always glad to oblige.
Ooh, that sexy voice. Yeah, it happens.
Noth for $6.66 says, "Hi, Satan. I'm so happy your clone would join us this week, but he seems to have a mild case of TDS. We better fortify his mind a little to ensure the proper outcomes. Maybe we can just join forces and fight hate with all of our stupidity together."
Yeah, always fortify your mind, Chad.
Yes.
always fortify your mind so you're going to have the correct outcome.
Right. Genos Kuhn for $1 says, "Hey boys, gonna have to call bullshit on France being racist, Adam. After all you said about the South. Sitch, I second the earphone recommendations for Platronics BT Pro. I've had mine for 3 years. I did replace the earpads twice. Cheers." Oh, I'll have to check those out.
I've only heard tell of France being South. I've never been to being racist. I've never been to France.
How dare you, Adam? How dare
but I lived in the South, and they were racist as can be.
How dare you cast aspersions among the dirty French? How dare you, sir?
Remember Brie Larson was in Scott Pilgrim? I wonder how she feels about being the official sex symbol of Scott Pilgrim.
Brie Larson was she one of the exes? Was she the lesbian ex?
No, Brie Larson was his ex-girlfriend.
Oh, the famous one.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Isn't that actually Brie Larson's story? Someone's ex. She's someone's ex. She has to be famous.
Oh,
it sounds about right. Doesn't sound like they made that part up.
There you go. Janos Kuhn for another $1 says, "The police humanize during interrogation a bigger share of black people per capita. How is that racist?" True. Adam, check out Koi to Yuso. It's an anime about enforced monogamy. The main character scores in the first episode.
Scores a wife, or
I don't know. You'll have to find out, Adam.
What's it called?
Koi to Yuso. KOI to Yuso. USO. There you go. Check it out, Adam. Janos Kuhn for another $1 says, "Check out SE Cup's IMDb picture, Sitch. All 3 are too old, in my opinion." I did check out the picture. It was an awful picture. Sargon wants counter propaganda, just like Jordan B. Peterson provided. He just sucks at explaining himself. He's also confused between what's natural state and what comes from civilization. There you go.
True.
Ollie Willie for $5 says, "Went home for my birthday and my mother had MSNBC on, and it was a show after."
Oh no!
It was show after show with that 20-second clip that Aaron Rupar posted. Oh, about the cop. Yeah. Anyway, thanks for covering the subject. P.S. Adam, check the DMs.
I'll check them out. Who said that? Who am I looking for a DM from?
Ollie Willie.
I'll check it out.
Ollie Willie. No one for $20. Thank you very much from our very favorite Greek hero who stabbed out the eye of a Cyclops. No one for $20. Adam, I sent you a video that Low Key sent me on Discord. Look for a person named No One with a gray fox avatar. You guys have got to see this. It's not political.
Sounds
cool. Check it out. Show it to me, Adam. Oh, they also said S class is best class.
Boo!
Thank you, Noah. Thank you.
This show looks like it has a lot of fan service in it for a show that's about enforced monogamy.
That's the best kind of enforced monogamy, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Death by Sloth for $1 says, "The more they claim to be comrades of like mind, the easier it is to divide them with the thorns of suspicion." Lelouch Britannica. There you go. There you go.
Well, it is anime. I mean, anime in general kind of has a lot of fan service in it. No matter what the show or genre is.
Yeah. Have you seen Kill la Kill?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I figured.
That was just built on fan service.
Right. But it's also
it's built right into the plot.
That's true.
They really dedicate for that one.
But yeah, look, if anime Batman Lelouch said it, I guess it's got to be true. Wrinkle Hyper Monkey for $2 says, Adam, give us one of your iconic slurp and burps. A team for a burp.
What?
Adam, give us one of your iconic slurp and burps. I didn't know. Did you do this on your own stream? I didn't
this
know
is you. You're the one that's always burping on stream. I'm the one always giving you
I
a
don't
hard
burp
time
on
about
stream.
it.
I burp before stream directly into Adam's ears to annoy him.
Nah, no slurping from me.
There you go. There's your
Oh
S-Class
my
burp.
God. My God. So terrible.
What kind of beta male, feminized beta male doesn't like burping?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What am I supposed to be looking up in my DMs?
I don't know. Something from Ollie Willie.
Ollie Willie.
Check 2 DMs.
What was it?
He didn't say. Well, also, no one said he sent something, I think, on Discord, though.
Oh, I can look
He
at
said
that.
low key sent it.
Was it about Alan and Pierce?
I don't know.
Anyway, if we could stop giving white people sympathetic excuses for literal massacres, that would be great. Where are these people getting this from?
What are you reading? Somebody once told me that Wrinkle Hyper Monkey gave I read that one. Dr. Diddler for $3 says, breaking news, Dan from Game Grumps had some accusations about him being a groomer coming out. Oh no. John Tron looks better every day. Reminder that A-Team supports lackluster comedy and creepy child grooming. Is that true?
That's the fuck? Good. Who the fuck? Why? I just totally I was ready to say A-Team reigns supreme.
I know.
And I got my legs kicked out from underneath me here. I'm on the floor.
Wait, that was Dr. Diddler, though. He was the anti-musical guy, right?
Oh, is this musical payback for me?
I think this is musical payback, yes.
Okay. It's probably for the 16-year-olds voting. Everyone likes to bring up the age of consent on the 16-year-olds voting thing. It's bizarre. I looked it up. Do not, whatever you guys do not look up the age of consent history because it is brutal.
I would imagine, yes.
It is awful. But I've come to find out most of the United States, the age of consent is 16 already. The entire nation of Canada, the age of consent is 16.
Mm-hmm. I thought I think in most states, I thought it was higher than 16.
Well, if they're making the argument that, the voting age and the age of consent, like someone already lowered the age of consent and didn't go ahead and lower the voting age. So.
I thought it was like 17, 18 in most states.
I brought this thing up. I don't know if this is what Ollie was supposed to send to me.
I don't know. I don't think you were supposed to watch it on stream. You just want us to watch it at some point.
Oh, okay. So this is...
Oh, is this what Ollie sent you?
Yeah.
If we could stop giving white people sympathetic excuses for literal massacres, that'd be great. When white people commit murders, cops tend to say they just had a bad day. Oh my God. Who is this person?
Only has 6,000 likes. That's a little low for a comment like this.
No, look at the first one.
Oh, the first one is 23,000. There we go.
3,000. Oh,
that makes more sense.
Disgusting.
Is Twitter, when you have a comment that just has a racist thing against white people, you gotta have at least like 20,000 likes.
That's true. That's true. Who is this person?
I don't know, but look at this. Look at this smiley face. Like, yeah, look, I'm white and I'm cool. I'm the cool
Elena
one.
Pierce.
I was thinking about isn't that the whole meme where it's like it's Superman, Zack Snyder Superman being surrounded by a bunch of like Mexicans or something like that, where he's like in Mexico and saving people, and it's like, hey, the white savior, the same one from Game of Thrones, the white savior, come to save us all. That's what they all think they are. They all think they're Daenerys Targaryen. They all think they're Superman, ready to swoop in to save the minority.
This is totally straight out of Supervillains Anonymous. This is like the supervillain. Look how happy and
I like to point out they all have the same evil smirk.
How happy and cool I am, even though I'm like delivering the most insane shit to totally radicalize my entire audience.
Right.
And all the King's soy boys and all the King's weed beards are going to like and retweet faithfully. And they all have the same, whether it's a fictional character they've created or their own profile picture, they always had the same evil, mischievous smirk on their face. Like, yeah, I ruined everything you love. What about it? What are you going to do about it? I ruined it. Yeah. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
She's got
she also retweeted the Aaron Rupert clip.
Oh,
saying,
yeah.
Because when a white man marries 8 people, it can't possibly have been anything else than just having a really big day.
What a dumb moron this person is. Dumb moron.
Yep.
Anyways.
Crazy.
Thanks for
sharing. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing.
More insanity.
Larger.
I don't put any stock in it. Don't let this stuff get you down. Seriously, these people are nuts. Yeah.
Larger llama on the loose for $2.05 says, "Careful giving out that free will. You'll overburden us with freedom." True. See, that's the difference. Adam is evil. He just wants to throw so much free will at you. He wants you to drown in it until you realize the existential horror of having so much free will is going to destroy your own life. While I am a responsible adult father-like figure saying, look, I'm going to just dole out just enough free will for you to get by. Okay, I'm just going to give you just enough so that you feel good.
Yeah, mow the lawn first, and then I'll give you a little allowance of free will, okay? You can't just get an allowance for free.
Listen to this guy.
If you just
Wash
give
the car
everyone
a couple of times, okay, kid?
Yeah, if you just give everyone all the free will, it's like just giving someone a bunch of money for nothing. They're gonna end up in a bad place. They're gonna be really happy at first, and then you know what they're gonna be? They're gonna be spent all that money and in debt, and their lives gonna be destroyed. Yes.
No way.
Yes.
This is the guy. This guy. He's getting low, and he's like rationing. No, we're gonna do it all right now.
You've talked about this, Adam. You've talked about when people win the lottery. Okay.
Hell
you know
no.
exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, don't ration that shit out. Come on, we're going out. We're buying a Ferrari.
Alex Halo for $2 says Maggie also said RoboCop's gun in his leg was his dick.
Yeah, she did. She did. Yeah.
What?
Well, that is true.
Oh,
so
you want some pure, uncut crazy? I'll go to Maggie Mayfish.
What's better, free will inflation or deflation? Ooh, good question. Good question. Andrew Clark for another $2.
Let me consult my MMT here real quick. I'll get back to you on that.
Andrew Clark for another $2. Thank you, Andrew. Says this Maggie lady insists that Tyler is the real person in Fight Club.
No, she certainly did. Tyler Durden is the actual guy, and Edward Norton's character is the fake guy.
Oh my god, I had to watch this terrible video. Oh, this sounds so
yeah,
terrible.
Maybe we'll cover it. It sounds awesome.
Yes.
Sounds awesomely terrible, rather.
It does sound awfully terrible.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's great. It's great. It's a pure nonsense.
Anyways.
That's it?
Anyways. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for joining us on this journey through misery and chaos that is the terrible takes of Trevor Noah, David Pacman, and Charlemagne the God. But especially Trevor Noah's, whose take was the worst, most toxic of all of them.
But thank you, DJ MB.
Thank you, Literature Devil, for joining us on this journey.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Of course. And thank you for watching so generously, enjoying this content with us. Thank you all for your super duper, very generous donations to the stream. And thank you for supporting our Comic Supervillains Anonymous. Click the link in the description below to sign up before the campaign ends and we feel better about ourselves and our lives in this universe.
Next week, new pages.
Next week, new pages. And thank you, Adam, for playing your harmonica so poorly at the end of every show.
Bye-bye!
Beautiful. Wonderful.